All right, let's try unmuting. We'll see if we can make this work. I think people might be able to hear us now.
People hear us? Are we audible for once?
Sorry about that. We had the severe technical difficulties, which consisted of, oh crap, we forgot to look at the countdown clock.
Yeah, that was an issue. A big problem.
We're about sponsored by Audible.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's what we could do. We could totally do sponsored streams. Actually, I love how Dr. Dynastic has figured out how to get sponsored streams for things that are completely unrelated to baseball. But he finds ways to get sponsorships, which is kind of cool. Hey,
I'm not sure our pitcher sponsors. You want to come listen to two people ramble about an imaginary baseball in a video game for 10 hours? You can, do it here.
Yeah, that's true. Well, actually, I don't know. What are we going to do after this week? Because if we don't have cards to rate... I mean, if they'll give us a preview, we could start rating PT25, and we might get through all 3,000 whatever release cards by opening day.
So, I mean, we had discussed modeling, or talking about modeling, and one...
You really think anybody would hire us with our looks?
Yeah, right. No, but one format I think is actually potentially interesting to model, and works well for is actually Perfecto drafts. Because the player pool is really limited and everyone's taking all the same cards constantly, so you have tons and tons of data in a very small number of tournaments.
That's true.
So, and I know people like those, and the environment is very strange. The offensive environment in those is through the roof. So it's both easy to model, I think, and somewhat interesting to discuss. So I don't know, if people are interested in that, we could try that. I think it's probably easier than doing some kind of constructed stuff.
Yeah, could use something like that.
So, yeah, I'd be open to it.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Anyway, yeah, so we have not that many cards today, right?
Yeah, only 75 or so. Which we had how many the other time?
A couple hundred, yeah, but we've gotten good at going fast when we need to go fast.
Yeah.
So we could do that. We could... we definitely have some other stuff we could talk about. Actually, I want to show you all some real baseball stuff too.
Yeah, that's just interesting. I know you mentioned it a little bit last time, I guess, but
yeah, I actually got a version of it to sort of work with some weird results that I can. We got to talk about Blake Snell. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, well, I know there was some. What was it? There was something I saw about him where he was pitching in some very strange way, where he was sort of intentionally getting himself into bad counts and then getting people to chase stuff. I don't remember, something like that.
Yeah, I was having problems. Let's talk about that maybe at the end. I want to talk a lot about his slider because one of the things that's a weird thing to evaluate. And we don't talk about sliders enough on these streams.
Right.
All right. So what should we do? Well, we could talk about. We could talk a little bit about some of the things that were announced this week, maybe, and then look at some cards, and then maybe do the other stuff. What do you think?
Yeah, I'll start with the cards. Either way.
I know. We could spend an hour talking about trophies.
I don't quite understand. I think some people declined their trophies because it sounds like there's more available now, I guess. I think someone mentioned that. I'm not sure.
So the trophies aren't ending this week?
Well, they may or may not be. I don't know. There was something in places that I can't see them in, as far as I understand it.
Well, that would be a better incentive to actually enter a PTMS team than the... I can win 2 standard packs for a perfect team 25.
I mean, yeah, that's not a lot. To be fair, the standard packs are worth the most at the start, by far, compared to any other time in the cycle. So maybe it's more like 3 standard packs at some other point in the cycle, but,
I mean, did they actually manage to find a prize that actually gets everybody upset? So you get the people that aren't playing PTMS upset because you're giving a prize for next year's game. But you make the prize so stupid that it doesn't work as a prize.
Well, I mean, I would say it's much better than doing something like the Brooks Robinson from whenever it was 2 years ago. I mean, the idea was kind of decent, I thought, but people were really upset about it. And
Well, if they did that
and
this year, they would have
really,
just introduced, Brooks cards in June as well and gone back on it, right?
right, yeah, um, yeah. I mean, yeah, Gabagool. It's not like game breaking, but I don't
The
mind it
packs for
so much.
PT25 are completely useless, though.
Well, they're the most again. I mean, they're giving them at least at the point of the cycle where they are the most useful, right? Like
Okay,
the
but
packs on opening day are by far the most useful
I agree.
than any other
But
point.
they've also established that, basically the packs aren't worth much. Anything real is going to be in Spotlight. So I guess opening day, you get these packables. So I like that.
Oh,
Although knowing them, they're going to have a Spotlight for just the good opening day release cards.
I'm still kind of holding out hope, probably foolishly, that we will not have spotlights next year, or at least in some other form that isn't so game breaking.
Okay, but
Maybe I'm
also, I
just
mean,
crazy.
what is it? What was 50 packs for first, and was it 20 for second, or something? Like even 50 packs isn't worth much. Like,
Um, I mean, 50 packs on opening day is probably worth 75K or something.
okay, so
It's not nothing.
basically, it's not worth much.
And it's not a lot, but it's. I don't know. I
Well,
mean,
if you're still going to give out 10 packs a day for watching streams, I mean, other than ours.
well, that's
Uh,
true. That's true. There are the stream packs, and yeah, those are.
yeah, like if you compare it with stream packs, basically what that kind of says is that if you make the semifinals in PTMS, your big reward, you can't use it to win a trophy this year, so your big leg up is that you can like skip a day of watching streamers who are kind of fun to watch anyway.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. It's not a big reward. It's not a big reward.
Oh yeah, sorry. To answer one enjoyer's question, at the end of PT22, there was a mission for a Brooks Robinson where the prize was that if you finished that mission in PT22, then you got, I forget if it was a bronze or a silver. I think it was a
It was a
silver.
silver.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
Brooks in PT23, which then worked with the other build lineups so that you could build a gold and a diamond and eventually a perfect Brooks Robinson, who was a meta third baseman for the first couple months of the cycle, basically.
Yeah. You did also you did get a PT22 Brooks, but it was really terrible and no one used it. You only did it for the 23 card.
Yeah.
Uh,
So it was a way to give you an incentive to do something at the end of the cycle when otherwise you might not care much about missions, but now it's giving you a leg up on the next game.
no, yeah, Cage. The missions for the Brooks Robinson were not hard as long as you had the silver. But finding the silver at some point became effectively impossible because everyone who had the silver did the missions because they were easy.
Oh, I can put my
Um,
mic back down. Sorry, Gabagoo. Last time you had me turn the mic up, so I'll put it back to the settings for last time. Um,
oh no, the 22 missions that got the silver were kind of medium difficulty. The thing is that the problem was that you were spending, I forget, it was like 150, 200,000 points for basically a useless card. Because the PT22 Brooks was terrible. And so some people just didn't do it.
Well, I think the bigger
Um,
problem was like what they did with these platinum cards, where people do join the game partway through a cycle, and if PT23 was your first attempt at playing Perfect Team, then you kind of had no way to go back and get Brooks.
yeah, I mean the Brooks at the start, because the thing is that people got Brooks, you got Brooks like right on opening day on launch. And some people sold the Brooks for like 15, 20K immediately because points were worth a lot then, and you don't know how. I mean, the Brooks could have just been bad, the 100 Brooks, and then the 100 Brooks was good, and the Silver Brooks ended up selling for. I think there was some that sold for like 500K at some point.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, I think well, look, it was a nice concept. It was a nice concept, but it's one of these things that makes it a little tough if you're beginning the game. So I think the way I would have done that instead, I would have had no problem with saying there's going to be a PT24 mission that's going to get you a PT25 reward off the bat. Or there will be a PT-25 mission that'll be reasonably hard, which you can use to replace that. That would be a reasonable compromise.
Yes, I think you could do something. Yeah, something like that, where you say, okay, or maybe, you just give everyone who does some PT-24 thing, like, some sort of mediocre launch perfect, right? I mean, you can use it; it's kind of okay, but it's not going to give you like a big leg up because everyone will have the same one and it won't sell for anything. You could take 20K points. You can play the card for a month when it's not League isn't really valuable. I don't know. Something, but I mean, I think the idea of having some kind of thing where like, because at this point, if you have all the cards you want, there's really like you can have any number of points and it doesn't matter how big the number is at this, like, so at least you give people something to do with their points and some reason to keep playing. So I like that aspect of it.
Yeah, I think, look, you want something for people to do. I don't want to do another hour on the trophies, but it is the case that the amount I care about this cycle basically ends Sunday. If I hadn't been fortunate to end up in Perfect League this week, it would have ended last Sunday, right?
Yeah, I think Suarez here now. Maybe he can confirm. I heard that there was something posted in somewhere, apparently, a place that exists. I've been told that there may be more trophies of an unknown quantity.
Okay.
Vague rumblings of this.
Mean, I'd certainly approve of that. I think it's a little bit tough when you. It's a little bit tough, when you set expectations, right? That is to say, if I had known we were playing for 2 more trophies, I probably would have decided to go after the PTMS this week.
Okay, at least 2. It's not posted in the forums. Okay, that assumes I go to the forums for any reason other than to check Spotlight pack odds.
Technically, kidneys can't go on the forums.
So you can't log into the forums. You can go to the forums without an account. So it seems hard to actually ban someone from the forums.
I don't know whether I'm banned for the forums because I don't think I ever tried to make a forums account.
I think I have an account because I was posting some relatively bad bug on there in some previous version, and then I don't know.
Are you banned from the forums?
I honestly have no idea. I Yeah, I agree. Things should be in game. But anyway, we've talked about the trophies a lot.
No. We don't need to talk about them.
I don't think we need to go over them again.
Except to say that number one, if there are more trophies, I would very strongly approve of it because you're giving people more of an incentive to play. I think they should just keep giving out trophies until at least the launch of the new game. Personally, I would keep going past that. So I think that's...
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of on the same lines as the PT Plus situation. It's like, if you're going to support the game, you should support the game. If you're not going to support the game, you should not support the game. But you can't kind of have both, I guess.
Yeah, so I will say, I know there was some uproar over that. As I mentioned on stream last week, I do think that this is the right decision. It's the one I wanted them to make with PT Plus. If they're not going to support the game, they should not be asking people to pay essentially a Battle Pass style subscription for a game that's no longer being supported.
So there are a few things I have issues with the PT Plus, and not so much the actual Moolah, because I don't know that I would have bought another month anyway. So I don't really care about that for myself. But 3 things I sort of have issues with the PT Plus. Well, 4, I guess, because 4 makes a good point. Yes, there should have been warning.
Well, ballparks is a big problem, actually. Yeah.
So the ballparks is a big problem for sure. That's actually a competitive balance issue.
Yeah, like after this week, if we're going for trophies, I don't know. Do I lose my park, or do I only lose my park if I change it?
As far as I understand it, you will have your park for the remainder of this week, and then you'll be reset to default at the beginning of next week, is my understanding.
Okay, so that would be a big competitive disadvantage, not being able to run the park I want to.
So a few other things I've issued with. Number 1, I believe it was stated at the very beginning of sort of the launch of
Although
PT24.
it'll make Kava happy because we'll all be running
Yes.
default parks.
I believe it was mentioned at the beginning of PT24 that this sort of explicitly mentioned this would be available for 24 months. Apparently that changed at some point. Probably would be good to say that when you realize it was going to change. The other thing is that tournaments are already starting to struggle to fill. Many dailies are beginning to fill quite slowly. And sort of tomorrow, there's going to be a large reduction in the available slots. People are prioritizing weeklies because you can actually win cards you want to play there with the 100s. And dailies, I think, are really going to start struggling to fill. So just from the point of view of, we'd like to fill the tournaments, giving people more slots seems like a good thing. People having more slots seems like a good thing. And
also, if you're trying to advertise features of PT Plus, handing the features to everybody is an advertisement. So it's good business. Yeah, so, good business sense too.
So my suggestion, which people, I'm curious what people think about this. So PT Plus is a various rewards. It has like the.
Yeah, I can see what. Here you go.
So it has.
I can buy it now. Hold on.
No. It'll take you to it takes you to like a 404. At least that was what it took me.
It doesn't take me to anything, actually.
Okay. So one thing that is also a bit funny is that it was announced, I think last week, that there'd be a discount on purchasing perfect points, which is a little odd combined with this, because basically you're giving people a discount, but then removing PT Plus is effectively removing that same discount, so it's not a discount. That's a little funny, but anyway.
Isn't that kind of like raising the price of the game and then giving people a discount?
Yeah. But so I think that what I would do, because clearly this is not a decision that's being made. It's not being made at the level of kind of people who are working on like the game or the cards, or whatever. It's just a business choice of some kind. If it's PT Plus is not being available, so I think the first thing to do is pretty clear to me, which is just everyone should be able to play all the PT Plus parks the rest of the cycle. There's really no reason, in my opinion, to have gated the PT Plus in the first place, but especially now, when many people can't access them, and it is a real competitive problem because, people may have chosen to make purchases based on which parks they could play. Some people have it, some people don't now. You can't access the park you want to access. It's a real issue. So that, to me, seems like a no-brainer. And then the other thing I would do is, because of this tournament filling problem, just give everyone an extra slot. So everyone would have four tournaments and 3 drafts, and the handful of people who have sort of legacy PT Plus would have 5 and 4, which isn't really an issue at this point because the tournaments are struggling as it is. And if you don't buy PT Plus again, you lose out on some points and like the discount on purchasing, but probably not a lot of people are purchasing points at this time of the cycle anyway. So I don't think it's a big deal. I think to me that would, I think, make everyone happy. Basically, like people who lost PT Plus were mostly buying it for the parks or the slots. They did get them back. People who still have PT Plus left over would get some additional rewards. They get the Rainbow Pack next month. They get some extra points. They get the discount on purchases. You still get an extra slot. So to me, that one seems like a pretty reasonable solution. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I could see something like that. As far as the tournaments, I think what you're saying is that when you take away the prizes for things, people stop playing.
Well, okay. The thing is now there are 3 cards that are worth things from TV6, right? Chet Brewer, Shane Mack, and Justin Morneau.
Okay.
Because they're in that silly mission. Every other TV6 card is effectively useless.
Right.
Except for the 100s. Some of the 100s are still good. That's why people play the weeklies.
Not that many, though.
Well, a couple. Papelbon is useful. I think Hannes is useful. Eddie Collins is useful. That's probably about it. That's what people are playing for. The thing is that there's these other weeklies. The ones with the rainbow packs are worth like a third to a fourth of what the ones with the choice packs are worth. So no one plays those either. The dailies that no one plays at all, basically, because once these slots are out, no one's going to have slots. Everyone's slots are going to be used up on the weeklies, and the dailies are just going to sort of go to die, I suspect. So we'll see. I mean,
Oh, by the way, while we're
yeah.
talking about this, because I promised the TBD people I'd mention it. If anyone's interested, we're trying to fill one of these entry fee things for the first time in a while. Let's try getting that too. So if you want to get in this 10K entry fee, we're
You
gonna
have
try to
10K
see if we
extra
can
points.
actually fill one.
Suppose that means I should probably update mine with all the new cards, huh? That would make sense.
I see you're already in it. Okay.
Yeah, I just haven't put all the new Cy Young and whatnot on my roster, which I probably should do.
I think that card's actually playable in tournaments.
Yes.
I know we haven't gotten to it yet, but yeah, I think I'm gonna rate that Psy as being playable. What about you?
I will say I do prefer Cole, but I like Cy as well.
All right, I'll just load my league roster in because I'm lazy.
But probably it shouldn't be just such a shocker that I prefer Cole and you prefer Cy if with the splits the way they are.
Yeah. Well, clearly Garrett Cole is the best pitcher in the history of baseball.
Yeah, it's Garrett Cole and Cy Young and Chris Sale.
And Chris Sale, is the best lefty in history. Yep.
So Sale does have somewhat more of a claim in some respect because his rate stats are so good. He just injured every other game. But
all right.
I feel somehow I actually feel better about Sale having a top end 100 than Cole, which is sort of weird because Cole's obviously a better pitcher now. But
I can finish off these.
No, I agree. I don't really mind having a couple random cards. Every year there's a couple random cards that get good stuff. And I mean there's some cards that we have one in the set, right? Pete Rose is a very good player who will never ever get a good endgame card. It's just basically impossible to print one.
I think it's possible. We'll talk about them when we get to Rose, I guess. This is fun. I can do missions complete. So I have missions complete. Except for this one, which doesn't count.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's a couple. You just have to finish. I have actually 3 left, and missions complete.
Nice.
So, yes. I'm would actually be sort of curious if there's data on this. What the mission listed by completion percentages, which is the least and most completed. I assume Wakefield mission is the most completed because it's you have what iron.
You say that, but people buy Wakefield on the card shop. Let me see.
Yeah.
He's got a real last 10.
Yeah. Yeah, that is somehow true. I remember when he came out, someone bought him for 10K because it didn't apparently see the mission, and the card was really good when he came out.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, that's true. PT23, the line Rose was good, but that was at the beginning of the cycle. I think you can make an early cycle 100 Rose that plays. Just the late game 100 Rose feels very tough to make play. But anyway, we'll get to that when we get to the hundreds.
Okay. That sounds good. Okay. I have an email that I actually have to urgently respond to. Can you entertain people for maybe 5 minutes?
Sure. Do you want me to do the eye stuff now, or do you want to talk about that also?
I'll let you start. I'll be on mute.
Okay. Well, it's actually going to be a little tough without being able to put things up on screen, I guess, but I'll do my best. Maybe we can even convince Kidneys to come on by talking about this. So Well, I can't share my screen for it because Charles has to put it up. Yeah. Well, let's just have a everyone can do it along with me. Okay, so we got 2 cards released this week that have 126 IVL. The Silver Jack Clark and 100 Johnny Bench, which was very unexpected because we had previously believed that 125 was kind of the cap for I. And now it seems to not be. But I think it may be bugged. And I can try to explain why. So for people who have not spent a lot of time in the editor for the base game of OTP, the way most editor ratings works is you can enter a number between 1 and some maximum rating. In the case of I, the maximum number is 250. If you enter a number greater than 250, it will sort of bump it down to 250. And the rating that gets displayed visually is just half the rating in the editor. So if a card is 250 I in the editor, it will have 125 visually. But these also, when you divide by 2, this rounds up. So if you have 249, I also displays 125, which is why we sometimes talk about half points. That's what a half point is. It's this one editor rating that doesn't show up because visually the game doesn't display non-integers for these ratings. So if you look at Jack Clark, well, I can't put it up on screen, but I will tell you that in the game it says that Silver Jack Clark has 126 IVL and 123 IVR. Thank you, Charles. So what we should expect is that the Clark should have 252 editor IVL and 246 editor IVR, maybe plus or maybe minus a point. We're not sure. Except there's a problem because when you try to put 252 into the editor, it just puts 250 and it'll display 125. So if you just open up any sort of base game and you manually edit someone to have 252 IVL and 246 IVR, it will display to 125, 123. You can't actually get it to display 126 by that way. But you actually can get it to display 126 in another way, which is if you go in the base game and you give a card 250 IVL and 244 IVR. Okay, so this should be 125, 122, right? Because it's half of 244. It actually doesn't display 125, 122. It displays 126, 123, which is very peculiar. No other rating in the game works like that, as best I can tell, except for individual pitches, which are just wonky. And bench sort of is the same thing with different ratings. There's another weird thing, which may be a little more difficult if Charles, if you're still around, if you could just click on the IVR in the card shop, you can see that it displays Jack Clark's IVR as 122, even though in every other place in the game, including in the card list, any other screen, any other place, it says 123, but here it says 122. And I think what is happening is that Jack Clark actually does have editor ratings of 244, and there is some sort of a bug, which is making his I rating display incorrectly. I really can't imagine what that bug would be because I don't know how you get a bug dividing by 2. But I don't know what other answer there is. It's very hard to actually find another example of this unless you're just by sort of fumbling about randomly. Bench has sort of the same thing, but it's with 2 different numbers. It's 250 and 188, which is displaying as 95 instead of 94 for whatever reason. So something is weird here. I suspect actually probably the same situation is happening with Robin Yount's 126 gap power, he probably has a similar situation where he should be 125, 120, and he's instead 126, 121. Something is up. I don't know what is up, but something is up, because also I think this composite rating is wrong. I think this composite rating 123 is actually reflecting 125, 122, and not 126, 123. So yeah, something is wrong with Clark and Bench in some way. I think they have one less point of eye both ways than the game says they have. No, Mr. Audit, base running, so different. That's actually a very good thing I should point out. Not all the ratings have the same maximum value. So there are some ratings that have maximum values of 128, some values of 125, and some actually, Avoid K's actually is a max of 120. So speed ceiling and base running, I believe the max is actually 128. There are other things too, like, clearly the composite fielding rating is maxed at 128, even though, very clearly that's a visual cap, because, we have cards with substantially more ratings, and the composite ratings are different. And obviously, power and stuff have much bigger caps too, right? We have Ruth with 250 power now. Yes, I do not know why the top numbers are different. That's a very good question. Well, okay, I know why power got increased and stuff got increased, because things were getting squished too badly at some point in earlier versions of this game. Because basically every pitcher by the end of the cycle would have 128 stuff, even by the middle of the cycle. So it was just a stupid rating. It became worthless. And basically the same thing with power. So yeah, that's sort of all I had on I guess if people have other questions while Charles is doing things,
good timing. I just got to
answer them. Okay. All right. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to say on the whole I situation.
No, you probably covered it. I can open some Rainbow Historical packs on stream. We actually have an all-purple pack too.
Why not?
And if anyone wants in this entry fee, hey, you can win perfect points that you can use on
something. Definitely something. Cards and things, right? Maybe,
yeah. Maybe on cards.
Maybe on cards. We're not actually so sure. I did pull a duplicate Benchies yesterday. I think I actually may have quick sold it though. I was gonna say I could sell it to someone, but I think I actually quick sold it.
I quick sold who was it I pulled? Cool Papa Bell. Yeah, so what happened was I wanted to just put him up for like 20,001, and I went to do it, and there was already one up for 20,001. So then I figured that, okay, it doesn't really help anyone to have two sitting up there. I'll just quick sell it.
Yeah. Yes. No. My all perfect pack was sadly 5 lives and 1 bad historical. So hopefully yours is better than that.
We can rip some packs. Why not? How many packs do we have? It's not a lot, right?
Not so many.
Yeah, we do. I've got 25 packs. All right. We can rip them on screen real quick, and then. Is there anybody useful in here? Darwin's Own. We got a diamond.
Darwin's Own was my favorite test card at the beginning of the cycle. It was terrible.
I'm trying to skip to the all perfect pack, but the easiest way to do it is just to click through everything, right?
Yeah. Oh, that Carl Crawford I think sells for a not 0 amount.
Does it?
It's I think it was in one of the missions.
All right. If anyone wants it, I'll put.
Oh no, it's only 500 actually. It's only 500. I thought it was more.
I was gonna say if anyone wants one, I'll put it up cheaply. Which one were you saying?
The Carl Crawford, but it's actually less than I thought. It was not in a difficult mission. It was in one of the easy ones, so it doesn't sell for much.
I'll put it up. I don't want one for, I don't know.
There are a couple of these irons don't sell for a lot. The Giambi and the...
What was the rule? You can put it up for 10% under last 10 and it's okay?
Yeah, that's how it works.
So put up for 10% under last 10. That sounds fair. Or was that last year's rule? I'm trying. There was a rule that's
is still technically on the books, but I'm not sure, to be honest.
John Williams, I like that card. He's worth anything? Not yet,
Nope.
but it's a good card. Timlin, there you go. So we're getting some good cards.
I believe also there was official confirmation that missions are now finished for the cycle. If I'm understanding that properly.
I don't know if there's an official, but there's a thing called missions complete.
No, I think there was also
Miley is actually just missionless then.
Yes, correct. Yeah, there was a statement as well. I believe that missions are officially finished.
This is one of the new ones, also, right?
Yes, that's in the Toronto mission. That one with the 70k Manoa or whatever the stupid amount was for it.
Hey, we got shields. All right, we're getting the new cards now. Hey, all right, we got a perfect card. See?
There you go.
Clearly, this is the streamer luck. What are you thinking? I'm thinking live Acuna.
I'll say live Freeman.
All right, it is. Press. All right.
Well.
That is the weirdest action shot. Doesn't that look like Trout just finished like throwing the screwball?
It always looks weird to see people in the middle, like right after they've released the ball, because they always look like that. I think it's just like you're in that position for such a short period of time. You never actually like notice it with watching a video or whatever, or watching it live.
Yeah,
but
it looks like he's like throwing a screwball, doesn't he?
Whenever you see anyone throwing, like right after they release the ball, it always looks like that. But I think it's just so brief.
Okay. All right, here we go. All perfect pack. What are you thinking? I'm thinking, is this the one that's half lives and half non on average?
50-50. It's 50-50 for each card.
All right.
I believe.
What are we thinking here?
6 lives.
All right.
No, it'll definitely be right. Cy,
Here
Yaz.
you go. Well, I'll let you pick one. Your job is to pick the non-live. Which one do you want to go with?
Bottom left.
Bottom left. All right. It is Cy Young. All right. You know what? I think I should get you to pick the next one too. I think I should clearly get you to pick the next one.
Yeah, I said Cy Young and Yaz, so Yaz will be the Yaz for the top middle for Yaz.
All right, top middle Yaz. Let's see this. Not quite, but we'll take it. We'll take it.
Okay, I mean, it's historical. It's a really bad historical, but it's historical.
It's historical. You know, we're all right. Should you do my turn? I'm saying top right for the historical.
Okay.
No. All right. We're making you pick the next one.
Yeah, top left.
Top left. All right. No. All right. I'm going bottom right. Another Trout. And Yogi.
Okay.
All right. I'd say as these packs go, that's not bad.
Well, I mean, Young by himself is already a well above average result. I think the average value of these things
Size already a solid result.
Yeah, I think the average result of these things is, I think it was like 275k or something.
All right, well then we're down. Yeah, we're ahead for that. I mean, actually, Yogi's worth something still, right? What's he? Okay, no, wow.
Probably not very much.
Okay, I figured he was still worth something. Bucky is worth. Bucky, why is Bucky worth more than Yogi? Is it just mission? It's in the
pitcher mission. The pitcher mission is difficult.
Wow, Cy is worth something.
Cy is worth something. Definitely worth something.
Okay, well we got a Cy then.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, now I got it. Now I better do the rainbow historicals too while we at it, right? See what else we got
Apparently.
Here. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see, Hanky.
Wrong Hanky. Should have got the other one.
All right, we got a diamond in the silver. All right, clearly we're getting some streamer luck here. I don't even remember this Terry. You know what? Apparently, this is my first copy of this Terry Pendleton, and I'm pretty sure this card's been around.
It's been around for a while. It's in a really bad mission.
All right, first Terry Pendleton. Johnny Hawk. Just want to get to the rainbows at the end. Ryu's actually a good pull also. He still
Ryu's probably sells for something.
Yeah, because he's
probably
some missions.
I don't think he's ever been in spotlights, so he should have some value still. Bogarts is also probably
got another Tony C. All right. Well, we'll get to the rainbows and then we'll get back to stuff. Since we're clearly pulling stuff on screen here, George Foster not worth so much.
Probably anything, yeah.
Booker's one of the older sets, so he's going to be worth nothing.
Yeah.
All right, Rainbow Historical though, and then we'll see how we do here.
No, the historical diamonds are mostly trying to hit, Slaughter and Buzz Arlette. That's really the goal.
Okay, yeah. All right. Most importantly, though, the historical perfect is a Sheets. It's a Mule is also not worth a ton.
No.
Oh well. All right. Two more shots to the Sheets. Let's do this.
You gotta get a Sheets.
Mike Griffin. Is it a Sheets? It is. Will Clark.
That was, I believe, a launch.
That I think is a launch perfect, right?
Yeah, that was nothing. That's a quick sell.
That's a quick sell. All right, last shot. Jack Cust is good.
Yeah, but that top stat is probably has value.
Oh yeah, he's probably worth something. Most importantly, what do you think? We go in Sheets or we go in? I'm going Sheets.
Sheets is a good one.
Roy Parnell.
Also, not
Also
worth much.
worth not much. All right. You know what? Though? I still think actually we probably came out ahead with the Cy.
Yeah, that Cy Young is probably. I mean, I think the Rainbow Historical is like 90K ish. So yeah,
All
Cy
right.
is a.
Yeah, I think the
pulled,
Cy is still. So the answer is, if you get an all perfect pack, get Isidafo to pick it on stream.
Yeah. If anyone else wants a Cy, I'm happy to tell you where it is.
Yeah, absolutely. If anyone else wants a Cy, contact Isidafo.
Yeah. Oh, Yaz and Waddell's nice. Yeah.
Oh, Yaz is solid.
Well, Yaz is maybe solid.
We're gonna be discussing Yaz. I think.
Yeah.
Yaz is maybe solid. Maybe solid.
I like Waddell though. Waddell's good.
Are we close to filling this? By the way, let me check. It's 32. We are. Oh, did it scroll off the page? 23 of 32. So if anyone wants in, there are a few strong teams in here, but like 2 of us are in it too, so it can't be that strong.
Yeah. I don't even have Musial.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Absolutely. Anyway, right. We were going to, what do we have next? We can talk about some cards.
Yeah, they're cards. All right, should we start with the cards?
Should we do a few cards and then we can come back, because I do want to talk a little bit about like the real life pitching stuff too, because I have some fun stuff to.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Odd, in honesty, I was expecting Cy Young to be PTCS 10 first place, so yeah, be thankful you didn't get that, I guess.
Yep. All right, let's do some cards for a little bit, and then we'll go from there. That sounds like a plan, right?
Yeah. Wait, why do you want new Boggs and Beltray? I don't think you need both.
What is this?
Yeah. No, even for a Red Sox team, you don't need both Beltray and Boggs. You're not going to use them both, are you? I guess you could DH one.
Well, who's your backup third baseman?
Oh yeah, maybe it's really ugly.
I mean, A-Rod was on the Red Sox for about 5 minutes.
Well, I guess that is sort of true. Hanley or Muir? I assume the LE. Yeah, that is a pretty big difference, I guess.
All right, Jason Giambi. No, not that one. Actually, the tournament edition is not a bad card. There just are too many collides with it.
Too many better cards. Yeah. It's in that really funny mission, the tournament meta one. But
40 overall, Jason Giambi. How does he compare with your 40 overalls?
Not well enough, I don't think.
Let me see. I haven't even tried to run him, but he doesn't look like he compares.
I prefer live Dermis Garcia actually as a first baseman, and then as a hitter, much rather have Luzinski. So I don't really see this playing anything.
My model likes him as the best first base option over Dermis, but by a tiny amount. And Dermis also plays third and like does a few other things. where, this really has to be a DH.
Yeah.
So I think I'm still not playing him.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty clear F. Even if you think he's the best replacement, I think it's still an F. So I
Yeah,
mean, it's also fairly rare you're putting on a single card to play only first base in
no,
a cap.
and he
Yeah,
doesn't. Who doesn't play first base? So it's really a
right.
DH.
Yeah,
Yeah. So the time that you're going to do this is going to be some kind of early era where you're running a small pitching staff, but actually that clobbers his power.
Mm. Yeah.
All right, Tim Hudson. Yeah, Tim Hudson. Not that Tim Hudson.
Yeah.
This Tim Hudson.
I guess that is true. We do not know Dermis's situation. He may or may not have that. So. Has
Well, okay. Has anybody asked?
anyone been? Does anyone know how to get in contact with Dermis Garcia?
And if you do, you probably don't actually want to ask him this question.
Yeah, you
All
may
right.
no longer be able to get in contact with Dermis Garcia if you ask him that.
Okay. So I do have this Hudson as the best 44 overall starter.
I don't even have him as the best 44.
The problem is
actually.
there's not really a place to play him, and he's not worth 4 points in a cap.
No, I don't. I mean, I still prefer Anthony Young and Jones and Yusmeiro Petit. So I don't think I'm ever going to play this. Yeah. Weird
Yeah,
splits though.
Yeah. All right. I think I don't think you get that much for it. All right. Bobby Valentine. He's thematic. I'll give him that. He's definitely thematic.
Yeah.
He has a lot of avoid K.
Yeah. I mean, the only value of this card really is that he plays 6 positions.
Right.
But I think you're pretty much like you can play, for example, Red Shannon and Hugh Nickel for 2 extra points and get 4 of these 6 positions. And probably the other 2 get covered because they're third and left, which are generally easier.
Also, he doesn't really play 6 positions, right? He's not a shortstop. He's not a center fielder.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not completely sure he's a second baseman, even like by the standards of cap backups.
No, I agree. I mean, I think you're always going to rather play either Red Shannon or Hugh Nickel or both. So yeah, another F, I think.
Yeah, I think there just isn't really a spot.
And obviously in low iron, he's not really all that close. He's behind a lot of stuff.
Ray Pote. Well, he's got a lot of control. So this is not a horrible shape as you get to earlier eras.
No, I mean, I have this sort of just barely not, sort of barely outside the top sort of 15 pitchers in low iron. So it seems like semi-playable as a sort of last man on the roster. But
I have him all the way up at sort of the 4th starter in low iron and nowhere close in iron, but also the ones around him are like, young, maybe even Hudson's up there. I mean, the ones around him are basically these cards that you're also not paying to play in caps. So I'm just not quite sure you ever. Maybe you just do play him in low iron.
Yeah, I mean, he seems playable to me in low iron. I don't know that it's like a necessary card. Like I have sort of a relatively large group that's kind of like the 10th through 20th best pitchers in low iron, and he's one of those. So I don't know. He seems okay to me, but not great.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe like a D. Something like that.
Fair. Yeah, I think this is the best of the irons we've looked at so far.
Well, we haven't looked at Floyd Bannister yet. Is the problem?
Yeah. All right, Wade Miley. He's the ace. No, somebody else is the ace. Wait, I'm getting this wrong now.
I don't. The really thing I'm surprised Miley doesn't have more hold runners because I thought he was mostly known for having this just amazing pickoff move.
Yeah.
So I would have thought that would be higher, but I don't think the card's really any good.
Okay, I have this a lot higher than you do. I mean, I think this is the same thing where with enough control, my model's willing to, I want sort of a combination of PBABIP and control, but I don't care so much about the breakdown.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I definitely care more about which one.
so I
There's
actually have this as the top low iron starter right now.
really okay. Yeah, I mean, I have Tommy Byrne, but he's the complete opposite of this card, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. But it was the same thing. It's the combination of PBAP and control were sort of enough. Let me see if I have him playing up at all. Yeah, exactly, London Joy. It's the same as this Cliff Lee kind of shape. Um,
Yeah,
Plus, this is a lefty that actually can throw to righties.
yeah. No, I have him. I have him even outside of that sort of 10 to 20 group I was talking about with Pote. So for me,
Okay,
this is an F. But
I actually want to run this card out of the bullpen in full iron.
wow, okay. Well, he's definitely you have more than an F then.
Yeah, I do. Is he must have? I mean, there's what, one low iron daily?
There's one line daily. It's the round robin best of three thing. That's a total coin
So
flip.
so it's very coin flippy. Uh, yeah. And maybe even the best way to win best of threes involves building a short staff, platooning everything and
Probably,
hoping
yeah.
you get some off days.
Probably, yeah.
Where does
Um,
that put him? I still think that puts him like a B or C though.
okay, well, yeah. I still have F, but somewhere in between there, I guess. Whatever you think makes sense.
Maybe like a C, C minus, just to
Yeah,
split the
sure.
difference.
I think that's fine.
What do you think? C or C minus?
Mm, I don't know. Whatever you want.
Give him a C. All right.
All right.
Give him a C for Cincinnati.
Yeah, sure.
Floyd Bannister. So you were implying you're going to like this one a lot. Let me see if I like him a lot.
So this one's good.
Oh, it's a lefty with reverse splits.
I've got this as the top pitcher in iron by a lot.
I
And
have this. Go ahead.
actually almost playable in bronze.
I have this as the second best behind Means, but there's a big gap after those two.
Yeah, I mean, I have Mean second, and then actually Bruce Hurst third. So my top three pitchers in
I've
iron are
Hurst
now
third as
left-handed,
well. Yeah,
which is a very big shift from what it was even a few weeks ago.
and I have Holland playable.
I don't have Holland.
Yeah,
but
because it's the same low P BABIP.
yeah. This Bannister card I really like. I've been playing this in all kinds of bronze caps and other caps and iron, bronze. I just really like this card a lot.
I've played this in every bronze tournament I've been in.
Yeah, for me this is an S. I'm finding a tremendous amount of use for this card.
Oh, you know what? That's why my ratings were off on this. I was running iron players in big caps. Let me run them against iron players instead. Okay. No, actually, okay. So now I have Bannister slightly ahead of Means, and then a gap, and then Hurst, and then a gap.
Yeah.
And I do not have Miley playing up actually anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. So actually, Miley should be more like a D.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah, but Bannister, I like. I still think Means is going to play up a little better than Bannister, but you can play both of them actually in some of the
I've been playing both of them a lot of stuff, and also Bannister has a lot of stamina, and Means does not, so that is also helpful for some of these cap things, where you really care about getting pitchers out of your starter. So yeah, I think this is an S. Probably not an S plus because he doesn't quite play in bronze for me, but he's pretty close.
It's closer to an A, but we can give him S minus.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
All right. Coco LeBoy. Well, it's a community card, so we got to say something nice about it, right? I scrolled down. You've got to say something nice about it.
Oh, I can't say nice things about this card. I actually have this as the top two-way third baseman in iron.
All right, let me see. I'm looking at this. I have this as your top two-way third baseman in iron.
The thing is, I don't know that I'm actually playing it because I really like Pagliarulo, and then I would rather play Tim Beckham to get the second base because Mondesi is playing second. I need a backup there, so I'd much rather play Pagliarulo and Beckham than LeBoy. But I think LeBoy's okay.
Yeah, I was looking at this. I was going to bet LeBoy would be your top because if I ignore third base defense, I've got him as the top bat. Uh,
Yeah, fair enough.
I do believe in third base defense. I just still want to run Dave Kingman. Okay, he's got a glove. He walks. He hits home runs. What else do you need?
I want to run him in low iron still. Actually, I think it is the only launch card that I still want to play in any like sort of non-cap format. McNally is finally sort of out of even the low bronze meta. So I think it's really just Kingman left, yeah? There's no other cards.
Are there any other low bronzes from launch? Let me think. I think Adam Dunn's maybe
Was he a
hang
launch?
on. Is he hang on?
I don't think so, but I don't remember if it was a launch. Olsen I think killed him, and then Klobuchar's probably killed them both.
Maybe, yeah.
So I don't know, LeBoy seems okay, but I would rather just do the Pagliarulo Beckham to get the second base, I think. Or even like Halter maybe now that there's so many lefties you could think about.
Right.
So I don't know, LeBoy seems fine, but probably not. I think the third base position I want to platoon an iron. And then probably I don't put him on the roster.
Yeah, I could see that for sure. Your manager put your good shortstop over at third base, even though it wasn't how the depth chart was set up.
Is your manager named Derek Jeter or Joe Torre?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, who's your shortstop, right? Uh,
I don't know. What does that leave LeBoy at? Like a B or C, maybe?
yeah, it's probably maybe closer to a B.
Yeah, maybe a B. I think a B is fine for him.
All right,
It's definitely a playable card.
all right. We got Goose. Not that Goose. Oh, sorry. I'm back in a second again. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. All right, I don't have any more random topics, so people got questions. Now's the time. What else could we talk about? You can give your Goose thought. Yeah, Goose is not good. I don't think this card really plays anything. Uh, not a fan of this Goose. How did you cheat the game that week you won half the week? Yeah, that week was pretty ridiculous. I don't know what happened. I really have no explanation for that. I mean, no idea. How could they fix quicks? Boy, that's a question. Give more packs for them is the easiest answer, but it's a lot more complicated than that because you probably got to overhaul a lot of stuff with tournaments and how the rewards work. It doesn't sound like it's happening in 25 because it probably would have been announced with the sandbox, which is an awesome improvement, by the way. I'm really glad to have that. How World server issues. I've never played Power World. I actually don't even know what it is. So I'm not sure I'm going to be the best person to ask about that. No, Dogger, I think quicks are actually important. It's really good to have a steady supply of standard packs coming in because it means that kind of there's ability to access all the cards, even the old ones that only a small number of people actually want. There's some probably negative interactions with how they work in relation to live spec. But I think live spec is probably something that needs to be sort of changed up a bit anyway, because it's way too easy to make many, many points off of it. But I think it is important to have pass coming in the game, and the drops definitely do help with that a lot. So maybe you could say that's enough, but I think it's good. Yeah, GSG, people don't open them until Thursday or Saturday, but I don't think that's really necessarily a problem. especially if you kind of get rid of spotlights. People will be more incentivized to hold them to try to hit these really big cards that are hard to find now, which actually probably helps the market out quite a lot because it means the liquidity is higher on how people are actually looking to buy things. Yeah, people complained a lot. Well, live spec was nerfed. Live spec in 21 was ridiculous, and then it was made slightly less ridiculous, but still probably too strong. It's also, I don't love that all the points come in at the same time because it has this really sort of drastically inflationary element at the same moment, and then sort of over the rest of the month it deflates again. It's very weird. So I don't know what the solution is though. I mean, I think maybe something that could be considered is to actually just prevent people from ever getting over 10 of a card, just like sort of auto quick sell if you get over 10. Because at least that would prevent you from like stockpiling, 50 of the cards that started in bronze by the end. And yeah, live spec. Well, it was tough for the first 2 months this year because seemed like it was kind of messed up. And then once you realized that it was a bit unpredictable this year, you just bought 10 of everything and sold the ones that were really bad at the end of the month. And
Sorry, I'm
you
back.
pretty much
Sorry about
lost.
that. What was the question?
Some discussion of live spec and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Well, it needs to work better. It needs to work better this year if it's going to work. Like the first couple
Well,
updates last year were.
yeah, no, I agree with that, but I think also live spec is just like it's too easy to make points off of it. I don't like. I understand. Like live spec there is some skill to it, and it's good to give people a way to it's good to give lives actually some reason for people to own them instead of just quick selling them all. And yeah, it isn't completely unpredictable. Okay,
Well,
the first month
the first update was
month.
actually unpredictable because I think something was broken.
The first month was bugged. The first month
Yeah.
was 100% bugged in some fashion.
Like
The second
there's
month,
no way you can look at the first month and have Connor Joe go down.
yeah, the second month was, I think, somewhat bugged in a slightly different way, but I'm less sure. And then after that, it was kind of more
Well,
reasonable.
let me give you an example of one that a couple of these are bugged still. So for example, here you go. This Yuri Perez, okay? I understand it's a limited sample. There is no way that you can have Yuri Perez preseason expected to be a 63. Then you include whatever he did during the season, and that makes him a 59.
Yeah, the only thing with this card, which I'm not actually 100% sure how this works, is if that 63 is after his first month already happened. Because his first month, as I recall, Yuri Perez's first month was really, really excellent. And then he was still good, but less good, like in the last 3 months.
Yeah, but
So
even though he was maybe
but
less good, he was better than 63.
yeah, no, I agree. Yuri
Right,
Perez should
like Yuri
probably.
Perez has to be a combination of his starting rating and then a performance that, was somewhere between a high gold and close to a perfect.
I mean, given the small sample size, I think you could probably say it could be a silver or gold, would be my guess. Because he wouldn't move like huge outward projections. I mean, he would do probably what, 75 innings or something, I guess?
Yeah, well, I
Maybe
mean,
100 innings?
yeah, so I'm not saying that he has to end up at entirely his, 2023 stats. What I'm saying is the fact that he went down from his
No,
preseason
I agree.
projection, what that says is his initial projection was 63, and the valuation of how he performed in his innings this year made him go down. So the valuation of his innings this year had to be less than 63 for that to happen.
No,
Right?
the one that was the most insane to me in the first month was Jose Urania, who had like I think the worst month I've ever seen any pitcher have. Like he had an ERA of like over 10 and like a home run rate of it was like 4 home runs per 9, and he went up 8 points. His home run prevention went up. It was like, what is happening here?
Yeah.
Um,
So there was
it was like the
there was
worst month
definitely
ever.
something weird in there. It got, but I think it's an important part of the game. So this is actually, I think, part of what spotlights destroy. Okay. Um, the way a game like this is supposed to work is that there's a trade-off between like time and money, essentially. So it should be the case that if I've got some number of perfect points, I have a choice between using those perfect points to do something that'll help me right now but decline in value over time, save them and buy things when cards have become cheaper, or maybe look for a way to like invest them in something that'll grow my points. And the nice thing about live spec is it gives people an avenue to invest in something, you know. So what I would do with live spec actually, what I would do is I would make it more predictable instead of less. So what I would do is I would be just posting like daily, if we updated now, here's how the cards would move. So you know exactly what's going to change when the rollover happens, and you can kind of predict which way it's going, but basically you're just deciding, do I want to like invest points and hold cards or not?
Okay, yeah, I mean that would also work. Though probably, I actually don't know that would change anything about how easy it is to make points. I think I would still want to make it harder to make points. Um, so like something that happened in PT23, which didn't happen as much this year because it seemed like there was slightly less movement. Ronaldo Lopez in PT23 started the year, I think, I forget if it was an iron or bronze, but it was very low down. And by the end of the year, he was a perfect. And so some people who had held their Ronaldo Lopez's since the beginning of the cycle had like 75 of them. And then he sold, I mean, that's just absurd, right? Like, yeah, you're
Yep.
holding it for the whole cycle, but you're not spending any points to do it. I mean, you spend,
Yep.
a few thousand points and you make a million. Like, it's just 2 million, whatever it was. I mean, it's just,
Yeah.
it's a lot. It's too much.
For GSG, if you're going to short the Cardinals, this guy had a pretty good record against him.
Yeah, that's true.
Other than that one, legendary collapse down the stretch. But we don't
Yeah,
talk about that.
right. Um, yeah. All right. Should we go back to Gossage?
Yeah, so, sorry about that. Well,
You're fine. No worries.
basically, astronomy has this weird thing where when people are looking for postdocs, there's this agreement across the whole field that you can make an offer and you're not allowed to ask people for a decision before February 15th. But after February 15th, it's a free for all.
It's like a tampering and no tampering period or something.
Well, like basically, so like basically, if you, like if I have a postdoc that I'm looking for, I could in principle, now that we're after February 15th, call up somebody that applied and just say like, tell me right now you're coming or I'll go on to the next person.
This isn't an official rule. This is just everyone agrees to do this.
Um, Everyone agrees, but the penalty would basically be that, you know, people will stop sending their students to you.
Right.
So, you know, it's an official rule, sort of like, you don't go hacking into another team's Oh, wait. Teams do that, don't they?
Oops. Oops. Yeah.
um, or what was it? I saw the former Mets GM actually got banned for a year for.
Yeah, that was the injury list stuff. Some kind of injury list manipulation. So I was saying it was surprising that the Mets even had to make up any injuries. Every single
I was
player
going to
was
say
injured.
the Mets,
Like
the
all
Mets
of
don't
them.
make up. How could you tell?
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing that he still managed to find something to make up.
um, anyway, what it means is I've got a student who's graduating this year and trying to find a position and needs to, sort of make immediate decisions about some things.
Yes.
Uh,
Understandable. Yeah, the Dodgers must do it a ton of fake IL. Yeah.
See, the Rays do it the right way. They just send the player down.
Well, the Rays have everyone throw 100 until their arm snaps, and then they cut them and bring up the next guy who throws 100.
Right.
So that works too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, uh, yeah, it's a mess. Anyway, what do we got next? Goose. We're looking at Goose.
Looking at the goose.
Right. Not the exclusive Goose, who is back in packs, by the way.
Yes, exclusives
And
are.
actually, that was necessary because to get that all perfect pack, you had to finish the exclusive mission, which was a
Yes.
weird choice because, again, as we saw, there are some missions that are excluded, right? I got the mission complete pack, but I've got one that I didn't actually finish. You mentioned you had like three, I think, but it
Yeah, it
did
was.
require the exclusive mission, which I think is the reason that. Sorry, it required the 1981 exclusive mission. I don't think it required the other exclusives, right?
Oh, really? I didn't even look, to be honest. I think it was. I thought it was. I thought of it
Let me
more as
check.
like
All right, let me check. I can. What category was it? Do you remember?
probably pack rewards.
Is it pack rewards? I've got an alphabetical. Missions complete.
Oh yes, there it is. Pack
Okay,
rewards.
no, it did need dead ball exclusive. Okay, so you needed both exclusive sets in order to finish this.
Yeah, it was. I was. I guess it's really maybe you can think of it as like mission programs complete or something like that.
Okay, but if you did need that, well, no, but there were some just individual missions as well that were in there,
Those are all
right?
the ones that were like wrapped up in the checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2, checkpoint 3.
Yeah.
So I guess you can consider those kind of a mission program, if you will.
But like I had to do the stupid catchers thing.
Yeah, yeah,
I had to actually get myself McFarlane and just broke down and did it finally.
yeah.
Um, so
Well, whether it was plus EV really depends on how far you were into it already. Because if it was like you just had to complete a couple, like the McFarlane mission and the Alec Manoa mission and the Rockies mission, then it was definitely good to do. Like if you already had
yeah,
done
I guess you had to
exclusives,
complete
immortals,
that
and whatever.
the like lock several diamonds for a diamond pack.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
The three I haven't done are the one you have to lock two perfects for a historical diamond pack. Uh, one where you have to lock a tournament perfect for two historical diamond packs, and the one that everyone has not finished, that number one pick 2000s, where you
but
have
if you
to
don't finish
lock
the
it.
missions, how
So
will you get your team score up?
I will probably click the buttons on them at some point, but I just haven't bothered yet.
Uh, all right. Anyway, right. Goose. We were gonna rate Goose, I think.
So actually, my team score went up significantly because I finally quick sold all the extra random duplicates I've been holding since missions are done now.
How low were you able to drive yours? I don't think I managed to drive mine below 100.
I'm not convinced I could actually get mine below 100 unless I started like quick selling my whole roster or something like that.
Yeah.
Merrifield to the Phillies.
Wait, but he plays a little bit
Where
of
are they gonna
defense, doesn't he?
Where are they gonna play him? Are they gonna play him at second? I guess.
I, do they get players who don't play who actually play a little bit of defense?
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I gotta check his defensive metrics. Maybe they're worse than I
That's
remember.
true. No, Rojas is. Yeah, Rojas and Marsh are pretty good. Yeah, that's true. And they finally got Schwarber out of the outfield, which was huge, huge benefit.
Oh no, you know what? Hold on. Actually, he was apparently like not a good fielder in 2023.
Hmm.
All right,
That's
never,
super.
never mind.
How much did they
Good
pay him
signing.
then?
Good signing. Um,
1-8 plus a 1-8 club option. Okay, that seems useful. That seems useful. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably worth it then, especially when you get the option if one of you guys gets injured, saves you.
as for this Goose, by the way, I like that we got a starting pitcher Goose, but I think with these splits, he's not really going to work.
Even if I give him 100% right, I don't think he's going to work.
All right, we'll give him an F, but I like that we got a non-Yankee starting pitcher Goose. It's Derek Holland. So this one I actually kind of like, despite the low PBABIP. I don't actually want to play him in iron, but I almost want to play him up if the right cap comes.
I am not interested in this card, unsurprisingly.
Yeah.
Um,
No, it's probably still
I
an
will
F.
say,
It's probably still an F because with 59, there's just never a cap that's right for him, is there?
yeah, we'll see. I mean, I just in a cap, especially. I mean, I can't imagine our playing this over Bannister means. So, um,
No, definitely not.
yeah,
All right. Shannon Stewart, was this one of the community cards or was this just, I know it was released around that same thing.
I believe it was one of the community cards in that sort of the pre Thursday pre Twip stream that pre
Okay.
Amigos, right? That's what it's called. I think the
Um,
Lap Hounds stream.
I mean, there are a lot of good outfielders in low bronze now, and this is, I feel like, just behind him.
Well, yeah, I mean, and again, we actually don't even have a low bronze tournament. Is the other problem.
That's true.
And when
But
you get to
like,
full
would you rather
bronze,
play this or Estelea? You play Estelea.
no. Well, yeah, and then you get to full bronze, and all of a sudden Justin Ruggiano is a card, and Justin Ruggiano is rather decent
Okay.
versus lefties.
All right.
So
So it's an F, but it might even be an F minus. But we'll give it an F because it's a community card, and
yeah, I think it's just an F.
All right. We got
This would
Tony.
play an iron.
We got Tony S.
Tony S. Tony S.
We've been asking for Tony S all cycle, and we got Tony S. So this is an S plus.
Or the other end of the scale, maybe.
Okay, actually, so if low bronze existed, I'd have this as my top low bronze first baseman.
I don't have this anywhere. I'm just play Horner then low bronze.
Well, I play Horner at third.
What about Suarez?
Technically he plays short.
Okay, Mondesi.
There's room on the bench.
All right, so it's an F.
No, I actually really like this card, especially against righties.
Really? You're gonna actually play this in full bronze? Or just low bronze?
I think I might. Let me see if I'll play this in full bronze against righties. Hold on.
I have this nowhere close.
So who are you playing at first? Let me see what I've got. Garrick, McGriff, and then Tony.
No Jaso? Oh, it's a two-way. It's saying it's a two-way.
No, even versus righty, just play Jaso. Well, I don't want to play Jaso at first. I want to play him like probably even right, but left or DH or something.
Yeah, I have verse right bronze. This is full bronze, by the way. I have Jaso, Hinsky, Mazzilli, Biggio, Horner, Gallo, Earl Williams, McGriff, Duncan, Gehrig, and then Zalita. So.
Okay, now I've got him only behind Gehrig and McGriff. But he holds up better than McGriff versus lefties.
Yeah, I think either way, for me at least, Lee Mazzilli, if I want to play a two-way card, that's the one I want. So I don't know. For me, this is a pretty easy F.
Mazzilli like in center or something.
No.
Exactly. So
he
does get a big boost for me because of how often he strikes out. No, but that's actually true.
I don't know. This is not
I love the
card for me.
strikeouts on this card. So I've got this as like an A, and you don't.
No, not at all. I don't have it as a minus because I would play an iron.
This is the best Tony S in the game.
It will be also the best Tony S in the game.
Yeah.
So
this is the best Tony S in the game. I assume. I'm just looking at the other lot. Yeah, this is the best Tony S in the game. Got to be worth something.
He's going to get a better rating than the other one. The other one's going to F minus. So still happy to give this an F.
I wanted to give him an A. All right. What do y'all think, chat? A, F? Where do you have him? Apparently it's the one or the other.
C minus, exactly.
All right, we'll give him a C minus. but get this card and play him. All right, we have a non-Yankee Jim Leyritz. And I can scroll down on this card.
Yeah.
But I've still got him behind like Conger and so forth. So I have his solid, but I have it as sort of like a number 3 or number 4 catcher, and then you just don't play that, I guess.
Well, I mean, I've got him as the top catcher versus
But
lefties.
even with the low gap power.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to talk about Marius Russo, who is, I think we're going to agree is pretty good. We actually maybe won't like him because he's low control, but Marius Russo, I think, is going to increase the amount of lefties in bronze quite a lot, and that might be enough that Leyritz actually makes on the roster for me. But either way, it doesn't seem like a critical card. There are 2 tournaments that are a high bronze floor, and there he's really quite excellent. There's a weekly and a daily.
Yeah, like I guess you should still you should see Willis in bronze for sure.
I have Willis as more just sort of an option.
Okay, yeah, 3 of my top 5. Okay, but actually, yeah, 3 of my top 5, but also 5 of my top 7 starters in bronze are now lefties.
So I think Russo's kind of the slam dunk for me, a lefty.
I've
And
got
then
Willis and Russo, then Giolito and Castillo, and then like Means and of course Cliff Lee, and then you could throw Bannister in there.
yeah, so I mean I've got Russo, and then the other sort of bit of a gap after him: Castillo, Giolito, Messersmith, Gray, Hill, Steeb. Actually, it's Alex Reyes I quite like.
Yeah.
Which is sort of a weird card. And then the lefties: Bannister, Willis, Jonas Gaines, even Eric Milton is probably playable.
Okay, so there are lefties. So if there are enough
There are
lefties, maybe it's worth. I still play Mathis over this card, but catcher defense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like a critical card because I think
so that's the problem. The problem is I want to play Conger Mathis, and if I didn't play Conger Mathis, then I would want to play this card.
Yeah, I mean, I think I will end up putting my rosters once Marius Russo becomes sort of widely used, but until then, I'm just not sure there's quite enough lefties for me to want him. Marius Russo is right now very expensive bronze because he's in the Yankees mission, so he's like a 10K bronze or something.
Okay.
So he's not yet sort of widely available, but in a few weeks he will be. And then I think probably I want Leyritz. So I don't know. I'd probably give it like a C or something.
Sure. Yeah, I'm
Maybe.
less. I mean, look, I mean, I've used Leyritz in every single bronze tournament I've entered in the last 2.5 weeks.
Uh-huh.
Escobar. No, but I mean, if once you're not getting the prizes, it just doesn't make sense to do something with a long queue time unless
Yeah. I mean, there's
right.
There's a bronze weekly. There's a high bronze floor weekly. So he will see play in those probably, or you play an option in those.
Escobar. I like the eye on this card too. Plays second and third, so he's kind of eligible for these same floors. That's good. I still don't have there is enough ratings to displace, Actually, there's this Barbary now also, I guess we'll talk about.
Yeah, I like Barbary a lot, but this one I think is a pure high bronze floor cap card. But he's definitely the best 65 infielder.
He's the best 65. Yeah, I agree.
So he'll play in those, and I think probably nothing else. So I'm not sure what we want to give him for that.
Maybe give an F plus, maybe.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, there's these 5 Ls, but the drafts are really random anyway because at this point you see such a small percentage of the available card pool that it's really just you take the new stuff most of the time.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless it's Jeff Franker.
Yeah.
Eric Milton. I just don't have this quite anywhere, I think. We talked about all those good lefties, and this is just sort of behind him, right?
Yeah, I have him a little bit behind those. I mean, I don't have him like way behind the sort of Gaines, Bannister kind
No, but
of area.
that just
But
puts him like a little out of the top 10 for something where where it's bronze, and so everybody's pretty widely available.
yep, I agree.
So yeah, Spore and I agree. Frank Kerr should get life for that lack of eye.
Actually, I think Frank Kurg is now finally done for because Corey Hart is just better. But
Um,
um,
Ken Hill. I like the splits. Um, but again, it just isn't quite enough. Like if you compare I mean, even compare this to like a Cliff Lee, who has the same, home run prevention. Lee's got a little bit more, right? Like I've got Hill, again between fifth and 10th, but just not quite playable.
yeah, so that's sorry. I've got this big group of righty starters with like Messersmith, Giolito, Gray, Hill, Steve, and Alex Reyes. Um, yeah, you probably run like two or three of them. So Hill seems okay, but again, it's bronze. Every card's available. So
Yeah, I think this is one where like I think it's an F, but I think if he were in exactly the same position in the diamond meta, he'd be more like a C or D.
yeah, I mean, I think maybe you get this a D. It seems okay. I mean, I don't think it's like much different than a Gray or a Steve
No,
or something.
but I mean, but you never run it again. I mean, you just never run the
Probably
worst
not. Yeah.
card. If it's a little bit
No,
worse
probably
and you
not.
own both cards,
Yeah,
there's no like advantage to playing a different card than everybody else in the tournament. You just play the better card.
right. I guess yeah. Steve saves you a point in the cap.
Yeah.
Ray saves you a point in the cap. Yeah. Okay. Probably yeah.
Marvin was expensive because the missions also, I think.
Yep. He's in that Rockies mission. That's very expensive.
Um, is he worth it? Well, the Rocky mission's good because you can get a Cy Young out of it, apparently.
Yes. If everyone gets Cy Young, Marvin Freeman is worth a lot. That's true. But as a pitcher,
I think he
I
gets
don't
an
think
F
he's
for
worth it.
Freeman, but we're going to give him
Yeah.
but in our hearts, he gets a C for Cy.
Yep.
And if anyone needs a Cy Young, I've got an extra, apparently. Um, or I can switch one out if I want to, run him twice in a rotation.
Uh, doesn't work, I believe, anymore.
Aw. They patched it. Darn it. In that case, I've got a Cy Young. All right. Clay Buchholz. Now, this card, I really have to complain about the ratings while Spore is here. This card, you can't see it here, but this card needs more base running. Or less base running, I can't tell.
I needed more sunscreen.
I don't know. You remember he managed to injure himself in the middle of like a decent breakout season because they decided to use him as a pinch runner.
I mean, he was injured constantly, right? So that's not super shocking. There's Chen Ming Wong did that too, right? He injured himself running the bases.
Yeah, but
In the
here
middle
they
of a very good
insert him as a
season.
pinch runner.
Why did they do that?
Well,
Why would you ever put your pitcher in as a pinch runner unless you had like no other options?
All right, I gotta find the.
Yeah, Wong's was bad. It was really bad. He also, if anyone has not seen the Dai Sun Ku, the video, definitely watch that. He also injured himself on that.
All
On
right,
that
look
regular
for
basis.
2009 Boston against Texas. He wasn't even expecting to play in the game, so he has the wrong color jersey on. It's
What?
yeah. Yeah, because it was his day off, right? He wasn't expecting to be in the game, and they told him to throw a jersey on. And he put the wrong color jersey on because, like, he forgot, it was one of the special jersey days or something.
Why would they do that? Like, what could possibly lead you to do such an insane thing?
And then he got thrown out at the plate trying to score on a double from first.
I'm very confused why this happened.
All right, I gotta find. See, can someone find the game log? 1 second.
I can't find it. I can't. It's 2009. I mean, maybe it's the other series.
2009. It was an 8-4 game. So it looks like it was
Okay.
August 14th, 2009.
August 14th, 2009.
Yeah,
Uh,
there you go. Yep. If you pull up here, I'll put the link in chat.
okay, yeah, I found it. Yep.
They scored 6 in the top of the ninth, so that was good. Including Clay Buchholz pinch running for Jason Varitek.
Wait, hold on. This is really bizarre. So,
Yeah, they pinch ran their pitcher. Of course,
no,
it's
no, no.
bizarre.
But it's bizarre. Oh, okay. They only pitch on. Still weird. He got thrown out on a double. He was at second. Why? What? What?
Well, you see, he's not used to running the bases, okay?
It wasn't like they'd use all their players. They had other players left. Surely they had someone else left who could come in and not be a pitcher.
Well, let's
There
see.
must be another player on the
I
roster.
can see who they would have used, but yeah, they had used at that point what?
Why
They
not
used
pinch run?
Kochman, but they'd used Ellsbury and maybe Woodward, right? And that was it.
But hold on. Why not? If you knew you would do this, why not have Kochman hit instead of Ellsbury hit, and then you put Ellsbury in as the pinch runner? Wouldn't that make a lot more sense?
Yes. Or, a lot of other options. I mean, they must have had people that could run the bases on the roster. Wait, didn't they have like Julio Lugo on that team? Like he could run a bit, right?
There must have been some. Well, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, there's only 12 position players. There must have been another position player on the roster. There's no way they only had 12 position players on the roster.
No. They actually chose to have Clay Buchholz run. Okay, was Casey Kochman that bad of a base runner?
Just have him hit and have Ellsbury run. Like, what? I mean, okay, he was a really bad hitter, Kochman, to be fair. At that point.
But still. Okay, how about Chris Woodward? Chris Woodward could have run.
Yeah, that would have made more sense. Really, just about anything would have made more sense. I guess letting Buchholz hit would have made less sense. It was better to have him a pinch runner than a pinch hitter, but...
Yeah.
Also, why is there a lineup where David Ortiz is batting 7th?
I assume it was against a lefty, right? Yes, it
Nope.
was against noted left-hander Kevin Millwood.
What's happening in this game?
Wait.
Okay. I'm confused.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. And this was not like a bad David Ortiz, I swear this game actually happened.
Okay, hold on. Here's the things we're posted now. For people that didn't see that.
What is it? Oh, what is this?
Is this? Oh, this is in pitch running. This is it.
Oh, you found the game.
You found the video.
All right,
Nice.
found the video. All right, hold on.
Okay, here it is.
Am I able to show this on stream, or do I? Is there some copyright violation if I figure out how to do it?
It's probably fine. I don't think anyone's coming for us.
I don't know.
No,
do we have implied written consent from All right.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
All right, let me see if I can.
Okay, I want to see him coming in too. Did he look? Maybe it won't even show it. Okay, so this is the batter before. This is Ellsbury hitting a single.
Here,
No,
I got it up now.
Okay.
So you want the batter before?
Well, no, I just watched the batter before. They don't show him actually coming in as pinch runner. The batter before is Ellsbury singles.
That's a single. All right.
Second.
So now you've got Varitek on second. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So hold on. Varitek is on second right now.
Yeah, it doesn't show the pinch runner.
That's
so who's
still
this hitting? So the next hitter This is Chris Woodward. Chris Woodward strikes out.
Okay, no, that was Ellsbury maybe. That was Ellsbury pinch hitting and striking out?
No. Ellsbury pinch hit and singled. Then Woodward, I guess.
Okay, struck out. And now they brought Buchholz in to be the runner at second with one out because he's faster because he's a better base runner than Jason Varitek.
Which apparently isn't true because he failed to score in a double from second. So. Okay, so now Pedroia's up.
All right. Here we go.
Yeah, you can see Buchholz there. Yeah, you can see his name on the back.
So I bet he misjudges it. He thinks he's going to catch it. Yeah, okay, yeah, look at the base rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
He doesn't even reach the plate, and then you notice he actually injures his hand on this.
Yeah.
And he ends up out for... Yeah, watch. Varitek, Ellsbury almost passes him here, see? Like, Ellsbury actually might have scored. Ellsbury might have scored on the play.
It's not impossible yet.
And the pinch runner doesn't watch. He doesn't even reach the plate.
No.
Like, it's not even close. I don't think he would have reached the plate even if, like, the catcher forgot to tag him with that dive.
They're honestly lucky Ellsbury was paying attention and didn't pass it because they could have double play there.
Yeah. Okay, so what we're saying is,
So his pinch running, his base running stat is probably accurate.
Well, my question is, what base running did we give him? Because I don't own the card.
Okay, I think I do. Let me see. I do own the card. He has 5 base running. All right, seems about right.
All right, but they brought him in as a pinch runner. Okay, what does he have for speed? Okay, what does he have for speed?
He has 5 speed, 6 stealing, 5 base running. He does have 94 sack bunt though.
Okay. No, because he actually, he had speed, right? That was the reason they brought him in, was he has speed.
I guess so. He didn't seem like he was running all that fast, but I guess he's fast in Varitek.
No, I don't think that. I think the problem is he must have misjudged that. I think he must have thought that the ball was going to be caught.
Yes, that's the only way you could do that.
Right.
I mean, you could have walked home if he had just started right away.
Because if you're not that experienced a base runner, I could easily see how you would just misjudge that and think he's going to catch the ball, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, there's like probably 98% chance that Varitek scores on that play. If he's around second,
and doesn't injure one of your better starting pitchers in the middle.
Well, he would score standing up. I mean, it wouldn't even be a play.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's something that happened apparently. Yeah. Who was it? I guess Francona still was the manager at this point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
clearly that's what got him fired.
I guess nothing to do with the whole collapse situation. It was.
Well, no, but they collapsed because they ran out because one of their good starting pitchers went on the shelf because he tried to pinch run and dove into home plate. Also, if you tell your pitcher to go pinch run, can you tell him don't collide with the catcher, maybe?
Don't stop running around third base when the ball's not caught. That might also be helpful.
I still remember when I was a kid. They used to give the pitchers the extra warm-up jackets on the base just so they wouldn't get cold.
They still did that. In the World Series game where Greinke got the hit in the World Series game, he had a jacket after it. Yeah.
But they used to do that in July too.
Yeah, that's how the Dae-Sung Koo one happened. So the Dae-Sung Koo, well, this is it's sort of a rumor, but he hit the double off Randy Johnson.
Yeah.
And then tried to score from second on a bunt, and it was safe, but apparently there was a baseball in the pocket of his jacket or something, and he slid on top of it and injured his shoulder doing so.
Oh, is this like how as the first baseman when you run off, someone just tosses you a ball to keep in your glove?
I guess, yeah. He just had one into the pocket of this jacket that they gave him when he got to second. Because they weren't expecting him to get hit off Randy Johnson. It was a
so he just went up there. You know what? My theory is he went up there with an extra baseball in his pocket so that when the ump wasn't looking, he could just toss it to himself little kid style and get a hit.
Yeah, he's left-handed too. He's left-handed. So it's a left-handed reliever who hadn't had a bat in like 10 years on Randy Johnson.
There you go, GSG. No one expects the hidden ball trick on offense.
If anyone hasn't seen this, I'll link it. The video about it. It's this one.
Yeah.
If anyone has not seen this on the Daisung Ku Randy Johnson, it is fantastic. Definitely recommended.
Yep. Anyway, we're talking about Buckholz. That's right.
So we're gonna get a Daisung Ku with like massive VL hitting, right? That's
yeah. Well, I still wanted the small sample size Esteban Yan,
Yeah, very small sample. Very small.
Buckholz card gets Neff, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not enough base running.
Mike Hegan. A little better versus righties, so maybe I should look at the versus right side of this one, huh? Do you think?
Yeah, I do have this as the best VR hitter in bronze now. Very slightly ahead of Abreu.
Let's see. I have Abreu very slightly ahead of this one, but this is a better defender, and you can play both.
Much better defender. Yes.
And this is a real right fielder.
Yeah, the thing is, Abreu actually has a much more reasonable VL bat, and this VL bat is miserable.
Yeah, and he definitely doesn't play up because even just for a splitty car, you run Cal Daniels.
Yeah, so I think he probably does make the roster in bronze just because he is so strong versus lefties. But if you're trying to run like him and Jaso and Abreu, your backups VL start getting very weak, it feels like.
All these bronze outfielders have been splitty.
Very splitty. I mean, there's a couple like, the Bobby Estelea is not so splitty. Evo Goodman has not huge splits. So there are a couple that you could think about, but yeah, a lot of them are pretty splitty.
Yep. Maybe like a B?
Yeah, I think a B is about right.
All right. Russo, Yankee, F-.
Russo's, I mean, I don't think he's the best starter in bronze by a lot.
We have to talk about him, don't we?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I've got him as the second best, bronze pitcher. He doesn't play up because there's a big gap to low silver, but he's good.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have him that far ahead of the other bronze starters, so it's probably more like A or a B than an S, but...
Yeah, give him a B. He's a Yankee. He doesn't get an A.
Sure. You can have a B.
Rex Hudler.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with this card. This is a weird card.
I know what to do. Oh, wait, I scrolled down. Okay, I know what to do. Before I scrolled down, I wasn't sure exactly what to do, and then I scrolled down, and then I know exactly what to do with this card.
So I do have him as the best VL second baseman in bronze by quite a lot, actually. Even with the 10i or whatever it is. Did you scroll
down?
I did scroll down. I would have had him as a pretty solid outfielder, except Justin Ruggiano is also a card released at the same time.
Yeah, Ruggiano I have as the best bat VL.
Yeah, by a ton. Ruggiano's like a silver bat.
So this card, I still have this card very slightly behind Pretty, just because Pretty actually walks.
I don't actually have Pretty all that close anymore. I'd rather play a bunch of cards, including the Brett Barbary, who's I really like.
I'll play Barbary too, sure. Barbary also walks.
Yeah. So I don't know what to do with Hudler though, because his VR is really, really bad.
Yeah.
I don't think the extra positions are all that helpful because you never really want him to play anything other than second base.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like a C or a D maybe, but if there are enough lefties, it's good, I think. But I'm not convinced there are enough.
Yeah, Spore, actually, you found the thing about the jersey. Yeah, that's what I was saying. He had like the wrong jersey on. It's your off day. You're yeah.
Yeah. Actually, Kate Wisdom, I'm no longer playing Ozzy in bronze at all. I want to now play Bogarts at short and Barbary at second.
Um,
So
Ozzy has more eye than Xander.
is that actually true? Ozzy doesn't have much eye either. Oh, he does. Okay.
He has more eye than Xander. So Hudler, the fact that he plays the extra positions makes it easier to find a spot for him if you want one. I don't think there's quite enough in the bat, but I still think it's maybe a C or a D. Where do you?
Yeah, I think that's about what I've got him to. Like, it's the kind of card where if the meta were all lefties, you'd put it on your roster, but I just don't think that's the case. So,
All right, what do you want to give him?
Yeah, maybe like a C minus. We're doing some other ones.
All right.
It seems about right.
And then Barbary, I don't have him as the top at either position, but I kind of just want to find spots for him given what that bat looks like versus righties. So I think he should be on the roster somewhere because he plays enough positions.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I want him at second and Bogarts at short, and then some other player sort of helping to back them up. Maybe it's Jed Lowry. Maybe you're just willing to let Suarez play short sometimes. Could be
I've got
Mondesi.
Lowry is the best second baseman and third baseman, but Barbary is second best of both. So, you run them in some order, and I think Barbary is probably closer at third than second to Lowry.
Mm-hmm.
And I've also got him as the second best shortstop behind Ozzy.
I have Bogarts, Barbary, and Ozzy short, and actually I have him as the best second baseman as a two-way. So behind Lowry, VR.
Sorry, I meant VR. Sorry.
VL, yeah, I have Lowry VR. I'm just going to play him both ways. I mean, switch hitter. The VL is not terrible.
Okay, so he's probably like an A or B?
Oh.
What do you have him?
Yeah, I think even probably an A for all the, he has three positions. So if he's choosing this in Bogarts, even though Bogarts I think is slightly better at short, I might pick this.
I mean, it's funny. If this were not the end of the cycle, I'd think it's like a C because when you're the second best at a bunch of positions and that's your value, and the players ahead of you also tend to play a bunch of positions, you drop out quickly. But given that it's the end of the cycle, I think, if you don't get any more middle infielders in bronze this cycle, he's a pretty important card to have.
Yeah, I think that's probably true.
So, low silver. Oh, well, I'm still playing Lowry over this card. So I'm playing Lowry over the card, I guess, either way.
It's funny. I'm playing Ozzy in low silver, but not in bronze, which is sort of weird.
Ruggiano, well, I have him as the best VL bat, but the VR bat at least has enough BABIP to kind of not be a complete disaster.
I mean, he's still bad VR for sure.
Yeah, sure, but
it's not a complete disaster. But yeah, I think this card is just so strong VL that pretty much, if you think there's even going to be a single left-handed pitcher you're facing, which again we have now Russo, and so everyone will have one, pretty much. You have to put him on your roster because he's just way too good.
Okay, there's probably like an
A. Yeah, I mean, let me see. I'm just checking. Yeah, I have him as the best VL hitter, or one of the best VL hitters in silver, I think. Wait a sec. Yeah, I have him as the third best VL hitter in silver. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Odor, I'm gonna just scroll down and.
Yeah, Odor's bad. Yeah, F.
The net for an F minus because he only plays the one position.
Well, his unfortunately his 300 punch rating is not just showing up here.
But he has a little bit of punch versus right. You beat me to the joke though.
Yeah. No, I don't know. It's quite enough minus. I think you'd play this in iron. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, all right, Alec Manoah. Well, you wouldn't play it in iron because you're going to play this Mondesi guy.
No, that's the Mondesi short then. It's fine.
Why is this card because I'm looking at the wrong card. I was going to say this card has no ratings.
This Manoah costs 50K. It must be a great card, right?
Let's give him an F for 50K. Let's give him an F for the 50K. What do you think?
He's probably not an F. I think he's the second best 70. There is a 70 floor daily, so maybe that makes him a D or an F plus or something. But
F because he costs 50K plus.
Yeah,
So I'll
okay.
give him an F plus.
Sure.
All right, Lance Johnson. Um, can I scroll down on this one?
No,
Too late. All right, F.
I'm gonna play him anyway. I think he's the best VR center fielder in low silver.
Billy Hamilton.
This is more range
Larry
and
Rosenthal.
more.
Kevin Kiermaier.
No, I think this card's actually pretty good.
Larry Rosenthal.
Um,
Chris Taylor.
no, I want to play Taylor left now.
Chet Lemon.
Chet Lemon. Nah, Chet Lemon's not good.
There's this one. There's this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is very much the kind of card that I'm gonna like it or not gonna like. So this is not surprising.
Okay, now I've got him as the third best VR center fielder behind Hamilton and Rosenthal, but just play Hamilton and Rosenthal.
So I have actually my top VR center field is actually Tyler Black because his bat is so good.
Okay, can we just
but then-
agree that your model's crazy and you should play Hamilton and Rosenthal?
And then I have Johnson, Taylor, Parker, Hamilton, and then the other Hamilton VR. Rosenthal, not even anywhere. I really don't like Rosenthal. So I don't know. It's still probably a platoon card, and you can play Chris Taylor instead.
Galabu makes a good point. We shouldn't be giving any pluses anymore.
Right, that's true. Yeah, no more plus. It's a very good point.
All right, no, all right. Well, that's fair. No pluses this week. All right, I'm taking away the pluses. No pluses anymore. All right.
Yeah, I don't know.
So
I'd
Lance
probably give
Johnson. The other thing is that Pearsall is kind of still around in pretty good VL. So center field isn't a bad spot to platoon if you're determined to do it.
Actually, I prefer Chris Young now to Pearsall if you're just platooning.
Which I think so do I, now that you mention it.
So I don't know. I'd probably give Lance Johnson like a C. I think it's an okay card, but you can definitely build without it, especially because there's now two real lefties in low silver. There's Butch Henry and Jimmy Key, and there's also David Wells, who's kind of fringy.
I still think it's an F, but because I just prefer the other two center fielders more, and they're cheaper.
Yeah, I mean,
so
the cap probably. Yeah, I think D is fine.
All right, Jack Clark. This card is busted.
It has the most eye of anyone, except it doesn't. Probably, it's probably bugged.
I can scroll down on this one, right?
Yeah, I mean.
Oh yeah, I can scroll down on this one.
For anyone who wasn't here when sort of early in the stream we discussed this, this probably has 125 IVR, 122 IVR, and it's a visual error.
Which is a weird thing. With a lot of eye shouldn't have visual error.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I mean,
I don't know. Spore makes a good point. Are we supposed to give a warning that we're taking our pluses away?
That's true. Yeah. Next card review stream for all the cards that are not released, we won't have any pluses. No, I don't know. I think Clark's okay.
Actually, no. What we should do is we should keep the pluses, but only evaluate cards in neutral parks.
Right. Yes. Yeah, T-Chuck, I think after sort of what I discovered with Clark, my guess is that the IS Yount and the Greenberg with the gap power, it's the same thing, but they actually are supposed to have one less point of gap, and actually one point of gap both ways.
Or is it one? So the question is it one fewer point, or do we actually think there's a float in there, and is it one less?
Fair enough.
All right. I've got Jack Clark as the second best VL, second best VR, second best overall, but to different players for DH. Just for bat.
I have him a little worse VL than you do. The problem is, I think you're basically in the end you're choosing between this or a Cal Daniels platoon because Santana, I think, is a better first baseman.
Yeah, I think Santana you're playing at first. Well, you could do a split platoon.
I have Santana better at first both ways. So
actually, it's probably true. Yeah.
I think your choice is basically you run a Cal Daniels platoon of some kind.
Or you put Cal Daniels in the out. So if before you were putting Cal in the outfield to run Tartable, you should run Jack Clark instead of Tartable.
Yeah, absolutely. If you were doing that, then Jack Clark is just an upgrade over Tartable for sure. If you were playing Cal at DH, well, it's tough because Cal is a lot better VR for sure. Maybe this is the card you platoon with Cal. You platoon these two. At DH, that seems reasonable. You're definitely sacrificing on the backlist because you're basically taking a really miserable defensive outfielder and 2 first basemen because you have Santana on your roster also. So it's going to make it a little tricky. But
okay, so you have some interesting decisions that probably makes him maybe like a B or C.
Yeah, I think a B probably.
All right, let's give him a B. Paul Ossenmacher. Is this a Paul Ossenmacher that costs $100K? You remember that one, right?
No, actually, I don't. What year was that?
Once it was 22, there was end of season missions. It was the equivalent of the PT Elite stuff, except that, they just for whatever reason they put all the new cards in only a couple of the missions.
Oh no, I don't remember that. I don't remember that at all. All right, take a look for it.
Anyway, this Ossenmacher doesn't cost $100K. Probably. So I've got him as like the 3rd best low silver reliever. So he's kind of in that playable range, but like ahead of Pomerantz, behind Watson and Claudio.
So yeah, I have Betances, Ossenmacher, Claudio as my top 3, and then sort of a decent size cap after that.
And I don't think he's going to quite play up.
No, he's not super far, but yeah, probably not.
So what does that make him, like a C?
Yeah, something like that.
All right. Hod Listenby. What was his real name? His parents couldn't have named him Hod, right?
I don't know. I didn't know that about Ty Cobb, though. That was a good trivia question.
Oh, thanks. All right, I'm gonna have to look up. What? Horace. Okay, I could sort of see Hod being, like if you went to like prep school,
Actually, Baseball Reference says Baseball Reference. He's listed as Horace Listenby, and Hod is his nickname. So I'm kind of surprised he's Hod Listenby in the game, actually. But
and that's about as much as we're gonna discuss him, probably, because he's like, what, around 10th for starters, and just you're not quite playing him.
I didn't own one, but I wanted to play him in the high silver floor, low gold ceiling cap because he was like
just because he's exactly 75. Okay, so he's maybe an F plus.
Yeah, we're no pluses.
No pluses, but in spirit. This is an F plus.
Yeah.
All right, Frank Robinson. It's a big bat. It is a big bat, especially versus lefties. I think this is now your, like, if you're gonna find a platoon partner with Cal, maybe this is now this instead of Fielder.
Yes, I think so. I actually don't hate playing this in the field either. But one other thing which I don't know about this card, maybe someone knows the answer to this, if the DH penalty applies to players who are listed at DH. Because if it does not, then he's slightly more interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the answer is to that. So maybe someone knows.
Maybe you get a reverse penalty if you...
I'm not sure.
Yep.
I don't know how it works exactly. But yeah, it would be good to know. Because I don't think there's actually any other card in the game listed at DH that's at all playable.
There was a Miggy early. Randy Johnson.
Oh, that's true. There was that. Yeah, the 40 Randy Johnson and the Luzinski, I guess. Okay, so they're a handful.
Yeah. All right. So what does that make him? There are 1 or 2 lefties, so he's not that far from playing.
Well, I think. So what are the lefties in silver? There's Carlton.
And Butch Henry's going to play up a bit.
Butch Henry, I think Mozzicato is also an option, and probably the Danny Jackson is also reasonable.
Yeah, so I think you're going to see probably about 2 out of 5.
Yeah, something like that. So he probably fits in the roster. He's definitely a better hitter VR than Cecil Fielder or something.
Yeah.
Ruggiano. He probably makes a lot of solo rosters, would be my guess.
It's probably what, like a B then?
Yeah, something like that.
All right. Cito Gaston. So I do want to make sure we have time to talk about the other stuff. So
Oh yeah.
Cito
Let's try to speed it up.
Gaston. I scrolled down. Why did I scroll down?
If this card could play the corners, then I'd be interested in it. As it is, a center field only, not interested.
I've got him like fifth or so at center field, but again, if you're fifth on release, you're sort of just not playable.
No, like if this had left and right, I might consider playing it. Without left and right, never gonna play it.
Yeah, I think because I got him a little behind Casey, and then at that point, that's the competition.
Yeah, and Hicks and I have Hicks and Durant also out of him.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Danny Jackson. So I've got this as the fifth best, but I'm going to guess you have it a little bit higher because I'm punishing him more for the splits than you are.
I have it slightly lower, actually. So
Really?
my silver is like Wells Carlton, then kind of a big drop off, and then Butch Henry and Heron and Mosicato, and then Flaherty, Hoyt, and Jackson.
Okay, I've got Wells and then the gap, and then Henry, Hoyt, Carlton, and then a gap, and then Jackson, Suarez, Heron, Flores, etc.
Yeah, this is 35K because it's in the Royals mission where we need either this or I think it's the Tiki Darryl Porter, I believe. So that's why it's expensive, yeah. I don't know, it's probably like a C or something.
Yeah. All right, that sounds fair. I was gonna say more like a C plus. Well, okay, C plus is the same as C, right?
Right, yeah.
Jose Iglesias. Now, I'm surprised you didn't take advantage of the chance to get a Tiger in here.
But I think this was supposed to be for this, like, he played like 10 games and was really good in 2020. It's like the small sample size set. But
Well, he had a season with
proper.
the Sox where he randomly hit like 300 or whatever. Yeah.
But yeah, this random season with the Orioles. I don't know. He's bad.
Well, he needs much more than a 68 infield arm. Like that was one of the big things. There's a play. I should find this play he made for Detroit.
Yeah, the one where he's like running in and throws while he's like parallel to the floor,
just
basically.
Sort of flips it. Yeah. Just pure arm strength and wrist strength.
I think actually Tyler Flowers was the hitter on that play for the White Sox.
Let me see if I can find this.
If I recall.
It's. Let me see if I can find this diving throw.
It's like a weak chopper. He sort of like dives forward and catches the ball and throws where it's the ground. Yeah. I think it is Tyler Flowers who bat. Tyler Flowers is also the hitter for a number of those Anderson Simmons like deep in the hole plays.
Okay, I found the one I'm thinking of. Let me see if I can share this again. While we're doing all of these things with implied oral consent and all that, you know.
Right. No, never mind. It's a different White Sox catcher. It's Josh Fegley. All right. Well, I got White Sox catcher at least.
Yeah. Let me see.
I found it. I've got it
up. I'm just trying to figure out how to. Here you go. Here, watch this play. It's just pure arm strength. Okay, admittedly, it's going to be a slow running, you know.
Yeah.
But just look at where he throws that ball from, and tell me that you know. tell me that is a 68 infield arm.
Yeah. As long as Simmons just like there's no number that is high enough for Simmons' arm.
By the way, I love the pitcher making the attempt and falling off the mound because pitchers see where he throws that ball from?
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous.
Look at the lack of backswing. Just pure wrist.
The two plays I think of with Iglesias are this, and he made a number of those plays like running into shallow center field and catching the ball like over his shoulder.
Yeah.
Like I remember, I can think of a number of those that he made.
Yep. Hold on, show the one you just sent me. 1 second. Let me see if I can find. You sent me another one. Wait, but that's against the Red Sox. Do I have to show the play against the Red Sox? All right, we'll show this. If I can get rid of the ads and all that, yes.
Yeah, these new Google, YouTube ads is really. It's bizarre because they tell you like your ad block is not supposed to work, but it still works. So I
It
don't.
does, and here you can see
quite
you can see the
understand.
Danish ads now.
Yeah, there you go. I don't get Danish ads. It's true.
I didn't even dive for that one.
Yeah, but that's a good play.
Yeah. See, that's why, that's not how to beat the shift. You gotta.
Yeah, he tried to beat the shift. It just
Yeah.
didn't work.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's a very good play.
All right. Anyway, as for the card, I don't think there's
Nothing there.
nothing in the card, but
Yeah, easy F.
but it's an easy F. We get a chance to show highlights and give us a card with more than 68 arm for this guy. All right, Milo. Is this the best Milo in the history of baseball?
It might be the only one.
Probably also an F, but
Yeah, I don't think his card's
it's
any
probably
good.
also
I
an
don't
F.
have this all that close. Yeah.
But we got Milo. Corey Hart. And I already got my Corey Hart puns in with Lap, so
Okay.
I'll give you any of them you want.
I don't got any good ones. I don't think.
You can platoon him with Paul O'Neill just fine and right, I think.
Yeah, no, I like this card. This I think Francoeur is now done for because this is bet. I have this very slightly better than Francoeur VR or VL, and then it's a lot better VR and it plays center.
Yep.
So yeah, Francoeur had a good run, but this is the end. You just basically plug Hart in the Francoeur spot, and yeah.
Yeah, I think so. And anyone that gets rid of Francoeur gets an S in my book.
But it's probably like a B or C.
All right,
Yeah.
B's fine.
Yeah.
Tyler Flowers. We had a good Tyler Flowers pun earlier on the stream. I saw in chat. Hey, I can scroll down on this one at least one way. As much as I like the bat and I like the catcher ability, there is this Molina to contend with. So where do you have him compared with Molina?
So I have him slightly worse than Molina VL, like a quarter win or half win or something. But I actually have him as the second best catcher VR behind Real Muto. So I'm just going to platoon like I'm taking a small hit VL, but the difference VR is so big. I'm just going to platoon this with Real Muto, and seems like the way to go at catcher to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's about where I've got it. So
yes,
all right,
yes.
so
Benji.
he's your backup catcher. So
well, he's going to platoon. He's going to start VL. So he's going to start VL, and then we'll start VR for me at least.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So maybe he's what, like a C for catcher?
I think he's even better than that, probably. I think he's
okay.
I don't really
for getting rid of Benji.
Yeah.
All right.
And yes, that's a good clarification. Yeah, the Silver Yachty is not a card we like that much. So Benji Molina was interesting. Yachty Molina,
all right,
not so much.
Lee Grissom. Hey, all right, we're up to gold. We're doing
up
fine.
To gold.
Yep. Well, we should go a little quicker if we're going to get to show off like the real baseball stuff today.
We have like 1500s or something. Actually, no, 1800s.
Only like 2 of them play.
Yeah, or like more than that. Or
10 of them, one or the other. All right, Lee Grissom. I like the PBABIP. The splits are a problem.
Yeah, this is the kind of card that I probably should like, but don't. So,
yeah, when I first looked at the card, I figured this was one your model would like better than mine.
It probably does, but I still don't like him enough to play him.
No, I can't make it work even. Actually, I'm not even that close.
No, I don't either.
I just the control's a problem, but also just there are too many lefties available. Like,
Yeah.
especially in low gold.
Yep.
Um, well, Cormier. Yeah. Holy splits, Batman. uh,
Yeah.
this is not gonna. This is
No.
not gonna work.
No. He's not even that great VL. I mean, the splits look like a lot, but I mean, something like Holton is better and has VR ratings. So
Yes.
yeah, just an F.
Okay. Oh, we have to build a PTMS roster too. Uh,
Yeah, I think I will do that one not on stream probably.
I don't care. I'll do mine on stream. Or wait, you said there are. Wait, but I could win standard packs for PT25.
That is true.
Glavin. Wow, those are even bigger splits.
Yep.
That's not gonna work.
Not gonna work.
We got a Met. And this one's not even on the Phantom DL.
Well, yeah.
But actually the just home run prevention shape isn't gonna work with. This one's just really bad, isn't it?
Yeah. Still amazing to me that he was not that Matt Harvey was left in instead of bringing him in that World Series, but yeah, still F.
All right, how's this? Well, we can do a PTMS draft on stream. How about that? That sounds good.
That's
Mr.
up to you if you want to do a draft. Yeah,
our drafts on stream always go great.
of course.
Am I playing you, Mr. Audit? Because if so, I can give you a buy. Am I playing you in the draft?
Yeah, we don't have. I mean, buys are only allowed with the prize of Jackie Robinson. So,
all right, this card is a wee bit splitty.
yep. The problem is, it is worse than Shin-Soo Choo, and you cannot
say you have to
play both
compare
of
him
them.
to Chu. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't possibly play both because you will just lose if your opponent is left-handed pitching at all.
And actually, I've got the top two low gold starters as lefties right now.
I think I do as well. No, I don't. I have one of the two. No, I actually have two top readies. Never mind. I can't
No, I want to play Ryu and Rogers still.
I have Kelly Godley, and then Ryu and Rogers.
I've got them both in the top five, but I've got Ryu, Rogers, Kelly, Godley, Paxton. Actually, I've got three of the top five lefties.
Yeah, I have Kelly, Godley, Ryu, Rogers, Wells.
Okay. So it's actually I mean, I've got them all pretty close, so it's
Yeah.
So I think there is a use case for them. I might consider running this sort of where, like in a gold floor, you were using Ken Singleton before. Maybe you spend the 2 points on this card instead and just have a righty masher.
Yeah, I just have Chu so much better. And
it's probably right.
Like, I mean, if you don't have Chu, maybe you think about this, but with Chu, I just don't see it. Oh, I left PTCS Mailcard in the list. You should get rid of him. That was a mistake on my part.
You left what?
PTCS Mailcard that we did last week, he just shouldn't have been there. That was just an error on my part in terms of my tabulation of when the cards were released.
Well, in that case, he gets a not out in NA. All right. See, we're speeding up already. So Easler, still want to give him like a B or C, you think?
I just want to give him an F. I mean, okay, maybe it's a D because not everyone is Chu.
Actually, the more I think about it, you're right. There just isn't a case to use him, is there?
I mean, unless you don't have Chu. If you don't have Chu, then you can use him.
If you don't have Chu, you shouldn't play low gold.
Yes.
Well, okay, you shouldn't play low gold. It doesn't give prizes, but.
Well, there's a low gold. There's a low gold weekly.
All right, well, give me your F. Tyler O'Neill. I have to now be a Tyler O'Neill fan, right?
Oh yeah, he did a good trade into the Red Sox, right?
Yeah. I'm a Tyler O'Neill fan now. Oh, I was going to show you this thing and then it crashed.
Well,
so while it crashes, why don't you tell us about Tyler O'Neill?
He's bad.
All right. I can't pull up the card, so I'm going to trust you, give him an F, and ask you to tell us about Jason Kipnis. Oh, actually,
Uh,
we do have some news I can. I do have two fun things I can show on stream. Um,
hey,
so one is we should talk about the pre-order. Because this is one I would love to see changed if certain people are listening. Hint, hint. I like the pre-order discount. I like the idea of being able to support things. I don't know where you're at on this. I do not recommend anybody pre-order OTP 25 for a really simple reason. I did this for PT 23, and I've just discovered that the way the game updates, it's kind of a disaster to do anything but use Steam. And I
oh,
would really
I
like to see the ability to do a pre-order for a Steam key instead, at which point I'd happily do it. But I don't think it's worth the 30% discount to take the cost of not getting to use the Steam installation.
I've never used Steam with this game. I have the standalone version,
Really?
um, and I haven't had any problems. I'm also running Windows 10 still, and I think you said you're running Windows 11,
I am, yeah.
so that may be part of the problem.
All right, I'm going to put up a poll here.
Um, so maybe yeah, because I think they were saying there was some kind of OneDrive problem with Windows 11, right? So maybe that is the issue. It's a Windows 11 integration. Yeah, the full download is annoying, but I mean, I just delete it afterwards. Like, I don't know. It takes a
But
couple extra
also
minutes.
just having to like manually update everything. All of the card images ended up crashing things for a while, and like I just had a big set of issues that would pop up.
Mm. I don't know. I've never had problems with it other than like, the game freezes and crashes a lot because it has memory leaks like crazy, but that's not going to be fixed by Steam.
Okay, I'll put up a
Uh,
poll up. We'll see what everyone's kind of doing. Actually, no, I'm going to leave this slot in case we have time to do an imperfect draft.
oh yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I mean, game stability issues are not going to be fixed by Steam. That's not a Steam. It's not a Steam problem. Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm not sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Um,
Like
yeah,
I said,
the download
I'd
is,
be, from my point of view, I'd be very happy. I'd be very happy to pre-order if I were allowed to on Steam.
yeah.
But I don't think it's worth. The other problem is I want to be able to install it on the travel computer in addition to my main computer, and that also creates problems. You know.
Wow, Kidneys is here. We didn't manage to convince you to come on talking about Jack Clark's eye. That is impressive restraint, I have to say. Uh,
Oh, by the way, if we have a chance to do it, I just gotta show this because it was hilarious. Where was the game we played? Here it is.
yeah, Kidneys. I figured out what the problem was, but I don't know why it happened. If you didn't see the start of the stream, I kind of explained it. Uh,
Yes, yes,
so
kidneys. We have two eyes.
there's two. Yeah, bench also is it's the same problem. It's just I don't understand why it's happening.
So
Uh,
I just got to say,
it may be
whoever's writing their
useful.
copy editors, I just had to show this one.
Yeah, this is funny.
Young mows down Florence in no hitters. It was a fantastic day, right? When it was all over, Young was credited with one of the rarer feats in baseball, a no hitter. Now, it was a little bit more than a no hitter.
Yeah, no hit, no walk,
Yeah,
but he did mow someone down.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So
it's a funny game.
I think they could redo the copy editing on this one, perhaps.
No, it's not a perfecto. He hit Honus Wagner
No, it
with a
was a
pitch.
perfecto, wasn't it?
No, he hit
Oh,
Honus
did he
Wagner
hit
with a
Honus?
pitch.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, he mowed down Honus.
Oh, I thought it was a perfecto. Okay, never
No,
mind.
no, it's still
Okay.
funny because he literally mowed down Honus.
Wait, did he just hit him like to lead off the game or something? He's a leadoff
No,
hitter too,
it's like I
right?
think it was the sixth inning or something or seventh inning, whatever. But yeah,
Oh, look at that. 87 pitches, by the way.
yeah, it was a great game. But
So he got a
You know,
max. Yeah.
fourth inning, he hit Hannes on an 0-1 pitch, and then he retired everyone else.
Okay. Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
thought it
it's
just because I was trying to figure out like all right, okay, if he hit Hannes, all right, I can see that. That's fair.
yes, it's not a perfect game, but he did mow him down. Hannes was dropped.
All right, that sounds fair. All right, Kipnis.
No, actually, Kindy's, if you are curious about the eye thing, because I think you might actually care about it for online league stuff, I can explain it to you at some other point if you're interested.
The explanation is really simple. Good.
Yeah.
Kipnis. So the big problem I have here is I don't think he's a second baseman, and then if he's not a second baseman, then the bat's not going to play, right? If he is a second baseman, it's a competitive bat.
I don't even think the bat is. I just don't think this like. Uh, I have like Tony Phillips and Zach Geloff both as basically better hitters and actual second baseman. I don't know. Yeah.
All right, then we'll move on to Adam Jones. Can I scroll down on this one? Darn it. Well, then it's an F.
I mean, actually, I don't think this card's horrible, but it's worse than Cody Ross, and I don't think you're running them both. So I would agree with that.
You're definitely behind Ross. I've got it, but I've also as a two-way center fielder, I'll play Sawinski, but I'd still play like Aaron Hicks. Might even play Brenton Doyle. I mean, I think the glove is just worth it.
Yes, I still prefer the PTMS Tommy Davis actually.
Yeah.
Even how many months it is.
All right, Elvis. We got Elvis.
This is the first. So this is the one that everyone gets for qualifying for PTMS. There'll be 128 of these.
Yes. So I do have him as the top shortstop because the glove in low gold.
I actually run the top in full gold, VL. So I think I want to platoon this with Crawford, full gold, and this low gold. I just want to start it both ways.
That's fair. And it's nice and shiny.
Very shiny. Yeah, it's a good card. It's actually probably the best of the next two PTMS rewards. Maybe even the next three. I don't know. Like an A, probably.
That sounds fair. Okay, Addison Reed. This was a weird card.
Yes, so, yeah, Brandon Crawford in full gold, yeah.
I've got him as just the top low gold reliever.
I have him sort of in the mix with the other low golds. Like I have Holton, Sherrill, Miller, and Reed all very close to each other.
Yeah, I've got him a little bit above. Again, it's the same thing where it's the P BABIP versus control stuff.
Yeah.
That I like that shape a little more than you do. So I'll play him in full gold too. I still think it's more like an A, but I would play him. I'm going to have him a little lower though.
No, I mean the thing is I actually have all four of those low gold relievers as playable in full gold.
Yeah, me too.
Like those are my 4th through 7th full gold relievers.
So where do you have him then? A, B, C?
I think I'd be more like a B, but
all right.
I don't hate A.
B sounds fair. We'll call it a B plus, which becomes a B.
Right.
All right. How about the best Ben Sheets in the game?
Yeah.
We had to get a playable Ben Sheets, right?
Yeah, we just had to. We got a playable Sheets and Caminiti, Still no playable Fidrich, but there's really only one season.
This card is PTMS eligible. Just saying.
It is PTMS eligible.
I should buy a Ben Sheets. I should buy a Ben Sheets if I'm playing the PTMS.
I don't know. I don't really have it playing in full gold. It's kind of behind too much stuff at this point. It maybe would have been sort of more in that sort of big clump like a month ago, but now we have stuff that's ahead of that clump.
I do like that it's more expensive than the Perfect Sheets, even though the Perfect Sheets is in missions.
Yep. That won't last long, but for now it is.
No, it's going to be in missions till the end of the cycle.
No, I mean the other sheets cost a lot.
I know what you meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you couldn't have given us a good Jeff Kent.
Yeah, Jeff Kent. Jeff Kent is just, it's a kind of card that needs to be early cycle to work,
Well, there's this
probably.
teammate of Jeff Kent that I think could have worked as a legend card.
Yeah. I'm sure he would have been released yesterday if he had been able to be. Um,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, if you really can't talk about legendary San Francisco Giants without Ruben Rivera.
Right. Yes. The worst base running in the history of the game by Ruben Rivera. Even worse than Buckholz's.
um, yes.
But honestly, might be the worst base running in the history of baseball. What Ruben Rivera did on that play. Like it's really pretty hard to get worse than that.
It is, yeah. Okay, with one exception, which is the last little bit of that is on the third base coach, who, to be fair, like if I were the third base coach, I would have just turned my back on the guy halfway through.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like,
He was running in circles
screw
around
it, you
second.
figure this out.
Yeah. Yeah. When they say circle the base, they don't mean just run in a circle around one base.
uh, there's a shot of is it a Loon or Dusty Baker? I'm trying to remember, but in the dugout,
I think
just
no. I think I don't remember actually. Yeah. Could be.
there's a great shot of the dugout
Yeah.
afterward.
They're not pleased.
And by the way, he, like Buckholt, was brought in as a pinch runner.
At least that one is some. At least it's not a pitcher. But yeah, that's
Yes.
boy, that's the play.
Okay, as for the sheets, yeah, I think it's a good 85, but I don't think it's a good I don't think it's good enough to play in full gold. I've got him around eighth in full gold for starters, so not quite playing. But
Yeah, I've
I'll
got him
play him
even.
in an 85 floor thing. There's one of
I
those
have him
tomorrow,
even
isn't there?
further than that. There is one of those tomorrow.
So what you're saying
Um,
is I should buy this card for 45K right now if I want to play in it.
I think that is why people are buying it for this much.
I
Yes.
think so. I better do it.
No, Gabagoo, we cannot give Sayang an S plus because thanks to your very astute comment earlier in the stream, we're not allowed to give any pluses out today.
Correct.
So he'll just have to settle for a
Pluses
regular
have
draft.
ended for the cycle.
Right.
But Sheets, I think probably still gets like a C or something.
I don't even know if it gets a C. It's really just good. I mean, there is no other tournament except PTMS that's high gold floor at the moment.
Oh, well,
So
maybe in the next tournament refresh.
right.
When's the next tournament refresh?
I don't know. Good question.
All right, we'll give him a D for his value tomorrow, then I guess.
Sure.
Garrett Atkins. That's a lot of blue. Can I scroll down? Well,
Yeah, on one side.
It's a lot of blue one ways. You know, it's. I mean, I've got this as a really big bat versus lefties. This also looks like a card that somebody could play tomorrow if somebody were interested in playing tomorrow.
Yeah, so I mean, I think actually maybe if we kind of knock these out, maybe we can do Atkins, Madlock, and Caminiti all together because I think it's kind of the same discussion.
Sure.
So if you want a platoon, it's Atkins, Caminiti. If you don't want a platoon, it's Madlock, I think, at third.
Not this Caminiti, but this Caminiti. Yeah, I think that's probably about right.
So it's really just a question of whether you want to spend your platoon at third in gold or you want to spend a platoon somewhere else. I'm not sure there's a right or wrong answer. So maybe they all get like C's.
Sure, that sounds fair. I think if you're going to do it, I think Atkins, just for the cheaper cap value, maybe gets a little higher.
Okay, sure. And Madlock does have second also, though it's probably never useful.
Gary Carter. Look at all that mission value. Wow, he's up to 80K.
Yeah. Well, that mission is tough.
Mission value.
No, I mean, this is by far the best gold catcher VL. By a ton. I mean, this is so much better than Gruntal VL. And I think there are enough lefties in gold to support these kind of really splitty catchers. So, yeah, I quite like this card. think I'd probably give it like
Maybe.
an
I mean, the
A.
more people do this, the more it makes me think that if you're going to run like two righties and three lefties, or the reverse, you should be running the ones on the same side all together.
Yes, I mean, yeah, and you get kind of hammered by Kyle Teal on the other side too. So,
No, but the idea is that
um,
one of the three at least gets the
right,
advantage if the guy's tired.
yeah, one of them
So
has to
so
play
like let's say
the
you
bad
run
game.
right, 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 left, left against Teal Carter. You're going to get Teal, Teal, Carter. Then you're going to get
Yeah,
Carter a second time. Then you're going to get Teal because Carter's tired.
right. I
So you
mean,
actually get two of the five on the wrong side.
unless the opposing manager is paying attention to microing, and then you get Carter, Teal, Teal, and you're sad.
Yeah, but who,
Uh,
who pays attention to micros in tournaments with like high gold floors?
right. Um, yeah, exactly.
All right, so what does that make him? Like a B or C? Maybe closer
I
to
think a
B.
B.
B. All
Yeah, I
right.
think a B probably.
We got a Babe. We got the Babe. We wanted a Babe Ruth. We got a Babe Ruth.
Hmm.
Not that Babe Ruth. We got a Babe Ruth. He's got power. He's got eye. Actually, that's all I need. He's got no avoid K. Actually, what is there not to like about this card?
No, I have this as the top two-way hitter in gold now.
Yeah,
Not
just mash the ball.
I don't have him actually even in the top five either way. But the top five cards, those both ways are so splitty that, and he's like sort of in the 5 to 10 range both ways for me.
Yeah.
Um,
Not
so
surprising
yeah,
that I've got him a little higher than you do because of that avoid K.
yeah. So but I think this is still a card you run, especially because I don't hate if he has to play in
Well,
the field
no,
every
this is
now and
this is a
again.
card I trot. He doesn't run.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, I think this is quite a good card. Probably like an A.
Yeah, I think so. You run him in like a high gold floor tournament?
I don't know. Maybe find out.
That's a good question. Raleigh Fingers. Is this now the best Raleigh Fingers in the game? Probably not, but it's more interesting
No.
for early years. Okay, fine. It's an F minus because that home run prevention, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's just no way to salvage this.
Nope. It's
All
really,
right,
really
all right.
bad.
Kevin McReynolds. That's another splitty gold card to kind of think about what to do with. We've got a few of these.
Oh, okay.
Oh
The
no, sorry, I'm
doctor.
thinking
Yeah,
of a different
everyone.
card. There's the non-splitty one. Sorry,
No,
I,
this one's actually not split at
I was
all.
thinking of I was thinking of something else. 200 packs. All right. Should I enter my 200 packs?
Yeah.
All right. What do I have to do to enter 200 packs? I just enter a lot of tickets. How many points do I have here? Let me see. I have 6956 points. And
Nice.
yeah, I know. And it's how many points per ticket?
But yeah.
All right. Yay, we did it.
Exclamation point ticket max. All right.
Oh, max apparently works. No, I don't have
So
enough points for
fancy.
ticket max.
Who's max?
I feel like ticket max should be like a StubHub competitor or something.
Ticket max. Yeah, it's true.
If I win the 200 packs, can I trade them for like 20 packs in PT25?
What's the exchange rate?
Uh, all right. Anyway, Kevin McReynolds is the non. That's right. Kevin McReynolds is the non-splitty one. So I've got him behind all of the splitty options. But I actually do have him as the top two-way option in left field if you're not going to platoon.
I have him as the top two-way in center, but actually not in left because I prefer actually Ruth and Goose Curry. But I think this is a card. Yeah, you can put this on your roster in gold. It doesn't like the platoons are better. If you want to platoon stuff,
So I
you will
think
improve.
you're
But
going to get more from the platoons, but you need a certain number of cards like this. I think if I were building gold, I'm not sure he'd quite make the roster because corner outfield's one of the places that I like the splitty cards.
I mean, the problem is in gold. I actually right now I want to platoon all 9 positions.
Right.
So you have to find 5 of them where you're not, or 4 of them where you're not going to. And it's not so easy. It's not clear to me which ones are the ones where you shouldn't do the platoons, especially with such a sort of even pitching meta.
Yeah.
So I don't know. He's probably like another B or C, like we gave to the Atkins, Caminiti.
Maybe like a B minus.
Yeah,
All
like
right.
that.
Tino Martinez, Yankee F minus.
Well, not enough minus probably, but
All right. Do I have to look at the card?
Yeah, it's got a lot of power one way.
Can give him we can give this an F minus, can't we?
I would give it a regular F, but I'm not going to complain. It's not very good.
I actually have it as second behind Helton and all that, but it's a Yankee.
Oh, I actually have it worse than that. I don't have it. I have it as pretty clear F. For Helton, I'd rather Votto. I'd rather Torkelson.
Yeah, I'd rather platoon also. It's a Yankee. Yeah. He gets an F. All right, Billy Swift. Did we actually come up with a solid conclusion on that?
I don't know. That's how it was in the version of the card list I had exported.
In any event, he's probably just too splitty to work. You know, some of these splitty cards, you know, on their weak side, they're kind of good enough, but this is really a card that doesn't even quite play in silver on the weak side.
No, this is way too splitty. Yeah,
so
I agree.
I think it's not going to work. Ken Raffensperger. So there are a lot of these, like, you know, mid-war seasons that just kind of, you know, the people that were still playing randomly, you know, against weak competition, put up some numbers. But this is really splitty.
Yeah, we should have also mentioned with the Madlock, the 64 Madlocks, only 32 of these Raffenspergers.
Okay, but that's probably more than needed, right?
Probably, yeah. I actually don't have this in the top 5 low diamond.
Well, I will say, if I were building a roster for PTMS, I actually would consider running this card in the PTMS.
If the home run split were the other way, I would have been really excited to do that. But as it is, I still think I probably wouldn't have played it. I'm not totally sure. I don't know. I don't have this in the top 5 in modern. I have this like in the sort of 7th, 8th range.
I have him a little better than that in modern. I mean, I have him around the top 5, you know, but it's a bunch of cards that all end up with a pretty small margin. Maybe the one difference here is this gives you a shot if you want to play 5 lefties. You could reasonably play 5 lefties by adding this to the mix.
Yeah, I guess that is true.
So it gives you a strategic option that you didn't have.
Yeah, so maybe it's like a C or a D? Something like that?
C's fine, yeah. We can be generous. All right, Kai Kyler. We now know that it's Kai.
Kai Kyler.
If I didn't scroll down, I would have got really excited about this card. I did, though. So you have to get excited about it for me.
I'm not going to get that excited. I think it's sort of just like a slightly worse Andrew McCutcheon. Does it ever make rosters if you get a really right-handed power park or something? Maybe. But Worth is much better VL.
Okay.
Tough.
So the problem is basically Diamond's expensive if you really want to invest. So right now I have this as the 3rd best right fielder, for example. But the 2 ahead of it are Buzz and Slaughter, and they're both... Actually, how much are they going for? I don't know what the demand, because, you know, they're good cards, but like it's going to be limited demand because it's the end of the cycle. So Buzz is... Actually, is Buzz on our list, or did we cover him last week?
No, he's there. He's there.
Okay, so let's talk. We can talk about at the same time. So Buzz, I've got is the 2nd best bat, just behind Sheffield, but close. Like, so there's some parks he'd be the best bat in, and he's a switch hitter, but he also plays excellent defense.
Well, I mean, he pitches too. What's going to sound a little weird about this card? I actually want to play this at first base.
Well, I want to play him. I mean, I think it's an S for sure.
Yes, and the pitching is. I have the pitching kind of like low gold, silverish.
Yeah.
So there's some 2-way utility maybe. But yeah, I actually want to play him at first, which is and
I
just
can see that.
the outfield is
Well,
so
the problem
strong.
is that Spalding also only plays first, so if you're going for just all the premium LEs, you're
Well,
probably
if
playing
you're
them
in
right.
if you're in a cap, I mean, in just like an open diamond,
Yeah,
I want to play Slaughter in left, Carter in center, and Tucker in right VR, and then like McCutcheon and Worth
yeah.
if I can fit him VL.
And
Um,
Slaughter is down to 160K, and there still haven't been 100 pulled probably. But because Slaughter's now clearly second best behind Buzz, I imagine this price will drop a bit.
he also plays left field, so he's definitely the best left fielder, which is I
Yeah,
think
well,
where
if,
he's
I
gonna
mean,
gonna move to
if you
now.
have all the LEs, you're doing even better. Um, I still think if I were picking one of these cards, Lindor would be a priority for me over either
Oh
Buzz or
yeah,
Slaughter.
yeah, Lindor is ridiculous. I was shocked Lindor sold. I was expecting Lindor to sell for like 750 or something. That card is ridiculous. Um, but he did not. So what do I know?
So where this puts Kyler is, I think, clearly behind the LEs. If you don't have the LEs, he's better. But realistically, if you're winning Kyler, you probably have all the LEs you want.
The thing is, I think he's behind McCutcheon too. Uh, like he's 3 points less, and he's not. I don't know a lot behind McCutcheon.
Yeah.
But he's even behind Worth if you're only look
Are
like
there four
if he's
orders up for Lindor? So I haven't really been playing Diamond, so I didn't. Okay, no, you can buy Lindor right now for 330.
oh that's it's
Two
really low
competing at
to me.
330 actually.
I mean, I have Lindor like almost 3 wins better than the next best shortstop, and that's J.P. Crawford, who's also limited, and then like
Oh, I
another
do.
win
I
down to the
think
one I have
Lindor's a
Worth.
great card. I don't think I'm not sure I'm going to enter another Diamond tournament the rest of the cycle, so I just didn't feel like paying points for a Diamond.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know, if you look, I think if you're willing to invest 1.2 million or so to get the three big LEs plus Lindor, you're going to win most of the Diamond tournaments you play for the rest of the cycle because there aren't going to be a lot of people that have that combination.
Well, I mean, the thing is that like if you go and look in like the Judges' Chambers night, for example, one of the things that happens with the LEs late in the cycle is there are only so many. There's only 15, 20 copies of each LE. The same couple of teams have all of them, and it's also the teams that kind of you'd expect to be doing well,
Right.
even if the LEs were not there.
But what am I
So,
going to do with all the points Spore is asking? Well, I'm saving them for the LE Tony Suck.
right.
Because we've had all the other commuter request cards, so I know there's got to be a Tony Suck coming.
Exactly. Um,
So Kai
with
Kai, maybe, what does he get?
I think like a D.
Probably like a D, yeah. All right. Play some defense. Speaking of defense, let's go on to the perfects and to Bill Dickey.
So I did put these in some order, by the way. So the catchers
Okay.
and then the pitchers at the end. So we can
Bill
hopefully try to do them
Dickey,
in.
not so expensive. Is there a reason he's not so expensive? Well, okay. So for a lot of these cards, we're going to be talking about tournament and league value separately.
Yep.
Dickey's a card where I'm not sure it matters that much. So the problem is he has what looks like this huge catcher score, but enough of it's coming from arm that it's actually a much worse glove than, like the bench types that he'd be competing with,
Well,
or even
he's just
McCann.
worse.
Yeah,
He's just worse than Mauer. I mean, that's
he's
basically
worse.
where
Yeah,
it.
I think that's what it comes down to. Is worse than Mauer. Bench, I'm
Except,
going to make an argument for in tournaments.
yeah, I think the Dickey is another one of these like Schmidt, this mishmash tax card where he is by far the best catcher eligible for that thing. And he doesn't play anywhere else because Mauer beats him, and it's cheaper actually at the moment, I think,
Yeah.
too. So if you want to play that one tournament, you need the Dickey.
Speaking of
If you don't want to
which,
play that tournament,
if
don't
anyone
need
wants to
Dickey.
play one tournament, we are trying to see if we can finally fill one of these 10K entry fees. So feel free to jump in. Where were we? We were looking at Dickey. So Dickey, I think, doesn't play in either of those except for the one tournament, though. So
Yeah,
he's like an F plus because he plays in the tournament.
yeah. Dogberry, my understanding is yes, but I have not done super rigorous like testing on it to be certain.
Now, Johnny Bench, this is one that I've got as the best catcher in tournament formats, at least. You're not going to
Yeah, I
like him
haven't.
as much, I think, with your model. I
So
love him, especially VL. I want to platoon him with Mauer.
in tournaments, I want to platoon him with Mauer. I think I do have him slightly ahead of Posey VL and better VR, so I would do that. In league, I have him basically as just bad.
Right. Whereas in
So
League, I'm the idiot that was playing McCann. So as the idiot that was playing McCann, I'm also trying to play bench.
yeah, so in league, not only do I have Posey ahead of him, I actually have Campanella ahead of him too, VL. So I don't see myself ever playing this in league. In tournaments, I would run it. So I don't know if we want to give separate grades for tournament and league, because mine would be like F for league, like B for tournaments or something. But not sure.
So maybe just give him a C or something for catcher.
Yeah, that seems fine.
All right. Pete Rose, I think we're going to agree on a bit more. I think this is just one that, I mean, for me, this is just one where, all these caps just clobber the card because
Yep.
when everyone's so close to the cap, there's just no way to make a card that's missing a rating compete with cards that aren't missing a rating, and there's no way to make a Pete Rose card that isn't missing a rating.
And well, multiple ratings because you have to miss defense too.
Yeah, and in the past, like last year when cards at the perfect level mostly played one position, you might be interested in using a card like this to fill out a depth chart, but you don't have that problem this year. So
Yeah, you'd rather just
this
run
is
bets
so
to do
this is
that.
just like an F minus, and I love giving Pete Rose an F minus.
Sure. I mean, it's probably just a straight F, realistically, but I'm fine with F minus.
I think Pete Rose deserves an F minus. What were the odds we were going to give him a better rating than that?
Right. Exactly.
All right, Ross Barnes. Well, I think we're in the same situation for league play. But I do want to point out that for early eras, this is a pretty good card. So for Dead Ball, you're going to love this card.
There's a few things with this card that I'm not sure what to do with. So the first is this is another one of the mishmash tax cards. People have been playing Silver Gene Segura as a second baseman in that, and now you can play it actually good and perfect. So that already gives some value. So here's the issue for me. If I don't have any of the limited stuff, I don't have Jackie, I don't have George Wright.
Yep.
In League, I would want to platoon Eddie Collins and Barnes. But it becomes very, very difficult to back up shortstop then. The only way to do it is you have to have Hannes Wagner. Because or be willing to let Betts play short, which seems really bad to me to let Betts play short. So you basically have to run Hannes Wagner then. There's no other way to back up shortstop. And in Dead Ball, there are 3 second base only cards. This card, Eddie Collins, and Cupid Childs, all of whom look very similar for Dead Ball.
But
and you can't run all 3.
You can run 2 of them, it's fine.
Right, you can run 2, but you can't run 3.
Yeah.
So in the end, I don't know that Barnes, despite the fact he's a pretty good card, I think just the way the other second basemen are.
No, I think just run Barnes Collins then.
Well, how do you back them up short in League? Or you have to show one bonus on your roster?
In Dead Ball, I meant.
Yeah, in Dead Ball, yes. In League or Open, you have to just figure out a way to get bonus on your roster.
In League, Mookie plays short.
I don't know. No, I like Wright better, Mr. Audit. But the problem is that if you're someone who owns Jackie or Wright, then the shortstop isn't an issue for you because they play short and you don't need the problem goes away. They fix it so it doesn't the problem is specific to teams who don't have Jackie Robinson and George Wright.
All right.
Yeah, you can just eat Mookie at short for 20 games, but it seems really bad.
I think it's probably like a D for Dead Ball or something then.
Yeah, I think it's a good card that's just sort of a victim of the way the second base players are shaped this year.
Now, Boggs, I think this is a really good way to make the point. So here, I just want to show you a comparison that's going to make the point of why cap ratings break the whole game. Okay? Let me just compare this Boggs. I just want you to compare Boggs and Brett VR. Okay.
Yep.
So because all of these ratings are capped, right? Look what we've got. They've both got 125 BABIP, okay? 125 versus 124 gap. They've got the same maxed out avoid K, okay? Boggs has 4 more points of I, but Brett has 60 more points of home run. And so the problem is, although these look like they're sort of really good cards of different shapes, what's actually happening is that their lines will be nearly identical, except that Brett is turning, some of these outs into home runs. And actually a
Yeah.
bunch of them. So like this contact rating is roughly an estimate of like batting average in some units. And so what's
Well,
happening is that
yeah, I guess
Brett
the
has a
wrong
lot
player
of,
pool, but yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I'm oversimplifying, but
Yeah.
so basically Brett has just more of everything because it's capped out. So there's no way to make Boggs better than Brett without giving him the same kind of home run power, which you can't do and keep it historical.
Right. Yeah, the only way you can play Boggs if you want to play Boggs is a two-way third baseman, but then you should just play Adrian Beltre.
Right.
Uh, so, yeah, I think Boggs is just, maybe you could argue that there are enough lefties now that people will start doing some kind of pitching shenanigans and like 18 batters facing guys in league, and you might actually care about the VL sometimes, but I don't know. You should just play Beltre then if you actually care about that.
Right.
Um, so, yeah, I I think it's probably just an F.
Yeah, I think
Um,
so. But I almost don't think I think this is just a victim of the way the cap stuff is done. That with these caps, there's no way you could have made this card good
right. No,
because
I think
Brett was already up against the cap.
no, I think actually I sort of disagree with that, Spore. I think Boggs is actually a card that can be made to play at the end of the game as long as you aren't a cap so early. Like we have
No,
had
this is
Boggs
it, right.
before that
The
play.
problem is the cap.
Um,
So I mean,
yeah,
like another example, like Juan Soto, you can make a very playable Juan Soto. The way to do it historically is you give Juan Soto a much better eye than anybody else in the meta at the time in return for the other things that he doesn't have, like the defense, right? The problem is
yeah,
that when other cards in the meta already are like pretty close to maxed out on eye, you really would have needed to give Soto, like the PT Elite Soto, like 170 I or something, and you could have
yeah,
justified doing that, right? Like the way you differentiated Babe Ruth here is you gave him the 230 or whatever power, which is enough to really differentiate him, right? You could have done the same thing for, some of the other players that had these unique features, but because of these presentation caps, you couldn't, right? The way to make
yeah,
Boggs better than Brett was that Boggs needs more BABIP than Brett, but you're not able to give Boggs more BABIP than Brett because Brett already hit the cap. That's the
yeah.
problem.
Well, the other thing I think that's worth maybe
Yeah.
Brett's first base actually is sort of useful sometimes.
Yeah, but there are things
And
like
Boggs
that,
doesn't have it.
but that at least would have been
So,
like a real decision then. Do you run the
right,
two position player or do you run the better one position player? That's a fair decision to make,
right.
right? Um, so that would have been completely reasonable. But
Well,
no,
also,
yeah,
if we removed Adrian Beltre from the game, just he disappeared, and now you might have a real choice where Boggs might sometimes be your best two-way third baseman. Then maybe you have a choice.
yeah.
But
No, but
the
I
combination
think
of
this is
Beltre and
just
Boggs
one where the caps
definitely
come
gets it
in.
done.
And I'm going to show you an example in a moment of one where the caps look like they come in but don't, and it makes for more of a discussion. We got to talk about Yaz first. Um,
Yep.
so Yaz,
Well, he might be good.
if you take his numbers at face value, I've got him as the center fielder I want to play VR. Uh,
Well, except for this Cobb fellow, but
yeah, but I don't have Cobb.
yeah,
I'd have to enter a tournament to go for Cobb, wouldn't I?
Well, yes.
Um, so Yaz, I think the point is, if you take these numbers at face value, he'd be the center fielder you want. There was this whole discussion we had last week, and this is an extreme pull ground ball hitter with very low bunt. Better fly
Yeah,
ball profile.
there's a lot of risk here. Like, okay, he's not going to be as bad as Avado, probably.
Right.
And he's also not as reliant on the BABIP, which is helpful.
Right.
Um, but still, if I sort of, I mean, I sort of made a guess at what his BABIP would look like if he has the thing that other cards have, and then he's sort of like Oscar Charleston level.
Yeah, then you so
Um,
I think whether he's affected by this same issue, whether it shifts or something else, whether he's affected by that issue really determines whether you're interested in this card or not. Um, so
in
that's the
tournaments, he's
problem.
great because he won't have the issue, and actually his profile plays up there too. So tournaments, he's fantastic. I actually have him ahead of Cobb VR in center in tournaments.
Yeah.
Um,
So I think this could be like an A, or it could be significantly lower depending on how much the BABIP's affected.
yeah, I mean it's an A for. It's always going to be good in tournaments. In league, it might just be bad.
Yeah.
So
So maybe we'll guess and give it like a B or C.
yeah, something like that. But it's hard to
A B
know.
question mark?
Yeah, maybe yeah, something like that.
All right. All right. Ichiro. This is going to be a fun discussion. So what you're expecting me to say is to look at this and say, well, he's got no power, he's got no eye. From what I was just saying, this is a card missing 2 ratings, he's unplayable. And you're right, he is. But the interesting question is, what if he were allowed to play center? Because
Yeah.
we talked about these rating caps, and by the way, this one has 126 base running. Uh, we talked about these ratings caps, right? Well, this card shows as 128 in right field, but look at the component ratings, this 117, 120, 125, okay? If you
Right. I mean,
compare him with, say, Clemente, who also gets 128, Clemente is actually quite a bit worse. And
well, even like Acuna gets 128,
that's right.
and he
Yeah,
has
sure. Acuna
101
gets
rating.
128.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I mean the
So
defensive
Ichiro
composite
is
rating is
actually
bumped.
much higher than 128 because here, what's relevant for right field isn't this composite rating, it's actually the individual components. And in the individual components, he is actually much better.
Well, the thing is that Ichiro is basically making up for these 2 missing ratings. Right, he has no power and no eye by having a lot of speed and stealing and base running and a lot of defense. Right, so he's lost 2 ratings and he's made up 2 ratings that aren't max for everybody. The problem is that he's right field, not center field.
Right. So if he were center
Yeah.
field, that 117 is so much extra range that I think it's possible the glove would be good enough that this card could be the league center fielder you want to play.
Yeah. So I checked it. In tournaments, at least in my model, he's still bad even if you come in center. In league, I would have him sort of similar to George Gore then.
Yeah.
So a little bit ahead of
Which is at least
Charleston
in the
for
meta.
me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but possibly the best option because that normalization is going to depend on exactly what everybody else is running.
Right. And you can pick a park like CHS, for example, is an amazing park for him because not only does his BABIP play up, but his defense gets really good too.
Yeah.
And I actually checked because I was curious. He did so in his very early years in Japan. He played center. He played 2 full seasons in center when he was like 21 and 22, and then they moved him to right.
Right.
And they didn't go back to playing center at the majors until I think 2006.
But the problem is, remember, we're not allowed to use Japan here.
Right. Well, he's peaked his card as center field Mr. Audit because he actually started playing center field by that point. So 2004 he had played a few games in center. He didn't really start playing it on any regular basis until 2006, but he had started by I think 2003. He played a few games. But he did play 2 full years in Japan in center field. So I don't think it would have been completely unfounded to give this center. Yeah. But it's an F as printed.
Yep.
Yeah. No, Japan is not in the base game. But I mean, we're not saying that this is supposed to be representing Japanese seasons, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you could give this left field if you wanted. He did play games in left field in his career. I mean,
Well, the
not a lot of
PTCS
them.
card did have center field rating. Anyway, I think that's the point is if this card had center field, it's possible that the glove would have been enough to actually make him pretty interesting.
And I mean, he's going to get a lot of value out of that stealing too.
As a right fielder, I think
is
as a
not
right
nothing.
fielder, he's an F, right? But
Yeah, for sure.
okay.
Oh, I guess with the possible exception of that dead ball modern cards tournament, maybe he plays in that. I haven't modeled that thing in ages.
Yeah.
So I don't know. But maybe he plays in that.
All right. We can do the PTMS cards real quick. They're going to be pretty easy. Babe Ruth. I won't rehash the whole did he have a real glove or do people not know how to do defensive statistics in that era question. I'll simply say big bat. You know how we feel about big bats. This is an S, right?
In tournaments, I have him as the best outfielder VR, even ahead of Cobb. In league, he seems okay.
Yeah.
Not great. He's going to strike out like an unbelievable amount, like 250 strikeouts, 300 strikeouts a year. But
that's great. All right.
I don't know. I'd give it an S. I'd probably only give it like an A for league and an S for tournaments. But
I think it's a solid S. You really want to downgrade the Babe?
Well, I mean, I have him behind. The thing is that of the 8 people who win Babe, 2 of them are going to win Cobb. And then I think he becomes not very useful in league, especially if you have Musial and Cobb. Then I don't think Babe plays.
I just run him in league anyway. Cobb. Oh, Cobb. Go here. Anyway, Cobb. Cobb. I think is a pretty clear S, right?
Yeah, you guys have an Acuna, except you can put this Acuna in center field.
Except you can put him in center, and he's even better.
Well, actually, you have him about the same in right field as Acuna in league.
And then we got Greg Maddux. Who can throw a Maddux?
Maddux is good.
He's really
it's
good.
It's Rivera, except he's a starting pitcher now.
Yeah, that's an S plus. I mean, an S.
Yeah.
All right. Tom Seaver. Seaver's going to be more of a discussion.
Yeah. No. I think that made sense because there was no other way to make Babe playable except to do that with his defense. It just wouldn't have worked otherwise. So I don't have a problem with that. Even if there's some questions
BTCS
about
Seaver is not the one I'm looking for, although he's also splitty. I'm looking for this Seaver. So the splits are the big issue here. And the question is league right-handed enough that you run him anyway? I don't think so, but you think so, right? Or you are running him, and now he's part of my rotating bullpen.
I'm in a very right-handed park, so for me, he makes a lot more sense than a neutral park for sure. What I've got in league for pitchers in neutral is Maddux, large gap, Cole, another large gap, then Young and Sale, then a small gap, and then Strasburg, Seaver, and Waddell.
Yeah.
And then another gap in guys like Carl Hubble and the PTMS Pedros and that group with Hubble, for example. So yeah, I think Seaver's okay. My guess is once Yaz and Cobb and Ruth and Musial come in more, and Collins probably too, that Waddell will jump Musial for me, jump Seaver for me as the number 5 starter. And then Seaver's probably just a bullpen piece long term. But if you're playing a righty park, Seaver probably sticks around in your rotation. Unless you win a Maddux. If you win Maddux, obviously all bets are off.
Yes. So you should just win Maddux.
Right, yes. Really the thing to do is to win Cobb, Maddux, and Ruth. Your team will be much better if you do that.
I have Seaver probably as unplayable in all of these, just because the splits are too big. So where do you end up with? Where do you want to put him?
I will say I do like him less in tournaments because the cards like Mordecai Brown and Juan Marichal I think improved relative to him.
Yeah.
So for tournaments, he's probably just a bullpen piece for me, and not even a great bullpen piece. I don't know. For league, I'd probably give him like an A. In tournaments, like a C or a D. So
I've got him probably as an F in tournaments and maybe a C in league.
Okay, so I know you want to give him a C.
That sounds fair. All
Or,
right.
yeah.
Cy Young. That's just. Well, I've got him as now the best starter in the game. You said you have his number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I have him very slightly ahead of Sale, but a decent amount behind Cole.
Um, Speaking of which, if anybody wants a Cy Young, apparently I've got one. Feel free to let me know.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've got one courtesy of isidafo. Yes.
Yeah. Actually, it's funny. I ripped mine out of a non-spotlight pack too. I ripped mine out of just a regular perfect pack. So
Yep.
apparently that's the lucky touch there. Yeah, I mean, still an S. Yeah, I mean he's I think
This
there's
is
no
clear. I
park
think this is an S plus, by which we mean S. All right, Rube.
Well, the thing is that
Yeah, go ahead.
there's no park, even the most left-handed, right-handed park, whatever you want. You're always running Cy, Young,
Yeah, exactly.
Young, Cole, and Sale in the rotation. Every rotation has those 3 pitchers in it, no matter what your park looks like.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, this one. I will say, I feel like the end game matches the historical meta a lot less this year than in the past. You know, like I don't think Cy Young was one of the best pitchers of all time. Certainly not in terms of like thinking about peak seasons or anything.
The one I was really surprised by was getting Hubble instead of Lefty Grove.
Yeah, I thought
I
you
was
could get a
expecting a
Lefty
Lefty
Grove.
Grove. And I think you could make a very good case for him as one of the best pitchers of all time.
Well, the one I
Uh,
still want to see more for, one of these years is Addy Joss. I think you can make a good case for Addy Joss as the best pitcher ever in terms of peak.
Yeah, I mean, he had that, his 100 at the start of the year was the best pitcher in the game for what, 2 months or something? So, I mean, he definitely got a real,
Yeah.
he definitely got real good this year.
And Garrett Cole, I mean, didn't they get rid of Spider Tack?
Right. I mean, yeah, I from that era, I think Walter Johnson was probably a better pitcher than Cy, but I don't know. Cy seems like a good pitcher to me. Definitely one of
I'm
the
gonna have
top
to
5 or
find
10.
some of the numbers now on this. Okay, he never even won a Cy Young award.
Right. No, I mean, if I had to pick one pitcher that for me is the best pitcher of all time, I would say Walter Johnson. But I think Cy is a reasonable choice in the top 5 or 10 or
Let me
something.
see. I mean, career 138 ERA plus. 2 seasons leading the league in ERA plus. Right?
I mean, I don't how often do people? I mean, he pitched forever and he pitched a huge number of innings. Like, that has to be worth something.
Sure, but, I mean, to give you an idea, that ranks him tied for 21st in like career ERA plus.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think you have to, like, if you just want to look at peak, you're gonna. I mean, actually, then Chris Sale is very much supported as one of the best pitchers of all time.
All right.
Like, Chris Sale's rate stats are absurd. He just
Sure.
doesn't pitch any innings because he gets injured every other game.
Okay, if you can have a combination of, I mean, Clemens pitched 24 seasons, 143 ERA plus. Walter Johnson pitched 21 at 147. Satchel Paige, you could put up there for sure. Pedro managed 18 seasons, and he's, DeGrom.
No, I mean,
DeGrom. Well, okay, it says DeGrom managed 10 seasons, but that's just
if you're
a
just
lot, right?
if you're just talking about peak, I think it's pretty clearly Pedro.
Yeah.
But his peak's only 5 or 6 seasons, and some other pitchers had 10 or 15 seasons of that. Obviously lesser pitching, but much more sustained. So I don't know. I think Cy is definitely in my top group. Top 10 at least, probably top 5.
Well, Cy had a lot of innings, but but a lot of that is, Cy did have a lot of innings, but that was what people did in that era, right?
Well, that's true, but I mean, WAR in theory is supposed to deal with that. I mean, it tries to at least.
No, but WAR is still opportunity based, right?
Well, of course, but I mean, it takes into account how many innings are getting pitched by the average starter. Like, that's one of the things that you do when you calculate pitching WAR. I mean, I don't think he's, like, by any means the undisputed top pitcher. Like, I don't think that would be fair either, but no, I think he was a very good pitcher.
I think given the number of innings he threw, I don't have him as high as. That's an indefensible take.
Actually, one guy that I haven't seen.
No, I know
Actually, we
I'm
did. No,
not.
he
Okay,
threw.
I don't think he's just an innings eater, but I think yeah, I don't think he's just an innings eater. Uh, but I do think that like the compiler was part of it.
There's
Let me put it
another.
this way: that I see Cy Young being the top pitcher of all time as an equivalent take to like Hank Aaron being the top, hitter of all time.
Well, it just depends what
Hank
you're.
Aaron's clearly an inner circle Hall of Famer, but there was also an accumulator aspect and an era and ballpark aspect to what he accumulated.
Yeah, I mean, but like it just really depends what you're going for. Like if you're just going for total value over their career based on, then you're not going to care whether it's a lot of mediocre seasons or a lot of excellent seasons and like a couple of just 10, 15 more seasons, whatever. Um, I don't know. It's and I think what Cage Wisdom says is true that like it shouldn't just be like you rank the top five pitchers, nor do those get the top five cards every year. Like, yeah, some cards that are not maybe in the top 15 should get a good card because you want to have variety. It's good to mix up where the cards come in. Otherwise, every single season, Babe Ruth will be the last card released, and Hank Aaron will be one of the last cards
Yeah,
released, and Willie Mays would like it. It'll just get silly.
yeah.
So I don't know. I have no problem with Cy Young being the second best pitcher in the game, best pitcher in the game, whatever you want to say. Or with Maddox being the best pitcher in the game. Like Maddox is also very clear in the list. Um,
Yeah,
Kid Nichols,
I'm much more okay with Cy
another one
being
I'd trust
top in a
for.
given year than like Garrett Cole. I understand the point with Cy. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
I more look at kind of the peak value especially because these cards kind of are representing, typically 1 year. I kind of more look at the peak value than, you know, or I look at bad Rube. Oh yeah, let's look at good Rube. All right, we can look at good Rube. This good Rube's pretty good. So of the lefties that came out for tournaments, I've got Hubble ahead of like Rube and Spawn, sort of, in that order. And for league, I have Waddell a bit higher.
so tournaments, I've got Hubble and actually Toad Ramsey second and Waddell third, but they're all extremely close and Spawn a bit behind them. And league, I have Waddell and then a gap, Hubble, then a gap, and then Spawn and Ramsey. So for me, Spawn is definitely the worst of the four. Waddell probably the best, and then so probably Hubble. Probably for me, it's Waddell, Hubble, Ramsey, Spawn is my ordering of those four.
I think I have about the same actually. Yeah. So maybe we can put them together. So Hubble, I think I have maybe like a B.
I think I'd say Waddell A, Hubble B. I would just Ramsey C, Spawn D, and just make it easy.
Sure, I have Waddell maybe closer to an A minus, but it's reasonable. All right. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like as more
Okay. So
lefties.
just to give you an idea, if you look at the top seasons, by pitching WAR all time, they're basically all really early because people threw a ton of innings, right? Your
Well,
biggest pitching WAR in a season is Pud Galvin. He had 20 WAR in a season, right?
yeah, I mean, a lot of them are very early because they threw a huge number of innings. But
Right.
I mean, I think kind of on a rate basis, still compares pretty decently. I mean, it's I don't know, but I mean, we have other players breaking. I mean, like Dwight Gooden has a season in the top 20 by baseball reference at least because he was just so good. I don't know. I don't have a problem with it.
That's fair. I'm allowed to have a take that people disagree with.
I think the player that I'm actually so we had one in PT20 that was one of the best pitchers in the game, but Kid Nichols to me is another guy who could be given a pretty strong endgame card.
Yeah.
Who doesn't get talked about nearly as much. But I think he was a
May
really
have
excellent
crashed
player.
OTP again. So no, I mean I guess the point is that the volume is part of this war calculation, right? Like for some of these really early era guys that threw 600 innings or something like that, you're almost comparing this to like half of your pitching staff today, right?
I mean, the 600 inning guys, yeah, that was just. But also it's it's a situation where nowadays basically every team pitches their starters the same way, and back then some teams ran 2 starters, some teams ran 3 starters, some teams ran 1 starter, so you get like if everyone was throwing every starting pitcher was throwing 600 innings, that would be different.
Right.
But like it was different which teams use their players different ways.
Yeah, so
So
there's an aspect of that comes in.
yeah,
Um, so, but I wanted to debate with you guys about modern pitchers in a moment. So, uh,
yeah. All right, should we do Hanky and Nathan are both bad, right? They're not going to play.
I think so, but I still need to get my game to reload in order to illustrate it.
Okay.
Hanky's got the cool goggles, though. You got to give him some credit for the cool goggles, right?
Good nickname. That's worth something.
Yeah, yep.
Um,
But I agree. Hanky is probably the silver Hanky's really good. No, I mean, I think actually the problem with both Hanky and Nathan ends up being the same. I'm just trying to pull a. There we go. The problem with both Hanky and Nathan end up being the same, right?
well,
Is,
Nate, I
is
mean,
the splits.
Nathan is definitely the better of the two. Like he's just sort of strictly better than Henke.
Yeah,
Um,
but I think in
I
both cases the splits are enough that it's hard to make it work.
yeah, I mean, I've got Nathan as sort of in the third tier of VR, but like there's also like the Max Scherzer is in there too, the diamond. I mean, if you can get only righties, sure, I'm definitely willing to play Joe Nathan. If I'm not guaranteed only righties, then
Well, also
Joe Nathan's gonna be an
Nathan
option.
is in a little bit better era where there are some tournaments that he fits in better than Henke, I think. Henke
The
is
thing is, I
possibly
don't.
the best reliever for some of the eras he's eligible, but Nathan has this all-star eligibility as well, for example. Like Nathan just fits in more tournaments.
That's true. He plays in that silly mishmash. That's true. The thing is, I don't even know if OTBR, like, are you even playing with OTBR? I mean, you're playing Rivera and Papelbon, Cole,
I'm
Sale, Strasburg
Oh, I thought
as
I mean
starters,
no, I'm not even playing
Gonzalez.
OTP era, but I'm the wrong as you know, I'm the wrong person to ask here.
Right. I mean, maybe he might make a roster in OTBR, but I don't even. He's not a guarantee. I don't think even there.
Yeah, so Henke I
Like,
think
there's
is an
just so many
F.
pitchers in that era.
Nathan, I think there are reasons you might want the card.
Yeah, maybe he gets a D for like that mishmash plus
That's what
some
I'm
kind of
thinking.
righty
I don't think the
thing. Yeah.
card's that much better, but I think it just fits better into the available.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right,
That's fair.
good. So got through the cards. I think there are a couple other things we can do. We could do our PTMS draft. We could do an imperfect draft, but I did actually really want to show some of the stuff I've been playing around with current pitchers, and maybe see if I could get some feedback from some of the clever people in here. And Kidney
Yeah,
if
let's
he's
do that.
around.
Well, I don't know. He
All right,
says he's
let's do this.
retired.
Let's do one little bit of content here. Should we do a draft of some sort? Do we have enough people to do an imperfect draft? Because I know a lot of people are still on Doc stream because he's doing the big giveaway bonanza.
I can toss my alt into one if.
Well, because if we
when he's
don't
on.
have enough, we could wait because probably he'll raid into us afterwards, and then we'd have enough to do an imperfect draft. So that's what I was asking.
Yeah, there's. Let's see. Is there one? Okay, yeah, there's some. Well, some of the quicks are a little on the full side, unfortunately.
All right, why don't we wait on that? We know we could do the PTMS draft because those always go great on stream.
Up to you, yeah.
Should we do that? Then I
If you want.
won't enter a blank team, so that's an advantage.
All right.
All right, you know what? Here we could do it. Should we do a different draft as a warm up? Get our bad draft out of the way.
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
We'll do the. Do you want to do Affiliates Gone Wild or Clown Will Eat Me?
I honestly don't know what's even that Affiliates Gone Wild is. So let's. I don't know. I don't know which cards you're getting. I don't know what the area is. I don't know the ballpark. I don't know anything.
So you want to do Clown or you want to do Affiliate?
I'm happy to do either one. It's kind of fun to do drafts when you're totally blind sometimes.
Oh, let's do Totally Blind. Let's do the Affiliate then.
I will say maybe we should try this another stream. I've wanted to try a blindfold draft where one person reads off all the just the names of the cards every round, and you don't get to look at the cards. You don't get to look at what you've already picked.
I think we'd be okay at that though.
I think we'd be okay,
but
but
we know the card pool well enough.
No, but if you get like a bunch of lives you don't know, and you have to remember which positions everyone plays, it's good. I think it's gonna be tougher than you think.
All right, let's look at Affiliates Gone Wild. So it is 1977, no DH. Crosley Field is close to neutral, but low home runs.
Wait, actually,
slightly righty.
That blindfold draft would be pretty easy to implement in the game, right? Just like put the title of the card in its picture, but don't let you actually like mouse over or click on it or anything, and don't show the list on the side.
What I would like to do, so if we ever did one of these like non-affiliates Gone Wild drafts, what I would do is set up an imperfect draft. Like we did this pitchers and catchers draft, which was a lot of fun with laptop. But it's always hard when the one interloper team,
Right.
isn't watching the stream, and so they do a normal draft. But because you have the position flexibility, we could just have a draft where, you only get pitchers and catchers offered to you.
Why not just only pitchers? Just pitchers in every round.
Or even that, yeah. So we could do a only pitcher draft, but you actually, that way you guarantee everyone's playing by the same rules.
Yeah, that would be fun. And actually pretty easy to set up, right? I mean,
yeah. So if we ever get to do one of these, that's the way we would do it, I think.
Yeah, you just tell the system you only can offer 144 pitchers and no cards of other positions.
Let's try this Affiliate Gone Wild when mullets were cool. What are we doing? Well, Jack.
Oh, we get all of these. We got all of these. We get six of these.
6 out of 6. Okay.
Okay. I still don't know the era or park, but that's fine. I'm happy not to.
I gave it to you. It's 1977.
Oh.
And this Crosley Field is slightly righty favored, but the main thing is light on home runs.
Okay, no DH. Okay.
No
sure.
DH.
Well, let's take all of these cards.
Let's take all the cards we have been offered because we have to. All right. And then we're getting 1-1-1, all twos, and 1 out of 6 in the last round as well, which is weird.
Okay, so this is Spawn.
This is the new Spawn, I think.
Yeah, it's not close.
Clearly, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, there's yes, Dogberry. There's a button in non-go.
Yeah, go needs a lot of things.
It's probably Luke Easter, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no other real bat here.
Oh no, it is Myers. It's Myers. That's a very good point. Good call, Cage Wisdom. That's the pick. Yeah.
Oh, because it's 1977, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, Myers is really good.
All right. Let's go Myers. Good call. I remember Pythias Russ and John Morrill being really good in other versions, but see, if we hadn't taken Myers, it's 100% Wilbert Robinson. But since some idiot talked us into taking Jack Myers simply because he was by far the best pick in that round,
we still take Wilbert Robinson.
I think it's still Wilbert Robinson, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's still Wilbert Robinson.
Yeah,
Robin Roberts is fine in 77.
And Robin Roberts and
probably Tom Daly, because we should just be taking every catcher available to us at this point.
Right. Actually, I think probably just Tom Daly. He probably should play third, but.
Well, this Jackie probably will play short for us. Sandberg
Jackie the shortstop.
Oh, this is the wrong Sandberg. This is the Sandberg that only plays second.
Yeah, so we can't take Ferguson and put Sandberg at third. It's unfortunate.
So it's
Daly at third,
right?
Yeah, we'll just play third. We'll play third. It's fine. No problem.
All right.
Could be McGraw.
This is a bad round.
To Colby, probably.
Oh, but he's so splitty.
Yeah, he is.
It is a righty favored. Wow. Is Uda, does
I
he
mean,
have
no,
any? Uda doesn't have any. I'm
no,
probably
he's
wrong
really
to
bad.
pronounce this Uda. I'm being too Danish about it, aren't I?
I honestly don't know how I would even go about thinking how to say that word, the name.
Is
And
it
I don't
Dick
know how to pronounce
Lines?
YD.
Is it
It's
Dick
not. It's not.
Lines?
YD is not a combination I'm familiar with. Yeah, it probably is
In
declines. And
Danish, that would be pronounced like Uda, but
oh, it's ED. Okay, Emil ED. All right, good to know.
Edie, like I mean,
Exactly. Just the other way and with the wrong letters.
yeah.
But pretty close.
Wow, these are bad. And given the era, like a card like Ames or Frank.
Actually, maybe it's Vic Willis. How about it? Vic Willis is decent, right?
Yeah, well, the problem is the era, right? These are all these like low control cards, which are just,
Yeah.
not what you want in a home run suppressing. Like you have a park that's suppressing the home runs for free, and in an earlier era, like Dick Lines is actually probably what we want.
Yeah, Lines looks okay. We played him a lot at the start of the cycle.
And yeah, because
I mean,
all
it's
of
just
the yeah, like every pitcher we're
all
offered.
so
Look at
bad.
this. They're all these low control guys, right? Every
Yeah.
single one. We're offered all these pitchers, and they're all low. How many pitchers we offered? Yeah, we're offered 11 pitchers this round, by the way.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Chi-Chi is the other.
Isn't Chichi just worse than Tekulfe? Like he's just has less ratings and is the same shape.
Um, yes.
Okay.
All right, it's Tecalve then.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. We
Uh,
can't take. Yeah.
I mean, it's also an era where we don't want a lot of relievers, but look at all these
I
relievers we're
mean,
getting again. Okay.
Joe Judge is fine, and
And
we
it's
don't have first
probably,
baseman.
maybe it's Funk. I mean, Heine's awful, Pip is awful, Willie Jones is sort of awful.
They're all awful.
I mean, we don't really need another Willie on the team.
We only have three starting pitchers. It's a big problem.
Yeah,
We
and
need more
after
starting
looking at
pitchers
Chuck
badly.
Finley, we're still only going to have three starting
Yeah,
pitchers.
that is terrible.
A lot of these are too. Maybe it's
Ace
Frank
was good
Funk.
start of the cycle.
Funk is too splitty. Yeah, but the problem is Ace doesn't fit the era as well, right? Ace
Yeah,
is it's probably
yeah. And
Funk. It's probably or maybe it's McEnany. No,
if we get lefties, it's good.
this is just rough. I'm thinking Funk.
Sure. Yeah, everything's just bad.
Well, now Zaza Harvey can hit, as we discovered on our stream.
And this is no DH, so we could take
The
him.
problem is he can't pitch.
We don't have another starter to take in this round. I guess we have a lot of runs left.
Treadwell might be the best starter in the round.
They're both really bad.
Well, here I'll put the comparison up. Let's see what we think.
Oh, I guess it hits okay too, actually. Yeah,
I
maybe
mean, I
just
think
Treadwell.
Treadwell is better
Yeah, I guess it
than
is.
Zaza.
All right. Yeah, yeah.
And is it Willie Aikens then,
Mm,
or Lou Gehrig?
how crazy is Slick Castleman?
Um, 1977 is a little early. I mean, a
It's a
little too
home run
late for
suppressing
Slick.
park.
What's the worst that could happen, right? You know what? Actually, do we hate Clyde Vollmer?
No, I was just about to say Clyde Vollmer.
The problem
I don't
is,
hate
I
Clyde
mean, you're playing
Vollmer.
in VR and you're playing Dick Shot VL, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, let's do that. Well, this is the
I
wrong
mean,
Lamar Hoyt because
Marty
Marty
Patton
Patton's a
is
pretty good fit.
okay.
He's a pretty good fit.
Yeah, he's fine. I mean, he's borderline is the issue, but
Well, Dummy Taylor actually has the P BABIP. And Don Mossy is
Amos
worse
is
than
terrible.
Castleman.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Patton and Taylor.
I kind of like Maxville just to make sure we're backed up everywhere.
Yeah. You got another good catcher off. Oh, we got Tony. You know we're taking Tony S.
No, we're not, because we have Estella and Jojo White.
We do have to take Estrella, and we do have to take JoJo White. Oh, we gotta take Tony S. Look at it. Oh. Are you
I
putting
mean,
JoJo White ahead of Johnny Dickshot?
yes.
Yes, you are, aren't you?
Yeah.
Do we have to take the Tiger?
I mean, they're like the two of the best prospects we could have been offered. So
Yeah, I mean you're right, but well, clearly Mitch Williams fits this park and
I
era.
mean, it's honestly probably still Mitch Williams. He just has so many more rating
It's
points.
probably Mitch Williams and like Pena LeGros.
How many starting pitchers do we have at this point?
How many relievers have we seen? I feel like this draft is like 2/3 relievers.
So many relievers.
But I think it is LeGros.
Yeah, it probably is LeGros.
We must have seen like all the pitchers in this draft by now.
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently not. We just keep getting them.
Well, we can pick Jimmy Ryan a hitter. All right, Dowdett, I think, is pretty clear.
We have a lot of outfielders already.
Well,
Do we
Millie
need
Mays and
him?
Dowdett are the only. Frank Robinson.
White plays center.
We have 5 outfielders, so he can.
How many starters do we actually have? 5 starters. How many starters do we have?
Assuming Patton's a starter, yes.
Okay. I do like that Vicente Romo card. It's a pretty good card.
Do we have enough infielders?
We could use probably another corner
infielder.
infielder.
Estrella plays third. Do we have anyone else that play? And Tom Daly's our backup third.
Does Daly play first?
Worries me.
No, we don't have anyone else who plays first. We need someone who plays first.
Doesn't Estrella play first?
No, he's third, left, center, right.
Jackie does, but that's not a solution.
No, we can't do that. That's not an answer. Yeah, that's bad.
So maybe it's not.
So we need someone who plays first.
Not it. So it's well, Eddie, we have a first baseman or a third baseman unless we take one of each.
We have 2 third basemen. We have Daly and
yeah, but Daly's. Look at that third. Okay, you're fine with that third base defense, aren't you?
That's fine. That's fine.
You're the wrong person for me to make that argument to.
In this era, are you kidding me? I play with zeros. I don't care.
All right. Is it Waitkiss? I still like that.
Waitkiss is really bad.
All right, we'll do this. Yeah, but there's no one else that plays first in this list.
Yeah.
Right?
No, Aaron Gordon is terrible. Cage listing. He's really bad. Aaron Joe Gordon.
He also only plays second.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do it. Good. Wait. There's another round.
We only get one of these.
Well, then it's clearly Brining, but
how many pitchers do we have? We already have 11, but our starters are so weak.
It's still clearly Brining.
I mean, okay, Elberfeld's the best card available to us, but yeah, it's Brining.
Yeah. Okay, that was a weird draft. All right, well, we got our bad draft out of the way.
So probably we want to like super short hook our 2 really bad starters.
Which
and let the other guys pitch.
Ones?
Patton and Treadwell.
I was gonna say they're all bad.
No. Spawn is good.
Spawn and Steve.
Well, everyone is.
Pray for.
Everyone gets Steve. Pray
for what rhymes with Steve.
That's probably why it offered us so few pitchers, is because everyone gets the Steve, and the assumption was that, well, you only need 4 now, but
yeah, but still,
doesn't really. Yeah, you still need a lot.
What is? Yeah, what do we pray for that rhymes with Steve?
I don't know. Does anything rhyme with Steve?
Spawn and Steve and play for.
Steve and Spawn and pray for Dawn? Yeah.
Steven Spawn and pray
I'm
for
not sure
Dawn.
Dawn is so helpful because then the next day comes and Robin Roberts has to pitch, but you know. Nothing. I can't think of anything that rhymes with Steve well.
Yeah.
Spawn and Steven pray our opponents have no pitchers after that, and Jim Unknowns.
Spawn Steven Roberts and pray for.
Well,
Oh, it's getting worse. This is getting worse, isn't it?
It's not. Yeah.
I got it. Spawn, Steve, reliever Legros, and pray for snow.
Okay. I mean, we managed to shoehorn a weather condition in there somehow. So you know.
I think that counts. I think JoJo White and Dick Shot. I know JoJo's even better versus. Actually, JoJo's just playing both ways, isn't he?
We should just play JoJo both ways. Yeah.
Both ways. Yeah.
I mean, I guess sleet. You could try to run with sleet too. Maybe there's someone who runs with that, or like hail.
If Kimmy's ever put out the sheet, then we'd be able to pray for sleet.
I went to a game in the Metrodome when I was living in Minnesota where it hailed during the game, which was the weirdest sound I've ever heard. The hail hitting the roof of the Metrodome.
Oh, I thought you meant inside. So this reminds me. I actually did way too much research into whether this is doable. Do we have time for a tangent? We also have time for a tangent.
Yeah.
Okay. You know those cars with like dual temperature control?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So have you ever tried like making a cloud in a soda bottle?
I have not, but I can imagine one could try to do that.
So you could do the same thing, right? You could kind of like get something to, condense out in, like in a car. But the question is, if you have dual temperature control, could you make a thunderstorm?
Oh.
Because now you have like the heat sink and so forth.
Yeah, that's interesting. You'd probably need a ability to create a bigger temperature differential than you could in a car.
Oh. So if you had a really good temperature differential, could you do it? So we sort of looked at it. Turned out the answer is no.
Okay.
But it's close. Because when you build up charge for thunderstorm, there's actually kind of a wavelength in there which is a few meters long. So it doesn't quite fit.
Oh.
But
that makes sense.
If you had a dual temperature school bus, I think you could do it.
Okay, you're going to manufacture one of those now? That's going to be your big project? Make a dual temperature control school bus?
No, I was gonna send this to like the Mythbusters guys.
Yeah.
But then it sort of got canceled and all that.
Well, I mean, it's probably a good thing that you can't create a thunderstorm in a car. That seems like a safety issue potentially.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Well, there's all sorts of weird safety issues you get into that like you don't think about, and then they come up and you're like, "Oh crap, this is." I'll give you an example of something.
If you have gas in the car in particular, like that seems like really could be a problem.
Possibly.
Yeah.
But I'll give you an example of the kind of thing you usually don't think about, right? Is when you design a sensor, like what happens if the sensor stops getting feedback?
Right.
So for example, for a while, like the way brakes worked in your car is you'd press a pedal and, it mechanically like would apply something that would slow down the car, right?
Right. Yep.
But now in most modern cars, what instead happens is you press a pedal. There are sensors that look at how you press the pedal and communicate that to something which puts the brakes on.
Yes.
Okay. What is the correct behavior if you lose contact with the sensor?
That is a very difficult question to answer because they both could be really bad.
Yes, they could be.
I guess maybe just like brake a little bit.
You have to think about like what the failure mode should be.
But yeah, you definitely have a warning, but you have to do something because you can't.
Right.
I guess probably the answer is to brake a little. Right? Like to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, I think the answer is probably what you do is you should gradually apply the brake stronger and stronger until they stop.
Until the car stops moving. Yeah.
right? And then you could ask the same question for like, what if it's the sensor that tells you whether the wing flap is up or down on an airplane?
Right.
You know, um,
Yeah. I mean, probably the answer is you want to have more than one sensor, but
yeah, there are other issues. You know, there are other ways you solve the problem besides. Look, this was a big part of the space shuttle design, right? Like it was, um, the space shuttle, like part of why it was so dangerous. I mean, I'm curious what chat would answer this question. So both like Bush, like the later Bush and Obama, asked NASA the same question, um, which is if you wanted to do a manned Mars mission, in principle we could do it, right? So the question is, what are the odds that like it works and you put 7 people on the mission and they come back safely? Okay,
well, I
now
guess it
even
depends
if
what you mean by works. Do they have to actually reach Mars or just like not die? Is that good enough for works?
reach Mars, come back, not die.
No one dies. Yeah. Okay.
Generally it's going to be an all or none die kind of thing, but yeah.
Right.
Um, Now, even if the odds are very low, humans have always been explorers. Like if I told you it's 1%, you might not want to go on a Mars mission, but you know, a lot of people would, right?
Right. Sure.
Like people would go with their eyes open and say, "Yeah, I know it's only 1%. I'm willing to try it."
Right. I mean, yeah, you do things which you have a high risk of dying
Yeah,
sometimes. Like that's not.
but you wouldn't, but you might not, spend $10 billion and slap a big American flag on the thing if you thought there were 99% chance you were going to kill everybody.
Right. Yeah. Probably not.
Okay. So the question is, how good would the odds need to be if you were the president to want to approve the mission?
Well, that's Sawyer is a good point. Who's on it? Do I have the people I care about on it, or can I just put some
Well, you're gonna slap an American flag on the thing, so there'll be like some amount of national prestige behind it, like the moon missions were. It'll be a big thing. So it'll be very,
I
very
mean,
public.
in that kind of thing, you're probably never getting all that low because there's always a risk of like just the thing explodes on the launch pad or whatever.
Yeah. So the question is just what number, like if I told you it was 50-50, would you send it or would you say I'm not approving this?
I don't think I would send it at 50-50. I think it's probably like a 10% chance for everyone to die. I would think about it.
Okay. So for what it's worth, NASA's answer in both cases was, about 85% chance of success. And both administrations decided that was like not even remotely close enough to send it. But I mean, this is actually part of like space exploration.
Right.
One of the things is, for example, if we had to do a moon mission tomorrow, like we couldn't do it the way we did it in the 60s because like literally those Saturn rockets are museum pieces. And actually the metallurgy techniques that we use to build them no longer are in factories. So, I mean, you could certainly design something based on those specs, but you couldn't just like do exactly what you did before.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, it'd take a while to build it too. I mean,
Yeah,
sorry,
it would be a few years of design.
This assumes also you could find astronauts who are willing to take the chance, right? I mean,
No, but
you have
that
to
you
find
always
actually people
will.
willing
I
to do
mean,
it.
at
Yeah.
50-50, you'll find people that'll take the chance voluntarily, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But the problem is it's hard. Like, yeah, Challenger, a lot of people remember that, but that was, look, here was the problem, okay? Just to kind of be direct about it. The space shuttle had about 8 million parts. And it was billed as a reusable vehicle, but actually about 4 million of the parts got replaced each time, and most of the others had to be taken out and put back in to replace them. So it was pretty much a new vehicle every time. They reused the nameplate,
Oh, that's something. It's the space shuttle of Theseus.
Pretty much, yeah. So it's like 8 million parts, and generally the best manufacturing tolerances that you get have a failure rate of roughly a part per million.
Right.
So
and I mean, some of the parts will be able to fail. Right? Some parts can fail and it will still not kill the mission.
That's the point. So that means every time you launch a space shuttle, you're expecting about 8 parts to break. And you hope that you've over-engineered things enough that most combinations of 8 parts breaking don't kill the astronauts.
Right.
But that's where the 85% comes from. It was something similar for the moon missions, right? And if you look at the moon missions, well, nobody got killed during a moon mission. One of them, came as close as you possibly can come to killing the crew
Right.
without killing them. And then there were astronauts killed in training.
Yeah.
So that was about the success rate. And the same thing with the space shuttle, right? Every individual failure, yes, you could figure out what the problem was, but the fundamental problem is that you're going to have 8 parts that are broken. That plus space qualifying things. So generally as part of this, you're really conservative. So nothing can be mission critical unless you've tested it in space. So for example, the backup re-entry things, what happens if you lose contact with the ground? Well, for a while they'd have to teach the astronauts how to calculate a re-entry trajectory, right? And you might have said send a computer up with them, but the problem is it takes a long time to properly mission qualify a computer. And
the computer could fail
technology, too. But the computer technology changes quickly, right? So if it takes you 10 years to mission qualify a computer, think about how much your computers have changed in 10 years. Right?
I remember them at some point NASA was trying to recruit people who knew BASIC and Fortran because they need to communicate with some old not Challenger, but the ones that are way out there. I forget the name. That
is
yeah.
All right, I'll tell that story on another stream. But yes, definitely. So but the point is, you're going to have all these broken parts. Sorry, to finish the computer story, the point was just that what they actually did was they basically mission qualified a TI-85 because the technology didn't change as quickly.
That's funny, but yeah, I guess so.
But yeah, the problem is that's why it's so dangerous, right?
What happens if
this is also go ahead, yeah.
No, if Texas Instruments goes out of business, they have to get it, even if it's identical calculator by a different company. They have to go test that one too, or is that good enough?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay, that's a heavy reliance then on things not changing.
But I guess you don't want the astronauts to die because it turns out that a different company used a chip that doesn't work in space.
I guess, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's true.
So yeah, it's a problem. But this is also why all this effort's gone to reusing vehicles. Well, that plus the cost. So the other problem is the cost. So when we put a satellite in low Earth orbit, it costs about $430 million for the launch vehicle. And of that, only a couple 100,000 is fuel. Most of that cost is because you're throwing the launch vehicle away at the end of the flight.
I guess that's why SpaceX is doing all these trying things with her land, whatever.
Yeah. The first thing SpaceX did, the way it started making money, was it kind of said, look, NASA is going to charge you, $430 million for a launch vehicle, and they're going to say it works 99.95% of the time. We'll charge you $100 million, and we're only going to promise it works 90% of the time.
Right.
But if your payload, is a $50 million satellite, that's a better deal.
Right, and if you blow up a satellite, it's okay. You just make a new one. Yeah.
Yeah. But this is also, a lot of this discussion, this is also how you make it safe. So I mentioned these 8 million parts, right? Well, a Boeing out of the factory, okay, I shouldn't say Boeing, that's a bad word. An Airbus out of the factory.
I don't know if that's the one you want to use right now.
An Airbus out of the factory has, 2 million parts. So everything I just said is still true. That means when Airbus comes out of the factory, 2 parts are going to be broken. Okay. Well, the solution to this is, as you know, they don't put passengers on the first flight out of the factory. You put really highly qualified test pilots on the first flight out of the factory. You do some test flights, you figure out the small number of parts that are broken, you replace them, and only at that point do you start putting passengers on the thing, right?
Right.
And
Right, but
so
you can't do that with a space
that's why
shuttle. I
reusing
mean,
the vehicles, yeah,
yeah.
that's why reusing the vehicles ends up being important. We thought about this actually because at one point we were trying to look at the economics of like, if you want to really use low Earth orbit, how do you make space profitable? So we were looking at like, could you mine asteroids or something? And there's all sorts of crazy stuff that goes into mining asteroids. Uh, but the worst is actually the legal side of it, it turns out.
Oh, because I
Um,
guess the stuff is just not doesn't you're just stealing it basically, I guess.
well, because a lot of this stuff is based on like old maritime law, which makes for
Uh,
really bad case law in space.
yeah, I guess that
So,
is.
like, for example, I forget which of them, maybe it was Eros. There was one of these asteroids that NASA had a mission to, and someone sued them in federal court and basically said, like, oh, well, I discovered this asteroid earlier and I planted my flag on it and I put a spaceport there and I want to charge you docking rights.
What does it mean to discover an asteroid? Can you see it, or you have to actually go to it?
Well, because the funny thing is that, if you go back historically, apparently like it was good enough for like a space captain to just, you know, say like I discovered an island here, I claim it for the crown or whatever, and you were sort of obligated to believe them. Like there's a whole weird set
I
of
see, but it's at
maritime law.
least possible because I mean, if I just claim I've been on some place where no, like it's very clear that people
Well, it's
can't actually
clear
get
that you
to.
couldn't have been there, but actually disposing of this thing in federal court was a pain. Yeah,
Uh
Mr.
huh.
Arthur, there are space treaties, and that's the other thing with asteroids that make it a pain, is that the space treaties are written in a completely nuts way for this. So I'm not a lawyer. I'm going to give you my understanding of how this works. Okay. Something falls in your backyard. You own it. Actually, that's not true in Denmark. In Denmark, you own it unless the queen, no, now it's the king, unless the king decides that he wants to own it, in which case you're obligated to sell it to him at a fair price.
I assume the king determines what's the fair price.
Yes.
Okay. So any
Uh,
price he wants.
I think they try to, anyway, the point is, in general, though, like something falls in your backyard, you own it. Okay. Yeah. Um, Now, no, Mr. It's actually a specific thing to asteroids. So apparently, at one point, a group of astronomers and geologists kind of convinced like people to make this law because they really, basically, they wanted to be able to study whatever fell in Denmark, and so this was kind of a fair way of making sure they could get their hands on it. Uh, But otherwise, you can buy these asteroids on the open market. Like it's actually really cool. Like if you want to buy a piece of Mars, you can buy a piece of Mars.
Yeah,
Um,
could be fun.
and the incredibly cool thing is that we now know that it's a piece of Mars because we didn't know it was a piece of Mars till we sent missions there,
Right.
right?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Well, because we haven't brought anything back from Mars. But what happens is, in an impact, something can break a chunk off of Mars, and if you break it off at high enough velocity, it's no longer attached to Mars, and it can end up somewhere else, and some number of those basically fall and hit the Earth. So you can find meteorites that are of lunar origin or Martian origin.
Right. Yeah.
Um, Look up like Shergottites if you want to buy one of these. They're expensive. I mean, they cost, I want to say, like $100 a gram or something ridiculous. But
Right.
you can buy them.
Not so many of them, but yeah.
Yeah, well, but to be fair, if it's cool to own a piece of Mars. You don't necessarily need to own like a big piece of Mars, right? Like it's not 10 times as cool to own a 10 times larger piece of Mars.
Right.
Um, right?
Is I guess there are probably pieces of Venus and Mercury then too. Are those too far?
It's a really good question. So Venus, part of the problem is that because of the thick atmosphere, you need a bigger impact in order to unbind something.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah.
Mercury, the problem is things are more likely to fall in than out. So again, you need to hit it pretty hard.
Oh.
But there
Okay.
is
Yeah.
actually a class of these meteorites that have been found which don't match the composition of anything else, and people have speculated might be from Mercury. But that's more speculation, and you would need to do like a Mars rover style mission to actually sample soil
Right.
of something in order to find out if you're right.
Yeah, 'cause I suppose it could be by some like passing comet or something or whatever.
There are other things it could
Not
be, yeah.
comet, I guess, but yeah, some
Yeah, well,
other
I mean, that's
other body.
also, I mean, the reason asteroid mining would be valuable is because, so one way to say it is like, why is gold, or platinum or something, why are they rare on Earth? Well, the answer is that they're not actually that rare on Earth. But the Earth was molten at one point, and so they end up in the core, which is a lousy place to get them. But you have asteroids that kind of look like the core. So there are asteroids that have like 10 times the density of platinum group metals that you get in like the best mine in South Africa or something.
Sure.
And the mines that you're seeing, basically the stuff you get in the crust of the Earth comes from later impacts. So one of these hits the Earth, and now you get, a bunch of gold or something.
Yeah.
So if you go find them, it should work. But yeah, so it falls in your backyard, you own it. Okay. If you go up and get it and bring it down to your backyard, then under international treaty you do not own it. And this is one of the reasons that
Who does own it?
Nobody. It's basically the same idea as like you can't go grab oil out of Antarctica.
But I mean, once you've done it, you can't undo it. So what happens to
Well,
it?
so when we brought the moon rocks back, this is one of the reasons we called it a PR thing, but this is one of the reasons we actually gave moon rocks to every country in the world.
Oh, no one can go fly.
However, it's actually stranger than that. So if I go bring it back to my backyard and nobody happens to complain when I do it for a little while, and then I refine it, and then somebody complains, then as best we can tell, I do own it.
Huh.
And then there are other
Interesting.
problems. So if you're going to do this, you'd like to know if you're going to be taxed on it. Well, most tax codes are not written very well to figure out, how space mining works.
That makes sense.
Right?
Yeah.
I'll give you an example of one of the craziest versions. So one of the things that's like kind of weird about how most boundaries are defined under international treaty is that they pretend the Earth is flat.
Okay, I guess, yeah, they usually operate in a small enough area that's probably true.
But it means that so for example, there's a mine on the border of Argentina and Chile where if you pretend the Earth is flat and just sort of go like, down in a rectangular sense from both, it is both under Argentina and under Chile.
Good. Right. Nice.
Right? So then whose laws are applicable? Who gets to tax it? This stuff makes really lousy case laws, you might imagine.
But I guess even if you pretend the Earth is spherical, you'll still get this kind of problem occasionally.
Yeah, just not quite spherical, you mean?
Yeah.
But it's certainly worse if you assume it's flat.
Yeah.
Well, similarly, when people started to deal with air rights, some places said, like, I want to tax everything above my airspace. And some of them, in principle, define the airspace as an infinite cone up. We own all of the air above Tennessee or whatever. So if it turns out that you're mining and Tennessee thinks it owns all the air above Tennessee, and at some point, like that cone happened, or maybe I don't mean a cone because maybe we're pretending things are flat, but basically that shape happens to sweep through where you're mining. Does that mean that now Tennessee laws apply and that Tennessee can tax me on the proceeds?
Yeah, I guess that's unclear.
Yeah, and before you actually think about doing anything like this for real, you really want to actually be able to calculate these things.
Yeah.
You show I can show the silvers again.
We're not talking about silver right now. We're talking about asteroids.
Yes, well, we can. Yeah, I mean, there are other problems like Another one of the problems that came up is if you go, try to mine an asteroid. Well, there are a lot of problems. I mean, one of the problems is that like mining generally, involves like really rigidly fixed heavy equipment. And everything in space flight is like, it costs $10,000 a kilogram to put something into low Earth orbit, right?
Yeah.
Um, you know, so that's a problem.
Is this sort of
But
a
what?
no? It's a bit of a non sequitur question. I remember there was something a few years ago, no, maybe 5, 10 years ago, where someone was working on the ISS and accidentally let go of their hammer,
Oh, and if
and it
it,
just sort of blew up. Who owns that now?
it's a good question. I assume the answer is it'll probably just burn up in the atmosphere.
I guess probably, yeah.
Although we did think about a version of that actually. So that was another thing. There was a satellite proposal I was involved with where, so in principle you have 120 million for one of these small Explorer missions, which is really like 45 million plus cost overruns.
Sure.
And they wanted to charge us $12 million for downlink through this deep space network. But we didn't have priority for it. So in principle, it was only promising like 16 bit per second uh, at peak usage,
Yeah,
which
not
is,
not
really
great.
bad.
Yeah.
So we're trying to figure out if you could do better if you only care about downlink. And we had a stupid idea that went back. So in the like 1950s and 60s, like remember these U-2 spy plane missions? The
Yep.
idea was that the U-2 could fly above radar. So you go, you
Yes.
take your photos of the Soviet Union. But now when you come back, if you, dip down to, land, now they're going to find where you are.
Yep.
So the solution was you put your film on a parachute and you just drop it and let someone else catch it. And so we
Okay.
started thinking about whether you could do the same thing from low Earth orbit.
That seems like a very time being accurate.
Well, no, actually, it's a trade-off, right? I mean, accurate's not that hard, right? Like kinetic bombardment's a thing. If you don't mind hitting the ground at 10 kilometers per second, you can be very accurate.
I guess. Yeah.
No, but that's actually not as crazy a solution as it sounds. What I mean by that is, did you ever do like an egg drop in school?
Probably at some point.
So
I
egg
mean, I know
drops
about
are
them.
all really hard because you like try to cushion the egg, or like you design a parachute and you discover how hard it is to get parachutes to, you know,
Yeah.
right? Um, but there's actually a really good solution to the egg drop that always works. It just sort of is considered cheating, which is you don't pad the egg, you pad the target.
Right.
And that's a system that will always reliably deploy.
I guess so. Yeah.
So so that actually is one solution, right? Another solution is, what you do is you just drop the thing with a parachute or whatever, but you have a tracker on it, so you eventually find where it goes. Yeah, the wind will blow it wherever, but I mean, you can hit something continent size, right?
Hopefully. I mean, I guess
I
from
mean,
some distance you may have trouble even doing that, but
yeah, but hopefully you hit a desert and have some cameras up, or alternatively drop 1,000 copies, and just like say you'll pay some money to whoever finds one and brings it to you first.
yeah, I guess so. As long as you don't
Um,
drop it into some hostile place by
I mean,
mistake.
actually, the thing is, even the speeds aren't that bad. Like, it turns out that the terminal velocity of a flash drive, well, you need a little ribbon on it to stop it from spinning. But if you just drop a flash drive with a little ribbon attached to the back, the terminal velocity is like 30 miles an hour.
All right, that's not so bad.
Problem isn't actually that. The problem is that in return you heat it up, and flash drives do really poorly with heat. So solid state drives aren't great. Um, Although we did have the fun when we were thinking about this, because I'll admit I got interested in this problem mainly as an excuse to use the chicken cannon.
Okay. Not sure what that is, but
Oh, okay. So the chicken cannon is basically if you're designing, let's say a high-speed train, right? You're worried about bird impacts, right? Like
Yep.
if a bird hits it at 200 miles an hour, you don't want it to like go through the windshield.
Yeah.
So you build a cannon that can fire a bird at 200 miles an hour and make sure it doesn't break the windshield.
I guess that's one way to do it.
Well, see,
It
if you
works.
shoot it through the engine, you haven't built your train very well. uh, yeah, well, because there are a lot of specs that you can. There are a lot of specs that you can find for for flash drives and stuff online, right? Um, but it turns out that actually, if you look, it's very hard to find crash test ratings for flash drives.
I would think so. Yeah.
Most manufacturers don't give that, so you have to make it for yourself. I know that's shocking, right?
Yeah, really shocking.
uh, so something like that. Because you name yours brand new big unit. Yep. So, but yeah, anyway, we were thinking about it. Turns out actually that the best solution we found is that what you drop is actually like the really old school magnetic tape, because that does really well if you heat it up, and it also has a really low terminal velocity because it's basically like a long ribbon.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Uh, you have to learn enough about like the atmospheric conditions to be able to find it. That's the trick.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, because I suppose any kind of track you attach is going to have the same problem with the heat and whatnot.
yes. Yep. Exactly. Um, so I don't know. We're getting a little off topic, aren't we?
Just slightly. That's all right.
Uh,
We we
no,
were,
but the
we were
stuff.
pretty good
I
today.
mean, the stuff comes up. I mean, I still think the best office that I know of at NASA is there is actually somebody whose official title is. Let me see if I have the exact title. Was basically the person in charge of planetary defense. They actually have a director, like a director of planetary
Director.
defense. No, but for doing
I don't
things
know.
like worrying
The
about
whole,
like asteroid impacts.
the whole planet. That's a big job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Very big job.
yeah, they've got yep, they've got an official like planetary defense officer. Um,
All right.
Lindley Johnson, apparently. Uh,
Not someone I'm familiar with.
no, but I mean, look, it's not like in the movies. So, like if a comet's about to hit the Earth, you don't like send a bunch of people to blow it up for several reasons. One of which is it wouldn't work. Like you're just gonna have a bunch of dust choke out the atmosphere and kill everybody. But it doesn't work so well for an asteroid either. Actually, gravity sort of brings it back together. Uh, so the best solution if you see an asteroid that's going to hit the Earth 20 or 30 years out is very much not a cool Hollywood solution. What you do is you paint it.
Yeah, I think you mentioned this on another stream.
I
And
did. Okay,
yeah, so
yeah.
yeah.
Um, well, good. Well, then we can go on. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do our PTNS draft. That's what we were going to do. All right. Should we try it now that we got our bad draft out of the way on stream?
Sure. So we're now required to take anything which is related to space in any fashion, right?
So Bill Lee is a must-have.
Exactly. Yeah, Bill Lee. It's a requirement. Wally Moon. That's the basketball player, right?
All right. What do we got?
Oh,
Here?
really?
1995 at Navin Field. No other special things, right?
It's so this one I believe I'm not in this actually, but I looked at it a little bit. It's 95 plus, so it's going to be a mix of high diamonds and 100s, and they're about the same number of each of them. So really, it's more or less a perfecto in disguise.
So just
It's
take
not
the
that
hundreds.
much
Just
different than a
take the
perfecto.
hundreds.
Yeah,
All right.
it's pretty much a perfecto.
Let's do it. And we probably were happy with 11 pitchers.
I want 12 with the environment probably.
All right. Well, this is a lousy perfecto round.
Actually, I think you're taking not a 100. We're taking
Taking
one
Christy
100.
Mathewson.
Yep.
Wow, it might be Posada, but or it
Yeah, I would
might
take.
be. Is it Posada or is it Tomei? He doesn't fit the park as well. I think it's
Yeah,
Posada.
I'd take Posada.
Yeah, switch hitter. Yeah, I think it's Posada. See, you were just saying it's a perfecto in disguise.
Well,
It
it is still sort of because you will occasionally get really bad
I mean,
diamonds.
it's not Paul O'Neill, it's not Fidrich, it's not Simmons, it's not
No, no,
Billy Williams. Yeah, yeah.
when I've done these from days, these usually end up with like 5 or so diamonds and 21 perfects
Yeah.
or whatever.
6 perfect rounds, 7 diamond rounds. No, this is a mixed round though.
Yeah, it's a mixed up.
So are they all? We're drafting 2 in each round.
Yeah, it's a perfecto with more variants, which perfecto already has a ton of variants. So,
Just what we need is more
um,
variants. All right. Well, we
yeah,
got bad Jackie, which means we can't get good Jackie.
you can't get him anyways.
All right.
PTCS.
This is the
You can't
wrong
get good.
Miggy. This is the wrong
You can't
Miggy.
get good Miggy though. So Silver King feels like
Fine.
pretty much a slam dunk. Probably it's still bad Miggy. Even yeah. I mean the park is good for him. The era is good for him.
It's probably still Silver King, just because
Yeah, I
it's a
think so.
bad
I think
round.
Silver King, and Bad Miggy.
It might be Matt McLean's the other option.
That's probably not right.
Are we
Bad
actually
Miggy
run,
is really
Are
not
we
that
actually
bad.
running bad Miggy at third?
Like, he's worse than the other Miggy, but he's still like he's very good for this environment, right? If it's right hand heavy park, home run environment, whatever.
Yeah, but it is Detroit. Can this guy actually hit in Detroit?
I don't know.
All right, Spore's still around. Well, we need a ruling here, maybe. All right, we're going bad Miggy.
Wait, McLean Live is a switch hitter, really? That seems like a just a mistake.
No, he's a righty.
No, Dogberry's saying the live is a switch hitter, which
Oh, the
I
live
think
is
that's
switch
just a
hitter.
I think that's just a mistake because I McLean's the right hand hitter. I'm pretty sure. Now looking.
All right, we
Oh yeah, you're right.
are.
That's bizarre.
This
I think that's just a
is
mistake.
not. Wow.
I guess it has to be Phillips and Dickey.
I mean, we're taking Dickey. We kept saying you don't take Dickey in anything. We're taking Dickey. And it's Phillips. Wow. This is a lousy draft we got going here. Well, we're not taking Cochran.
No, this is not going well. Uh,
It's probably Edgar Wesley.
it's definitely Edgar Wesley. I think it's just Eric Davis.
Oh,
Oh wait, that's the good Bill. That's the good Foster. I thought it was the
that's
bad
no.
Foster.
This is the better Foster.
No, I thought it was Rube Foster. So yeah, it's probably Foster then.
This is the one with the
So
nutty curve.
I do not love him in this park, but what are you gonna do?
We can't take Cochran. All right. We got to get some better rounds here.
Yeah, his live is still a
Oh,
switch
now
up
we
guard.
got
You're right.
Sporer here. Sporer, you got to tell us. Can Miggy hit in this park?
It's the bad Miggy, unfortunately.
It is.
Uh,
Well, we got bad Griffey.
so Hornsby seems good in this environment.
Card's not. Okay, it's always A Rod. First off, it's bad A Rod
It's the
again.
bad
It's
A
still,
Rod.
still A
Yeah.
Rod.
I mean, I think this draft is just kind of doomed at this point. I'm not sure there's much saving it.
Is it Devin Williams? Actually,
Oh, man, that seems
I don't
terrible.
hate that. I mean, it's sort of like a perfecto, so there's nothing wrong with taking the relievers early.
No, there isn't. But I don't like Devin Williams much. Well, yeah, it's only the fifth round, but we've gotten like one good card so far. So we have to get basically
Yeah, I mean, it could
8
be
good
Horn.
rounds.
Well, okay, hold on. This is our 7th second baseman, so maybe it is Hornsby.
I think it's Hornsby.
Okay, is it Hornsby? Yeah, because I mean, Devin Williams, the huge BABIP is good in this park.
I think I'd even take Hassan. Maybe it's Hassan Kim over Hornsby. These two get more positions.
I can't be Kim. I mean, the bat's so much worse. And the 4 points are range that I mean, in league it's closer, right? But in a tournament, it's
Yeah, you
always
just.
Hornsby.
But I mean, if you think this is a backup, then you could kind of get the shortstop for free. Like if the out to win is that hoping that whatever second base you take is a backup.
Do we get 8 or do
I
we
don't know.
get 10 second baseman?
I think it's 12, right? Because it's 10, 12 cards in
Okay,
each
so if
round.
we
So I think
get
it's 12.
12, we if we get 12, we don't have to take a second baseman here. So maybe it's just Devin Williams because that's the best place to
All
dump
right. I mean, I don't
somebody.
like Devin Williams that much either, right? You could take Walker too. Walker at least is good one way, but it's bad for the park.
You heard something
So
of the
I don't
park's
know.
awful.
Yeah.
Maybe it is Kim. So Devin Williams is probably a better perfect, is probably a better reliever than basically all of the non-perfects.
Devin Williams. I
Yeah.
mean, Colin McHugh, I guess, is better.
Okay.
Uh,
But like close enough. I mean, it's in close enough to all that he's still a decent reliever here, right?
I guess I just not a big fan of that card really in general, but I guess he's probably
I
okay.
wish he had more home runs.
Yeah, I wish he had more of everything because then it'd be a better card. But get what you get. I don't know. It's just a bad round, really. Is it ever just not A-Rod, just Kim Williams? Like we just sort of commit to this is our backup. He's going to back up the infield, and we're going to get two good infielders and hope we get them. And if we don't get them, we lose anyway. So what's the difference? Hello. Uh-oh. Can people still hear
Aha!
us?
Sorry, I found it again. All right. So yeah, you're getting one multi-position card. You're getting one multi-position card already in A-Rod, right?
Well, no, I'm saying don't take A-Rod. Take Kim Williams and basically
Oh, but I think
say, okay,
A-Rod actually is pretty good in this park.
well, I just sort of saying like if we don't get a good choice by second baseman, this draft is probably not winning anyway. So just you have to play assuming you're going to
Okay,
get them, and
so
then Kim
in
is more
this
useful.
park, I have A-Rod as the seventh best third baseman. But the problem is Miggy. Well, no, Miggy can. There's a DH, right?
I think he can DH, yeah.
There's a DH. So I think A-Rod is still probably good. For what it's
I
worth,
guess.
I have Devin Williams as about the 20th best reliever. Like pure reliever. So not good, but like better than the back end
Not
we
a
expect to
complete
get.
disaster. Yeah.
So I think we want Devin Williams. And then it's sort of Kim versus A-Rod, right?
Yeah.
And A-Rod fits the park, okay.
So A-Rod is basically it feels to me like A-Rod is sort of saying like we're unlikely to beat him, so he's probably our best player. And Kim is sort of like we're just hoping we beat him and he's our backup. But the question is like, is A-Rod good enough to actually win the thing? Maybe he is, I don't know.
I mean, it's
So I mean you don't
122
really
power for a righty.
great because I mean the thing is, in honesty, in this, you do not care about anything below third. Unless you make the semifinals, none of the prizes really do anything. Right? So you
I
want to
don't
finish.
care about first.
Well, okay. I mean, assuming that you actually want the cards, right? You don't care about Madlock or Raffensperger, really, or Kyler.
No, no, you don't.
You want Ruth, Maddox, and Cobb. So, um,
What you're saying is you play to win the game.
exactly. Yeah, if you lose in the first round, you lose in
Hello?
the third round, it's the same. Yeah.
uh, I'm just seeing how far down I have some of these options. Okay, so I have Kim. Ninth at second base, but like pretty close to unplayable. 18th at third, lower than that at short.
Yeah, no, Gigi's what I'm saying is that I don't think anyone should really care about Bill Madlock, Ken Raffensperger, or Kai Kyler. They're sort of rewards, but they don't actually help your teams at all. Well, Madlock maybe
Hey,
does,
you can
but
sell them for like what 4K quick sell.
um,
No, Roger would be better if they made the Roger. Yeah. Um, I have A-Rod 14th at shortstop and 7th at third.
you're taking him to play third, but you already have Miggy, so then it's got to be Kim. I mean, if you're just taking him to play third and Miggy's DH and you lock yourself, like that seems bad.
All right. Is it ever Griffey?
No, this can't be Griffey. No way.
No, it just can't be. All right.
Yeah.
Let's do it. What's the worst that could happen? I shouldn't have said
Loses
that.
anyway.
All right. So
The one good card you can't take, really.
well, technically, no, I can't.
I guess it's sort of Ron Guidry by default.
Or yeah, it's Gidley Collins, I guess. But Collins also
Maybe just Guidry Melanson.
no.
I mean,
no. This
he has a lot of home run.
is completely unplayable.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's completely unplayable.
Gomez, maybe?
Actually, hold on. Actually, I have Melanson about 30th among relievers.
I mean, there's no you have no outfielders. Maybe Gomez or Lind is worth considering.
Gomez, I don't think so, though. Lynn, you could platoon, but it's a disaster to do it. Is it Jimmy Collins?
No, I mean,
how about Jimmy
It's a very
Collins?
bad draft. Well, it's the same problem as with Miggy. I mean, you're taking a worse third baseman than Miggy to lock Miggy at DH. I mean, it's actually worse because he plays short.
How bad is that flick? It's as bad as all
Really
the other
bad.
flick. It's as bad as all the
Flick
other
is
flicks.
really bad.
Oh, it is Melanson, isn't it?
I mean, this round is just miserable.
Wow. And Gidry in this park.
No, Guidry's bad. I'm not. It's just that.
No, but in this park is particularly bad.
Yeah. Just like, what else are you taking? I mean,
Campanella?
and what to say Posada was a mistake and sorry we took him? I mean, maybe.
I mean, he's a Yankee. Of course he was a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's okay. Just platoon them and say Posada was a mistake. And
this is probably better because you can always bench one of the relievers. The question is, more likely to get some value out of Jimmy Collins?
No, I don't think so.
You're allowed to have a one-position backup. It's,
Well, the problem is you have two. You have Miggy and Collins.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but in principle, but I know, but I'm saying you can do that because you might be able to get away with 11 pitchers here.
I'm very sketched out by 11 pitchers in this kind of environment. I think the runs are going to be through the roof in this draft, like really, really high.
Let me see just how low I have Gidry in this. It's the answer is going to be low, right?
Yeah. Can't be to right. That's I don't know about that one. I mean, you could. But
can't be plays right. No,
only right.
No. I mean, you'd be better off taking Elmer Flick.
Yeah, probably. Certainly better off taking Lynn.
I do not have Gidry being even remotely considerable.
It has to be Lynn then, I guess.
It can't be Lynn. There's nothing. I mean, where are you putting Lynn?
I don't know. He backs up 3 outfield positions, and you hope you get better. I mean, this point. This is just you have to hope you get everything in the last 7 rounds.
All right, I think let's go Gidry Melanson then. I think that's the least bad of many bad options. Well, we got some good catchers. What is this draft?
Yeah. It's the catcher draft. I mean, you're taking bench probably. There's just nothing else good here. There's too many.
Okay, we're
But
definitely
the
taking
rest of the
bench.
round,
Bench is probably playing first base for us.
he might be. Yeah, first base, the
No, bench
LVR
is
if he
playing
catches
third
it up.
base for us.
No, Miggy's playing third. Miggy's better. No, maybe he's not. No, I don't even know what else to take here. See, the problem with this is that out of 64 teams, at least one is going to hit stuff.
Yes.
So if you're not the one that hits the stuff, it's
Dave
just
Bancroft,
dead.
backup shortstop.
Oh my God, really? No, there's no way. He's not even good on defense at this point anymore. I kind of want to take Abner Dalrymple.
Justin Morneau to um,
Well, you can sell him for a lot for that mission.
just go Yogi. Just go all in on our catchers.
Well, no, the problem, Doug Berry, is not that someone will hit some of the right cards. Someone is going to hit like a lot of the right cards, and then even if some of them are bad, they're still that team is
Yeah, like
still
the
really
draft that I
good.
ran into Snailman in the PTCS, he hit
No, it's just
basically like
right.
the 5 meta pitchers.
Yeah,
And
right.
then, yeah.
Someone will hit all the cards, and even if some of those cards don't perform, they'll still crush your team without all the cards. So, like, yeah,
It might be Bancroft. You know, for this park and this era. I
I
mean,
don't know.
it can't possibly be Bancroft, but it might be Bancroft, right?
I mean, this is just a zero outfielder. You have zero outfielders at this point in the draft. You see 9 center fielders taking none of them.
Well, you want me to take Andre Dawson? I mean,
No, I want to take. I want to take Abner Dalrymple.
no, you don't. You do not want me to take Abner Dalrymple.
Okay, I want to take Abner Dalrymple.
Does this Miggy play left? No.
No, it plays only third. Maybe what about Darren Erstad? He looks at defense.
Darren, okay. If we actually have to take an outfielder, it's Erstad.
I mean, you've seen 9 center fielders taking 0. You've seen 8 left fielders taking 0.
Well, they're gonna get better.
7 right fielders taking 0. Like it's not good. There's what? There's 12 to go. They need like 5 of them.
Yeah, but I can't even find Erstad in these lists.
So you do have to hustle on time. This still half the draft to go.
I can't find Abner.
You're right. The Erstad must be better than Abner.
Erstad must be better than Abner if we have to pick one.
I feel like you kind of have to pick one.
Is it Erstad or do we go?
I guess Bench plays right, doesn't he? So
Yes, he does.
oh, goodness gracious.
Bancroft, I no longer have in the top 40.
Yeah. Yes, it's a perfecto system, except sometimes you get this. So the variance is
This may be the
really
worst
high.
draft we've ever done on stream.
The variance is really high, and we have hit the worst end of it. That's for sure.
Is it Dave Smith? I mean, the problem is we've already buried a lot of relievers, and we kind of need good pitchers from here on out.
Honestly, I think you have to take Erstad. I really think I have to take Erstad.
Okay.
There's just nothing else.
Let's see what's next.
Acuna. Okay.
Okay. All right. Well,
Ichiro.
we're taking Ichiro, right? We're definitely taking Ichiro.
I mean, he's the worst fit in
He's the worst possible fit in this park. It's like, what do you want? Okay, what do you want in like, a right-handed power park in 1995? Oh, I don't know. Let's go with the left-handed hitting singles hitter.
Yeah. Okay, and then
and it's Joe Nathan.
I guess Joe Nathan.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah.
No, that's the wrong Sheffield.
Yeah, wrong Sheffield. Bad Sheffield.
Which also means we're getting the wrong versions of all of these cards.
Yeah.
We're just skipping McGuire, I think, right? I mean, because that's the other option is you give up and put McGuire at, yeah.
left field.
All right. Hold on. We got Delvin Betances. Okay, we're taking Mookie. We're taking
That's
Spawn.
Spawn.
This is
Yeah.
actually a good round.
I'm a little sad we can't take Andrew McCutcheon, actually, because we really could use him.
We actually could use McCutcheon, but you know what? Mookie plays setter.
Yeah.
I mean, I
No,
almost
no, I
would
mean,
have
it's an
wanted
easy
to go.
round.
I
But
almost would have wanted to go Betts Trout, but it's got to be Betts Spawn.
no, it's not a bad Spawn. It's not a bad Spawn. This is actually a reasonable round. The
Okay,
first,
we're
the first
taking
round with two
McClanahan,
reasonable cards in it.
and we got another. We got all the catcher options.
I mean, I don't even know what to do. How many outfielders are left? 4.
4. So it's
And you need
probably
2 of the 4. Let's take Max
probably
Clark.
Max Clark. I mean,
That Kent
problem is, who
Herbeck,
else
by
are
the
you gonna
way,
take? I mean, Ozzy's a little bit upside down.
that Herbeck is not talked about as much because it actually sold. One sold at the beginning of the game, but that is one of the worst perfects in the game.
Yes. The Jose Fernandez is a pretty good fit for this park, by the way.
Yeah. Is there any chance? No, he's not better than McClanahan. Is he a starting pitcher? Who's our starting pitchers right now?
Okay, so
Spawn.
it's 100% McClanahan.
Yeah. Who's the starting pitcher? So Spawn, McClanahan, Mathewson are starting pitchers for sure. Who are the other 2?
Foster.
Oh, right. Foster, Silver
Silver
King. Okay.
right now.
Probably Fernandez is not a starter.
No.
Okay.
So maybe it's Max Clark just because we're desperate.
Yeah, probably.
Because we're taking another, outfielder with no power who's a left-handed.
Yeah, he's a Tiger though. He'll get the.
You got the Tiger
boost. By the way, we have also new shortstops. We have 2 to go. We have to take one of them.
If we have 2 shortstops to go, is it Ozzy? I mean, Ozzy's
so
also the worst possible fit for this. You know what? We're going to be the best defensive team in the whole darn thing.
That's for sure.
Okay, no, the answer is the answer is a second baseman. Ha-Seong Kim right now is our starting shortstop.
I guess you have Mookie. In theory. Like, can bench plays right field, Posada plays catcher. Oh, each has to play right field. That doesn't work either. Each could only play right field. We can't even do anything.
Nick Anderson.
No. I just take Fernandez.
Okay.
I think it's Max Clark.
Thinking we have. Yeah, because actually we want to be able to take 2 more pitchers if need be.
Yes.
That's actually important.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we got some pitching options. We're just taking Root Papelbon. I mean.
Okay, I mean, we have to take the last shortstop. We have to take the last outfielders. But yeah, what are we doing?
I agree, but I think Root Papelbon actually means our pitching staff is like halfway
feasible.
Decent.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it has to be right.
And by the way, I may take a 13th pitcher if the right thing comes along. Well, Charlie Gehringer. Look, you wanted a Tiger.
Okay, Reggie Smith. Reggie Smith is our 35th of 36 outfielders.
Do you mean as in like that's where you rank him out of the 36 possible outfielders, or do you mean
he's far lower than that? That's true. We could take Pujols to play left field. That is an option. Pujols is pretty far behind the Met at this point.
Okay, I think we're taking Gehringer. Let me start with that.
I mean, there are 2 second basemen to go. We could skip Gehringer and hope one of the last second basemen is decent. I guess we're forced to take the last shortstop too. Okay, so it doesn't work. All right, never mind.
Well, actually,
Gehringer,
the fact that Pujols plays third is actually valuable for us.
Yeah, I guess it's probably Pujols.
Pujols is our backup third baseman right now.
Yeah, probably.
Wait,
boy, this is
no. This is even better. You're gonna love this. Pujols is our defensive replacement for Miggy at third.
Pujols is the starting left fielder. I don't know what you're on. Yeah.
Pujols is our defensive replacement. It's gonna be beautiful.
Okay, I mean, yeah, this is the only choices, I guess.
All right, Pujols, Gehringer.
So whatever the shortstop is, we have to take it, basically. It
Actually,
is
we hit a home run.
Home Run Johnson. Okay, that's actually
That's
not that bad.
actually probably our starter. Uh, I love how you said this is basically a perfecto. Maybe
The
it's
rest
just
of this,
is it just Matt Olson's bat?
where are we playing him even? I guess he's DHing.
I mean, I'd like an outfielder, but you know,
Well, Pujols is our left field. Pujols is our left fielder.
let me
I don't
see
even consider
what it's
Pujols a
got
first
so
baseman.
far.
No, Pujols is. I don't even consider Pujols a first baseman. He's a left fielder, third baseman.
Oh God, with that
It's
53 outfield range.
fine.
Okay.
Man, the AI is not even playing Ichiro.
No, the AI doesn't even like Ichiro.
That's amazing. It's chosen 2 Diamonds over Ichiro.
I mean, we did
So
just give him an F. Okay,
no,
Marte does plays everything, but
I don't think
no.
he's useful though. Yeah, it doesn't really
I
do
think it's
anything.
probably just Olson's bat, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's not good, but what do everything else is horrible. So, all right. Well, this is not winning anything.
What do you mean? I'm winning 2 PT 25 packs with this.
You're winning that was Andrews. So that's something, I guess.
Elvis is in the building, or will
Elvis
be.
is in. Yeah. All right.
All right, let's
That's
see
it.
if we can
That's the
salvage this at
draft.
all.
Spoiler alert, no.
Okay, so what do we got? Oh, you know what we could do? I could run the 5 lefty rotation.
I can't imagine that's good.
What? Just because it's such a heavily right-handed park?
Also, Matthews and the King are so much better than Kidry and Foster.
Just because it's a heavily right-handed park, I shouldn't run a an all lefty
Yes,
rotation.
Mr. Audit, we not only did we pick Charlie Garinger, I think we're going to start Charlie Garinger VR.
Okay, what are we actually running here? It's probably
It's Spawn,
Spawn,
Waddell, Matthews,
Waddell,
and King.
Mathewson, McClanahan, King.
Waddell's probably our best pitcher. I think he's more home run than Spawn does.
Yeah. And then
I think
Papelbon's probably the closer.
yeah. Papelbon is Nathan. We're okay with Nathan and Phillips coming in the game. Everyone else hopefully doesn't come in.
Foster. I'm okay with Foster coming in.
Foster, yeah, Foster's okay. Yeah. So Guidry and Melanson need to not come in, and Dan Williams probably shouldn't come in if we can avoid it.
Actually, maybe it's even this. No.
No, you're good about it pitching.
We might run out of pitching. I don't think we're going to run out of pitching because I don't think we're going to last long enough to run out of pitching.
No, I mean the thing is, I expect there to be like 7 runs a game in this environment or something. So, like per team.
Yeah.
So
Actually,
it's going to be
Gidry
a
can
lot.
mop up, actually.
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
All right. And then lineups.
The good thing is you have taken 2 pitchers with a tremendous amount of stamina, 2 starters.
All right. So we're Dickey bench, platoon at catcher. No.
Yeah,
Or do we? Yeah, I think that's right.
yeah. Well, maybe not. Is it right? I'm not sure actually. I'm listening.
Olson and Wesley. I think it's just Wesley. Okay. I think we'd want to start. Let's figure this out. So Pujols is playing left field versus lefties, maybe not versus righties.
Oh, I think he's playing both.
I mean, Ichiro's starting both ways.
Each of us both ways. Betts has to be in center
Unless
for
we put
sure.
Betts at second.
No, because then we're saying we're gonna play Clark over Garinger. I don't know. That seems terrible. Garinger at least has eye and things.
How about Home Run Johnson, actually? I
Maybe
like
he's
Home
better
Run
than I
Johnson.
don't know.
Well, definitely versus left, I want Home Run
Definitely
Johnson.
versus lefties, yeah. Versus righties, it seems closer. Maybe it's better just platoon them. I don't know. I'm not really sure.
I mean, this is not a good draft. Let's
No.
just to be clear, this is not a good draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Audit, we picked Charlie Garinger. I mean, I didn't even normally you just want to at least platoon everyone and get them in the lineup somewhere. I don't think we even are doing that. Okay, so Posada is now useless, or do we actually want to somehow? Well, who's the DH now? Is the DH
It's
actually
Wesley and
Olsen?
Olsen. Yeah. So Olsen's probably at first then, I guess,
Uh,
because he's just much better defender.
yeah. And Posada's just useless. So this depth chart's gonna have
Yeah.
a little bit of a problem then. Oh, hold
No,
on.
I think
Pujols.
it's
Hold on. Erstad is
fine.
not starting at left. Pujols is
No,
starting
no,
at
no, no.
left.
Cool starting. Yeah.
Uh, the question
No,
is,
I think it's.
do we have enough backups?
I think Ben
Or
should
did
be the backup first. I think
that's what I'm
Ben should be
asking?
the
Is
backup
Ben?
first
Yeah, I
baseman.
was gonna, bench has to back up first, but is bench also backing up third?
Yes, and then Posada might come in second, which
Oh,
is
because then
fine.
Posada. So maybe Posada is actually the catcher backup VR.
No, no, no. Just leave it like this. It'll be fine. I think if you just leave it, I think it'll actually be smart. Or, well,
Wait. Did
smartish.
you just say you think the AI will actually be smart?
No, no. It actually knows how to put the third guys in. It does know how to put the third guys in. The second guy's tired.
So he
I mean, smart is maybe
says.
overstating it, but yeah.
All right. Oh, we should change some sliders for this, right?
Yeah, I don't think stealing is too good here.
Well, do I have anybody that can run?
No.
Uh, Ichiro. Hold on. Ichiro can run.
Oh, Ichiro. I forgot about Ichiro. Yeah, Ichiro.
All right, hold on.
Honestly, I don't even know if that's enough.
No, Ichiro is going to steal frequently. But I think the global is none.
Yeah, for sure the global's
But
none.
then for Ichiro, what I can do is I can set it to override team strategy.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, Ichiro even bunts. I mean, he does like all that stuff.
Yeah, no, it's not great. It screws up sometimes, but it does put the third guy in. Like, it doesn't just pretend the third guy isn't there. It messes things up where sometimes if you don't have a third guy in both positions, it'll put the tired guy in at the one and then screw it up. But if you have third guy in
Dogberry
both
is
positions, it'll
not
do it right.
convinced by this.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we did it, kind of. For some definitions of it, we did. We managed to finish. I think we managed to finish the cycle with the worst draft we've done on a stream, and that's saying something.
It was not a good draft.
Oh, hey, we're only 5 away if people want to get this entry fee to fire.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
I should actually put my players in my team then. Not.
All right. Well, we can either go raid into DishNet, or yeah, I kind of want to get some feedback. Let me show you what I was doing with the pitching stuff. Actually, see if I can get your take on this. Does that sound like a plan?
Sure, let's do it.
All right.
Yeah,
So
because it probably puts him in
what?
somewhere else, Doug Berry. It actually it's that's the problem is more likely that you set up your depth chart in such a way that you have one guy backing up a million positions and it put him in somewhere else first and it runs out. Like that problem is most likely on your depth chart setup than the AI. That particular problem. The AI has a lot of problems, but that one does not sound like one to me.
The
Anyway.
AI has 99 problems. You know what? Let's not finish that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you have the same second and third guy at 5 positions, it'll screw it up because it doesn't know which ones to prioritize. But as long as you don't do that, it's fine.
Okay, so what I wanted to show you, I was playing around with this idea I mentioned last week of whether you can take StatCast data and actually use it to figure out what pitches are good. And I got some things that make sense and some things that I completely don't understand. And I thought maybe some people that like actually watch more baseball than I do and like understand stuff could help out a bit. So I think the first puzzle is I assumed that, what made really good pitchers is essentially a combination of like really nasty stuff and good command.
It would seem to be sensible.
But
Yes.
as best I can tell from actually trying to like figure out what's important, That may not be entirely true. Four, that's exactly what I was going for. Uh, Actually, what I should do is here. Let me just move this and make it a little bigger. That's the way to do it.
Okay, I assume on this red is better for the pitcher. This is from the this projected scores from the pitcher's point of view.
Yeah, yes, that's right. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out. I'm still trying to get this to work the way I wanted it to. I haven't done so well with this. Yeah. So red is better score from the pitcher's point of view. So basically, command seems to be everything. That's the first point.
Is this? I mean, what is happening with stuff here? How is this dealing with stuff?
Well, it's both. So it's looking at the full trajectory of the pitch, and it's trying to ask, should this pitch be effective?
I see a couple random red dots like down in the bottom where sliders are going to land a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, middle isn't bluer, and I'll show you a few things I think I found out of that. And that's versus righties, down in the zone's a little better than up in the zone as well. And it depends a little bit by pitch type. So like for change-ups, well, no one fortunately leaves a lot of change-ups up in the zone.
Yeah, they don't do well.
But, you clearly wouldn't want to, and so forth, right?
Yeah.
So that's definitely a thing.
Well, what does like a slider or a curveball look like? Because that's more interesting to me than a changeup.
Yeah. Let's see. Here's a curve to a righty.
I see. So this top one is people landing called strikes that probably on 0-0.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
And a slider. Here's the slider.
Okay. Right. That makes sense.
Okay.
Interesting. I mean, what are these ones? Because I wouldn't think people are throwing sliders for called strikes up here not that much, but I guess maybe they are.
I mean, I don't know, but I mean, also part of it, the big thing is at the bottom here, I was trying to sort of show what a pitch score looks like based on like other information. And it's just not as valuable that like command is sort of everything. So that's the first thing that's interesting. So believe it or not, I've built a model that says that like walks are really important.
Whoa. Well, that's shocking to hear.
Okay. The second thing I found out was I initially tried to make a model where, the second thing I discovered is that most pitchers don't seem to actually be big on trying to hit corners. So I'll give you an example. Here, or pick a pitcher that looks interesting, Here, Garrett Cole, right? He's supposed to be the best pitcher in the history of ever, apparently.
Except for Greg Maddux.
So you look at what he threw to righties, and he basically just pounds the middle of the zone. Right? The right is just density, not the left is sort of the pitch score for how good they are. So his score is better when he, hits the corner. Okay, score, fine. He's not the best pitcher in the history of ever. He's just the best card in the game.
Except for Greg Maddux.
But I have to get you back for the Cy Young thing. All we're saying is he's like a run better than Pedro, okay? Anyway, the point is, his level of command is he throws strikes.
I mean, Cole, at least from when I've watched Cole pitch, which isn't a huge number of games, it seems like he.
No, but this is actually typical. Like, pick another pitcher that you think of as,
Well, I'm curious to DeGrom actually, because he should be very.
DeGrom is the one exception. That was the fun thing I was going to show you.
Okay.
Yeah. So DeGrom, the exception I was going to get. So pick anybody other than DeGrom.
What's a good example? Maybe Corbin Burns.
Sure. Sure. So same thing, right? So Burns, instead of like aiming for the middle, is keeping things a little bit down and in, it looks like.
Right.
But
Well,
it's the same idea
yeah,
that basically pretty much the level of command that pitchers have is good pitchers sort of aim for the zone and they have enough command that by aiming for the middle of the zone, they can hit the zone, but they don't really have enough command to consistently hit corners.
yeah. It turns out pitching a baseball is hard.
It is. So for all but one person in the world, apparently,
Right. And he also
okay,
has the best
because
stuff too. So
DeGrom has a freaking donut hole.
yeah, the ground was just stupid.
DeGrom is like the one person that actually seems to like throw strikes, but not throw anything middle.
Yeah, no, DeGrom is just such, and he has the best stuff too, right? It's not like it's just the command.
Yeah. Which is just crazy, right? Um, you know, yeah. Well, I mean, actually, and the other thing is, see, I have these like speed and release point things, and DeGrom is much more consistent. Look at, see, like if you look at kind of how red these things are and how tight that
Yeah, yeah.
distribution is, right?
The thing we really understand, DeGrom's fastball grip, he holds it with his thumb like underneath the ball, like not
Yeah.
touching. I don't understand how he pitches like that. I can't even throw the ball at all like that. It just falls out of my hand.
Yeah.
It's,
I mean,
it's
you
amazing.
can see like, Garrett Cole like is great, but like the spread of, like the consistency. Yeah, so Snell, I can show you what Snell looks like because actually that was one of the things that made me realize I had to change the model. So Snell actually does have like enough command that he's not aiming for the center, it looks like. Most people just throw it down the middle and try to throw strikes, it looks like. Snell aims for, somewhere away from the middle. But it's still kind of this one consistent spot. At least versus righties. Versus lefties, it's not quite as good.
Hmm.
So I was playing around with this, and there were a few things I found that were really surprising. So one was I initially tried a version of this where I just said a pitch is a pitch. And it turns out that the count is really important
Right?
because
Makes
when I
sense.
first started rating it, what it did is it actually took Snell's slider and it thought that Snell's slider was like one of the worst pitches in the game of baseball.
Hmm.
And the reason, as I discovered when I kind of tried to figure out like this looks crazy, what's going on. The reason is the count. That essentially what's happening is Snell's throwing his slider a lot on like an 0-2 count. And on an 0-2 count, you actually don't mind throwing ball one a lot.
Right.
Like one way to think about it is, hold on, I have this table somewhere for when I did this. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like RE24 with the counts.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So
Something, yeah.
WOBA on an 0-2 count is 196, right? Obviously, if you strike the guy out, it's 0. And if you run it to a 1-2 count, it's 223.
Right. You're not giving up. Yeah.
So the risk reward is such that like you're actually quite happy throwing an 0-2 slider for a ball most of the time, and it can still be a positive outcome pitch.
Right.
But, generally when he throws the slider, there's a good chance that he's throwing it for a ball. Right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's kind of why this hated the slider. So what I tried now was something where I do take the count, as part of figuring out what's going on. Now this is a problem because the sample size gets a bit lower. But also I worry a little bit that what's happening is you're getting something which is which is now a little bit biased toward outcomes, right? Because the whole idea is I want to be agnostic toward outcomes. I don't want to ask, like, did you give up a lot of home runs? I want to
Right,
ask,
because you're
should you have given up a lot of home runs?
well, yeah, you're just choosing. You're going to reward people who are just getting good counts.
Right. So I think the
Yeah.
answer is that if I understand correctly what I'm doing, I won't necessarily reward people that get into good counts on this. Because, like, if it turns out that you should have thrown a ball, but Angel Hernandez called it a strike, you're not getting credit for throwing the strike, but you are evaluating the next pitch based on the count you ended up with.
Oh, I guess.
I did also notice some other things that
Yeah.
are in there. So one of the problems I discovered is that apparently, according to StatCast, Aroldis Chapman threw a pitch on a 4-1 count, followed by a pitch on a 4-2 count this year.
We can probably find it. Guessing, right? See, we can find it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
But yeah, so what it means is the pitches that end up being the best. So let me see if I can show you an example of something that is flags as a really nasty individual pitch. And then I'll show you some of the questions that I have. But let me find, I think I've got an example of one of these.
I mean, I guess if
By
you're
the way,
taking the
who won
StatCast,
Doc Straw? I assume that happened by now. Who won the? Sorry, I'm still trying to find the thing I was going to show you, but. Go ahead. You were going to say something else, though.
no, I was trying to think because like I assume this is taking the StatCast pitching labels, the pitch labels.
That's what I'm currently doing. One of the things I'm going to try doing next is I'm going to try. So I tried a version where I didn't label anything, and it didn't work quite as well. So I think which makes sense, right? Because what
Yeah.
makes a sinker good is different than what makes like a slider good is different than what makes a fastball good.
Oh, particularly like a changeup versus a breaking ball is going to be very different.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm curious how it deals with Devin Williams because Devin Williams' changeup thing is not actually a changeup, right? It's a screwball that's just labeled wrong, sort of.
yeah, well, that's a big part of this. So here, actually, let me show you. 1 second. I'm going to show you what it labeled as one of the nastiest pitches, just to give you an idea of the kinds of things that it will pick. Here you go.
Zone.
Okay. It's a good pitch.
So basically, it's a big breaking ball, but it also hits kind of hits. It basically starts his knees and hits the outside
Right.
corner, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good pitch. It's going to get a lot of. It's going to get a lot of swing strikes or takes for
Yeah.
called strikes.
That I mean I'm actually probably not even swinging at that. I'm probably bailing on that.
Yeah. Oh.
You know.
Yeah, I mean it's a good pitch. It's definitely a good pitch.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to figure out are a couple things. So one big problem is because command dominates everything, it becomes really difficult to sort of figure out, should I be evaluating the command and stuff together, right? So like the pitching plus stuff that Fangraphs uses actually separates the two. They divide into like a stuff plus and a location plus, and then they try to combine the two afterward.
How are you dealing with called strike versus swing strike versus foul ball? Like, are they all the same?
Based on the WOBA change. So called strike and swing strike are the same. Foul ball count depends on the count. It's either meaningless or, strike.
Yeah, because I wonder if actually that maybe is. And I thought that swing strike rate is much less. There's much less variance in that than in called strike rate. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, it makes sense that there would be less variance. Yeah.
Yeah, but I wonder if you end up.
So if I give more weight to that, I will definitely identify a nastier pitch, right?
Yeah.
So part of what I wanted to do was understand some of the things, but the question is swinging strike rate actually telling you that the pitcher is better? Or do you just want something where you can correctly predict that it's a strike?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can end up in a situation. It's kind of like where WOBA breaks down when you just have all walks, because like the walks don't help each other. Or at some point if there's like no stuff and the batter knows that all the pitcher's looking for is called strikes, it's going to become a problem.
Right.
But if the batter knows that all the pitcher's looking for is swing strike, it's less to become a problem because they're going to throw the pitchers in the zone.
I mean, there are several things in here where I'm seeing something interesting, but trying to understand how real it is.
That's a very good point for on catchers. Catchers need to come out of this somehow because they're going to make a huge impact on the called strike rate.
Yes, and I have no good way
I guess
of
it's
doing
hard.
that.
Yeah, it's hard to get rid of them.
Well, I guess no, but actually, I guess the answer is I am getting rid of them, right? What I mean is, I'm not asking, did they successfully get a called strike? I'm asking, given this pitch trajectory, what should have happened? So that'll be kind of averaged overall.
Yeah, I suppose.
But it still has some weird results in terms of like who it likes and who it doesn't. Um, and some of the pitches that sort of don't match what I might have anticipated. So actually, maybe I'll show you here. Here are the best and worst of various pitch types, if that helps, and maybe you can tell me some of the ones that look weird to.
Yeah, it's a bit small. If you could make it bigger, that would be helpful.
Yeah. Here, you know what I can do? I can.
Oh, okay. Thanks. No, that's good.
I can put a link in the chat. I don't want to share this too widely because among other things, it's not static yet. I'm sort of playing with stuff. But I can put it in the chat. I threw a website.
Okay,
I threw a web front end together.
Pagan sticks out to me because he was really bad, right? He gave up a lot of runs, I think.
Yeah, so it really likes his fastball. And I actually kind of likes a lot of his pitches. So let me see why.
I thought he was really bad, or maybe it was the year before.
Let me see what the actual stats were.
Oh, no, he was good last year. It was the year before I was thinking of. It was 2022 he was really bad, and 2021. 2023 he was okay. Okay, yeah, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, the results look okay, but I didn't see him pitch.
No, the years before that. I was thinking of the years before that when he was terrible. But yeah, he was good last year.
I'm not familiar with Pitcher List. I should take a look. Because I had tried to develop this, reading a little bit of what people had done, but kind of only making the same decisions if the data forced me to. So kind of trying to prove everything from scratch a little bit, right? This really likes Pagan's fastball, especially.
What's at the bottom? What's at the bottom for fastballs?
What's at the bottom? Sure. What are some bad fastballs here? And again, this will be only things labeled fastballs.
Right. Okay, these make sense for the most part, I think.
Bassett was interesting.
Bassett, I wonder. Bassett.
But the weird thing about Bassett is it seems like, so basically what this said is that Bassett kept trying to find second pitches. And if you just made him a reliever and told him to throw the sinker with a little bit of a cutter, it would him a lot better.
I wonder if Bassett is actually just sort of a pitch classification problem because he throws so many different pitches. And I think there's even sub pitches within this.
Yeah, he's got, what has he got? He's got 8 different pitch types that are labeled here. Here's sort of but actually if you look at these release points and stuff, I think these might be, I don't know if it's quite 8, but I actually see why they're classifying. I think if you were to group these, you would group them as probably at least 6 or 7 different pitches.
I mean, there's a lot of different stuff, but also this, what is this? The slider, it looks like has a pretty big range
that
of
FS.
movement.
So that's FS
Oh,
is
that's FS.
that's the
These
split. That's the
candle
splitter, I think.
splitter. Okay. Well, that makes sense. People do it through splitters differently.
Yeah. Kirby's knuckleball. I'm guessing. I don't. Let me see if I have any
It
knuckleballs in
probably just won't
here.
even show up. He threw it
It's
once.
once. Yeah, I think I had a minimum. Yeah, I can show you some of the other pictures again, just to sort of see, you know, where you're
I'm
at
curious what
here.
it does with. I'm curious what it does with Devin Williams. That's really okay.
All
So this
right.
fastball's kind of mediocre or average-ish, and just it thinks his changeup is really good, but not as good as some other guys.
Let me see. So Devin Williams, it loves his changeup. The fastball, yeah, mediocre.
Okay, and he's done the cutter 25 times, so who cares?
And the small number of cutters it thinks are fine, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Oh yeah,
basically, it loves the
that's true.
changeup.
Waldron should have a non-zero number of knuckleballs.
But yeah, here I can go. I can show you the other. Let me see what we got here. So that was the fastballs. I should have made a jump to the next thing, a little index on this. Next
Litter
time.
likes Batista. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, sliders. Well, the sliders at the top make sense. Yeah, it really likes Bobby Miller, by the way. So if you're looking for someone, it would project as like a breakout type.
Yeah,
This model basically says like doesn't like the change up, but actually 4 good pitches.
that's just what the Dodgers needed. You know, they were running short on good players, so
So I don't know where Spores got him in in the like fantasy projections, but this at least really likes Bobby Miller.
I mean, I was worried the Dodgers would only have like 7 or 8 good starting pitchers this year, but you know, it seems like that'll be all right.
um, let's see, bad sliders. I'm guessing some of the bad sliders will actually not be sliders.
Did
Yeah,
any
so the
position
Snell
players throw
thing,
enough
see,
to
it
get in
still
here?
doesn't like Snell's slider just because he throws it for a ball so much.
Did any position players throw enough pitches to get in this? Probably not.
Uh, all right. I was curious about this, so I've got. I didn't link it here because they're not that interesting. But I have minimum 50 pitches in there. Oh, here you go. Kirkring ends up at the top with the 60 pitches he threw. He threw 60 pitches and it loves the sweeper.
Yeah, well, it's a good
uh,
pitches.
but here you go. Here are your worst pitchers according to this.
Okay, yeah, a lot of position players.
So position, it was minimum 50 pitches for this list.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to tell where the position players start and the real pitchers end.
Actually, Austin Hedges, it's funny. It actually, it's this other that really kills him. The thing, like, there's the ethos, and then there's the thing it couldn't even classify.
Other.
Uh,
I mean, I know it's like they've always
Here
had
you go.
problems for a long time. They like it.
Yeah.
It classifies
IKF's other is even worse.
Yeah, because it doesn't understand that they're fastballs when they're going like 45 miles an hour.
Yeah, so I think the model maybe hates side armors because I intentionally didn't include release point. Because when you include the release point, it kind of becomes a way of identifying the pitcher.
Yeah, and Aller is also a side armor, if I'm not mistaken. And Gibbons is too. I think. Gibbons is.
Okay.
I think Aller is.
Okay, this slurve, that's one of the lowest pitch scores I've seen, actually.
Yeah, that's not good.
I'm just curious now where I'm just looking at the release. Yeah, that slurve just doesn't seem to.
Are there any pitchers? Cortez has sort of stopped, but we didn't really pitch any pitchers who throw from multiple release points the same pitch. Does anyone know?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. So I think this might be part of the problem is that, because what it's doing is it's comparing that with other slurves. It's trying to figure out what is a good trajectory for a slurve. And my guess is that these side armors, they're calling it a slurve, but it's really a different pitch.
Well, also, I mean, the trajectory, you just can't throw from that trajectory because it'll be a ball every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, but because it's actually a different pitch.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
Then if you train something on like what's a good slurve, right?
Yeah, I think probably at some point, yeah, probably the next thing to do is to start trying to train something to just classify pitches
Yeah,
instead of.
I think I can try that and then like do my own classification and try again.
Yeah,
Um,
because I'm guessing some of these kind of weird, like, it would make a separate category for like sidearm pitches, and then they'd probably show up better.
yeah, so the sinker, in general, by the way, it really likes sinkers, I guess, for the obvious reason that they don't tend to get hit for home runs.
Well, that is good. And yeah, I mean, Jose
Um,
Alvarado's sinker is very good, so that does make sense.
I mean, what's nice is that it is doing this without knowing the results. So it's actually recognizing like it's a good quality. Uh, Wainwright ends up at the bottom of a few of these lists, actually.
Well, yeah, he was throwing like 85 with nothing. I mean, but
Yeah.
it's not shocking.
Um, it hates Corbin Burns' sinker, but he's got some other good pitches.
Yeah, I assume it's
So
cutter.
it just says don't throw the sinker.
Yeah, just throw the cutter.
But I guess the question is how seriously to take some of this stuff. Like I'm trying to
I
figure
mean,
out. So what I did figure out is that if I take the 2023 projected ERA from this, it correlates better with 2022 ERA than 2023 FIP does.
okay. I mean, that's
So that's at least a start.
something, but probably beating FIP is not so difficult at this point.
No, but it at least says you're doing something that
Yeah,
like
yeah.
has some
There's
meaning.
some. Yeah, I guess you probably should try to do it the other way too to see if there's any difference.
Yeah, it's slow to train,
But
and so
yeah,
um,
I mean, I don't see like. I mean, I'm not looking much in the middle, but I don't see anything at like the top or bottom of any of these things that is like
okay. No, but that's
giant
a good
red
sign because
flags.
what it would mean is if this is doing a good job of matching kind of the conventional wisdom, it would say that you could go and apply this to the minor league data where we're now getting StatCast in a bunch of parks, and you could basically come up with better minor league projections than what you get from the minor league numbers, which are really unreliable,
No, I
especially
mean,
league to league.
I'm pretty sure that the best thing which correlates best to like prospect performance is age relative to league, and not you just ignoring all the stats entirely and just only caring about age.
Well, but if you do that, what you're really doing is you're basically saying, I trust
Right.
baseball
Yeah.
front
Yeah.
offices more than I trust data.
Yeah. Which actually at this point seems to be better than the minor league. The minor league data is so bad that trusting the people is better.
Yeah, that's kind of what you're saying, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I think that's right, and I think that is actually what you're saying is, you
Yes.
know, instead of trusting minor league data, I should trust the. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. Um, yeah, here I can show kind of the others, but yeah, this is sort of the issue. Um, just looking, I see cutters again. Yeah, well, Kenley's cutter makes sense.
No, I mean nothing that looks like really wildly out of place. That's interesting though. It hates.
Which one? It
No, so
generally
I mean,
which one do you think like?
I was
Sorry.
thinking about. When I was thinking about you mentioned for doing it for minor league players, Edward Cabrera. It just thinks he's terrible. Which is interesting because he was a very well thought of prospect. Uh, I mean, there's obviously command problems, but his stuff was thought of really well.
Let's see. What hates the changeup? So yeah,
And he just hates
the
everything.
curveball is the only pitch it likes.
Yeah, but I guess if you're saying this seems to want a lot of command, then that makes sense because Cabrera was a very stuff heavy prospect for sure.
Yeah, well, let me see. Yeah, but so if you look at sort of, okay, yeah, the command, I guess you can immediately see the problem.
Yeah, he's all over the place. I mean, his stuff is great. If you
But
like,
but what you can do is you can look at this map and you can sort of ask, well, what were the pitch scores it got for the good pitches, basically, right?
right?
Um, those aren't bad. I mean, some of these, when he hits the corners, it's really bright red. So that actually does say, that if he could get the command worked out, the stuff is excellent.
Yeah,
But okay, this is like the opposite of a donut hole, right? This is sort of you cut the middle entirely out.
yeah.
But yeah, see these bright reds and the pitch quality and stuff. What that actually says is that when he gets the release point and stuff he should be, the stuff is better than a lot of others.
Right.
So I think this is one where if you could divide it into like a stuff and a location score, the way Fangraphs is doing, it would have a huge stuff score
Yeah, probably.
and and a horrible location score. Yeah, I'm just looking at what else likes. What are the others? Change up. I'm just trying to see what else it's got in here. Yeah, I guess the curves. Yeah, I think it really likes Bobby Miller. That's one. So, like for example, this sweeper. It's not clear to me that I really should be thinking of this as a separate pitch anyway. Like I think if you do your own identification, some of this will go away.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing there's all of these kind of breaking sweeper, slider, knuckle curve, even some cutters are probably all sort of jumbled.
Yeah.
You might guess. Especially when you get pitchers that throw like multiple variations of the same pitch.
Oh, it also just thinks like every knuckle curve is a good pitch, apparently. Just like everyone that throws a knuckle curve, it loves. Or pretty close. Yeah. So that's kind of what it found. Where's Pavetta? Let's see where it put him. It likes him a lot, actually. Yeah, it seems to really like Pavetta.
It likes the curveball.
No, but in general, what that's saying is, I mean, it's kind of saying most of his pitches are positive in some way, right?
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Like, I would imagine that, if your third and fourth pitches are sort of positive at all, that's pretty solid for a starter.
Yeah, unless you're Jacob deGrom, you can just throw your fastball every pitch and you'll still be a best pitcher in the game.
Yeah, sure, No, it doesn't like the sweeper that much. That's true.
Well, I wonder. I mean, yeah, the classification is probably because, well, is there?
Well, okay, you can see the problem is it. Look at his command versus lefties. That's I don't want to be too negative because I can imagine what one of my charts would look like as a pitcher, right? But
yeah, I mean, I guess the other question is how like you're not going to really be able to do it, but it'd be interesting to see if there was some way to tell what the pitcher was kind of aiming for.
Yeah, exactly. So nobody expects middle. Okay, so anyway, what I'm trying to figure out is sort of some combination of what I should do with this. Kluber, all right, Kluber's going to be probably bad on this. He didn't throw 1,750 pitches.
Go look Jose Ureña's one you can look at.
What does Kluber's command look like? That's not as bad, actually, right? I mean, this is actually hitting some corners versus righties.
I mean, he had no stuff up there. That was really the issue.
Versus lefties, more of a problem. Okay, so I can pull apart location, the rest of stuff. That would be a good way to kind of explain what's going on. The question is that actually helping to evaluate pitchers? Because obviously what you're seeing them in combination, right? Like, it's not really fair to say if only he could keep his nasty stuff and also hit corners, unless it's Jacob deGrom.
No, if you're Chaz Rowe and you're throwing a slider that breaks 25 inches, it's going to be a lot harder to throw for a strike.
Ureña, someone wanted to see. So again, the command looks like. Actually, this is pretty good, right?
Well, that's a bit surprising because he did not have a particularly good year.
Versus righties, not very good, but versus lefties, this is pretty good. Um, okay, but it's actually the pitch quality that it doesn't like here, it looks like. Yeah, it just doesn't like the quality of the pitch as much. Um, Someone asked about Elder. I can pull up Elder. Uh, hmm, that's a weird profile. I'm not sure I've seen a pitcher on here where they throw 4 pitches and the fastball is the 4th pitch. So, Waldron, let me see. I'll see how many pitches did he throw. I'll see if he's on the 50 pitch version I didn't link. Uh, yeah, here you go. Here's Waldron. Yeah, he's in there. I mean, this knuckleball literally may be like how good are knuckleballs in total, right?
Well, it's probably the only pitcher who has any that
That's what I'm
is.
saying. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think the score for the knuckleball might just literally be like, no, but that literally might be there's one person in the league that throws knucklers and they happen to have a slightly negative outcome. So you assume that all knucklers are slightly negative, is what I'm saying. Right?
Yeah, but that's I mean that even that one isn't going to be fixed by any kind of thing because it's going to move differently than every other pitch too. It's not like it's a
No.
you know.
Well, here you go. Okay. The 2 nastiest pitches actually, these scores for individual pitches are really high.
Well, it probably doesn't. I mean, it probably doesn't really understand how to handle a pitch with a 100 spin rate. I mean, it just
No, I don't
like
think it
there's.
does. But it thinks it was a good pitch. Well, it has 100 spin rate, but its movement was probably enormous.
Right. Yeah. But this is another one. Where, I mean, even just like you need really the whole path of the ball, not just like the starting and ending locations.
No, I think knuckleballs, it's just going to be
Yeah.
stuck on. Uh,
Yeah.
so I guess yeah. Anyway, that's kind of what I'm trying to ask is like, what would be the next thing to do to figure out, whether this is really a useful tool, right?
I mean, the pitch classification seems like the place where there's just kind of like a something external to the actual pitch is being introduced.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know how much it's going to help because I'm guessing most of the pitches are classified sort of properly.
Well, I don't think they're entirely classified properly.
No, but
So my
most of them
understanding
are.
is that, so I can give you an example, like if I look at Cole, right? Um, you know, so Garrett Cole's like slider. If you just look at like the break, spin rate type things, um, it ends up almost identical to pitches with different classifications from others.
I guess it probably also depends on the different kinds of sliders. I guess that's the other.
Yeah, well, especially
There's
like the
definitely
slider sweeper thing can be the same. Some of them even get classified as curveballs. Like
right.
my understanding is that what's happening is it's not entirely automated. That they're kind of
Yeah, it's
asking the
not.
pitcher like, "What do you throw?" And then they're
Yes,
saying
yes,
once the pitcher says what they threw, now they're gonna sort of use that to decide how to classify it.
right. But also, I mean, like Cole's slider, from at least what I've seen, is relatively short. Right, it's a hard, short slider. And some other pitchers throw bigger sliders. That I mean, they may not be sweepers because they have more vertical movement, but
Right.
they're
Yep.
still
Yeah. And
sliders.
this
Yeah.
still, and this still gives it a pitch score. So it's not kind of saying that like because it's different, it's bad. But
Right. Yeah. I mean, so like Williams' changeup. I mean, Williams' changeup doesn't look any other changeups.
right.
Not really a changeup.
Um, well, here I can put this link in the chat. If people want to play around with it, I'd love to get some feedback. Um, so I can try the idea of breaking it up into like a stuff score and a location score or a command score. Um, So I'm asked about Reagan. I can pull up what it put for Reagan's. Uh, yeah, slightly better than average fastball and kind of average pitches, except it really likes the slider.
I didn't watch much of Reagan's, but that sounds about right. I think.
Yeah. But that's what I was trying to figure out is like how useful this is. For example, again, like even if you're just thinking about this as like it's fantasy baseball draft season, is this actually a useful tool? You know,
Right. I mean, I guess the thing with fantasy baseball is you care about some stuff this is not going to do a good job of predicting, like saves or whatever.
okay, yeah. So it's certainly not going to help you with usage, right? But what it could
Yeah,
do is, so for example, one of the thing I actually don't really play fantasy baseball.
I don't
Uh,
either.
I barely played the PT what's that thing called?
PT Live.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Um, right. But I would imagine if I were playing fantasy baseball, I would have started from looking for players where it looked like they got unlucky last season, essentially, right? And sort of saying, well, a
Um,
pitcher that got unlucky last season is probably one that I'm going to be able to draft more highly if I realize they got unlucky. Then
well, I mean, sometimes like I don't play fantasy baseball seriously, but I have played it before. I've never really played fantasy baseball. What sometimes ends up happening is you end up developing these kind of bubbles, for lack of a better term, around some players, like where some relatively trusted source thinks a particular player will be good, and then they actually even the public opinion actually even goes higher than that person thought, because like everyone just sort of like, oh, well, I'll draft it one pick higher, I'll draft it one pick higher, I'll draft it one higher, and then it's sort of just up and up and up and up and up forever.
I see.
At least, I mean, I've noticed that happening in stuff before.
Yeah.
So sometimes, yeah, it can get really kind of strange. Like you wouldn't all. It's not always like the players you think would be bad from previous things like end up being. Yeah, exactly. GT Sundown. But it's not even like Spore may. I'm sure there are players for which Spore is the highest. He likes this player the most of whatever Fires and other people who do a lot of fantasy baseball. And then people end up, well, I trust Spore, so I'm going to take him a little higher because I want to make sure I get this guy. My pick isn't coming up for a couple spots, and then he just sort of slowly bumps up and up and up and up and up,
Right.
even above where the highest person on him thinks he is. So, yeah, it's a bit of a weird phenomenon.
Right. Yeah, I could see that. Feels a little weird. I mean, it feels a little weird that it would come up that much, but
Well, because it's just like every individual person says, well, I'm willing to take it one pick higher than the previous guy
right.
because I really want this one. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a bit. A lot of it is definitely figuring out. I mean, it's probably a lot like some sports betting too, where your job is really to try to figure out not so much where the casino or book is setting the odds value, where other people are doing things that are bad.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I don't know. It's but I'm sure it's good time. I mean, you could have some more help in particular with like um yeah, some sort of unknown pitchers, guys from other leagues in particular. Like I'm curious what some kind of model like this would think of Imanaga or Yamamoto coming from the Japanese league where the ball is different and whatever.
Yeah, well, there would be two questions there. One is, do you have tracking data in the same way?
I think
And
I
the
think
big one in the Japanese league, as you say, is the ball is different. And so there's a question of can they reproduce the trajectory with a Major League Baseball,
Right.
right?
Yeah. I think I guess it's individual teams in Japan have some data on their guys. I would assume they do at this point. But I don't think there's any like great stuff like publicly. This is
But
as far as I'm aware.
yeah, but for example, could you? I mean, you could do this with minor league data for sure.
Actually, there is data on Imanagi Yamamoto from the World Baseball Classic with the Major League Ball.
I guess that's right. It's going to be a very small number of pitches.
Very small number of pitches, but it does exist.
But I guess that's the question. But do you think? Okay, so
also,
what's
I
the
guess
goal, right? The goal really is to make something that's predictive. That is
I guess
to
the other question,
say, go ahead. Yeah.
no, how fast does this stabilize is I guess another important thing. Like if this takes many seasons to, I would assume it's not a lot, right? It's probably a pretty small number of pitches, so they're not really going to change.
Let me work that out, actually. That would be something I can definitely work that out. I haven't looked at it. Oh, I found one other fun effect that I can't really explain, but turns out to be a real effect, and I'm curious if anyone has a good idea. So
Okay.
I wanted to ask a few other questions. One of the ones I wanted to ask, which I thought would make sense, is, something about, like when you go the third time through the order,
Yep.
are you getting worse because you throw worse pitches, or are you throwing equally good pitches and just getting hit? Right?
Yeah, I mean you have a survivor bias problem, but
Well, you do, but
yeah.
Um, so what I did, let me find. What I did was to basically ask what's the average score that you get as a function of like what number pitch it is in your outing,
Okay.
right? Um, apparently there's a 132 pitch outing in
Really? By who? I don't remember that. Oh, maybe it was some no hitter or something.
I've got one out of about 20,000 outings that look like there were 132 pitches in it.
Hmm.
Um, anyway, I thought I might be able to sort of find evidence of this, basically, right?
Hmm.
So I started just by asking, well, what's the average score as a function of like how far you are in the outing, which
Sure.
makes sense. Here's the thing I found that seems crazy. The very first pitch you throw in an outing is significantly better than any other pitch you throw. Like the average, pitch 2 to pitch 10, gives you a score of like, 0.005. And
Okay.
pitch number 1 is like 80% higher.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And well, you ask if it's because hitters usually take the first pitch. But the problem is I'm not looking at the outcome. I'm looking
Yeah.
at the pitch trajectory. So it is always an 0-0 count. So I'm comparing it to other pitches thrown as the first pitch of an at-bat, but not to, not necessarily first hitters.
Huh? Yeah, it's interesting. I mean,
Well, okay, so it could be that actually that's the answer. It could be that it's actually that the first pitch of an at-bat is always more effective because like pitchers just try to throw strike one before they start nibbling, and what you're learning is that, hey, you should throw strikes.
right, and I guess the O pitches are going to be distributed sort of randomly throughout the rest of the appearance.
Right, but you always get an 0-0 pitch the very first pitch.
Yeah, it's like the
But
first inning is always the highest
but is
scoring
it
because the
really?
three
But
best
if it's
hitters hit.
really the case that like or maybe the idea is that like the first pitch to the first hitter, you know, you always throw your best pitch before you adjust or something. Right. But the point is, if the first pitch of the at bat is actually generally a much better pitch than like any other pitch of the at bat, I can work that out. Actually, that's something I can check. I can work it out by count.
Well, but I mean, are you giving? I assume if you're working by count, you're giving a strike a different value in 0 count as opposed to a 1 count or an 0 count
Yes,
or
I am.
whatever.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So it should I imagine already be there, right? I mean, like,
Well, not only should it, yeah, well, it should be centered on 0, right? That's
yeah,
certainly true, right? But also, I mean, an 0-0 pitch is not the most important pitch of the at bat, right? Like a 3-2 pitch is the most important pitch you throw in an at bat.
right. So it doesn't happen. It only happens some,
Doesn't always
relatively
happen, yeah.
small portion
But
of the time. Yeah.
when it happens, it's a much higher leverage pitch than the first pitch of an at bat.
Yes, for sure. I imagine 2-2 is also higher, probably. No, but what do I know?
Probably, yeah. Here. I can put a link. I'll put the Fangraphs link in here that I was working from.
Let's see.
Always good to plug Fangraphs with an OTP stream, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so you can kind of, this is a few years old, but I can't imagine it changed too much.
Probably not yet.
Yeah, okay. So so as you suggested, the run value of a 2-2 pitch is the second most important.
Right, that makes sense to me. Yeah.
So Spore, what I was asking is basically, is a system like this a useful thing for fantasy baseball, or is it sort of so much more about usage than than the other stuff that it's not that's really the important part of the projection? I think that's where it came up.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we start talking about sort of like drafting, I guess, hype trains is sort of the phenomenon, but how those work.
Yeah, because that's what I was saying. As someone who doesn't play, I would have imagined that, the way you draft is you kind of look for the players that your favorite projection system thinks will be a lot better than their results last year, or something like that.
Yeah.
But that's
but
someone who doesn't play.
You definitely get into problems where like it's very hard to conceptualize like what exactly is the difference in number of runs between like a 3.1 ERA and a 3.15 ERA, right? Like you can say 0.05 runs per 9 innings, but people don't really like just if you're not using a system, it's like not going to be so obvious how you compare that to like one extra stolen base or whatever. Like it's
yeah.
Yeah.
But I wonder, for example, this model at least does not think that Snell, he doesn't hate Snell. Like Snell's a perfectly good pitcher, right? But like this did not think that Snell, you can sort of see from the top here of like pitchers who threw, I think there's minimum 1750 that I did, right?
Oh, you see Montgomery right there, and then clearly likes him better.
Yeah. Yeah, likes Montgomery more. Here's Snell. And again, this is, here's halfway down the page, right? So Snell is, it does like Snell, but it doesn't like him nearly at the level of, best pitcher in the league should pay an enormous contract for. And I have to imagine that, front offices that are making the decision are probably doing something that includes an approach like this, but much better than I am. But I wonder. But I wonder if part of it is actually the same thing. That this is kind of looking at Snell, and not kind of seeing like best pitcher in the league level.
Well, yeah, I imagine teams use here's this is the article I was thinking of about Snell. That one.
Better command than you think.
It's weird. It's like he's sort of like okay allowing walks because he's willing to strike out the guys afterwards, and then the walks are fine. Kind of.
Yeah, I see. Well, and that fits a bit with what this was saying, where I think I told you when I was not including the count information, it ranked his slider as like basically the worst slider in the league.
Right.
So, so
But
it
I guess
does
that's
seem like he's got a slider that he intentionally will try to locate for a ball, hope that the batter chases, and be willing to accept the outcome that batters will not chase,
right.
some of the time.
Which I guess is also probably why he ends up throwing so few innings because he's cost a lot of pitches to do this sort of thing.
No, by
I
the way, I
mean,
actually don't think I don't think he's wild because like if you look at this heat map, um, this heat map is a really tight distribution compared with some of the ones that you were seeing from other pitchers.
yeah, he basically he says sort of when I get into bad counts, I'll just throw balls. If they chase them, they chase them. If they don't, I walk them. That's
If
fine.
they don't, I'll just deal with the next guy,
Yeah,
right? Yeah, but this model, which just asks, is this a positive pitch? You know, is basically saying, I mean, it's the equivalent of the like, should you walk Barry Bonds in his prime? Well, no, you really shouldn't. Barry Bonds is good, but you're turning him into, 1,000 OPS,
well, I did.
1,000 on base percentage hitter by.
There are lineups that you can put that are bad enough that actually it does become good to walk someone all the time if they're a good enough hitter. Like it is possible to make such a lineup. Like obviously, if you have
Yeah,
8 guys that are automatic outs, you should always walk the
sure,
other
yeah.
guy.
Yeah,
But
if the two of us are batting behind him, you walk Barry Bonds.
yeah,
But I agree with that. But I think what this model's kind of saying is that if Snell is sort of semi-intentionally walking people, it's going to punish him for that because this is a bad strategy. That's kind of what this is saying. Like, is you shouldn't be able to get away with it. But I agree, based on like, you know, a picture that's capable of producing this chart, uh, you know, a player that's capable of producing this chart probably has better command, including with the slider, than this model's giving him credit for, because he's aiming to miss the zone, right?
right.
Now I don't know. I gotta say, all right. I really think one of the things we've got to figure out a way to do, we've got to figure out a way to get like a community baseball game sometime.
You don't want me playing that thing. I was bad at playing in high school. I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be good against anyone who knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
That
I,
was so
I,
wild
I
ago.
you know, I think I can hit a little bit. Even if they are making me move positions this year.
I was very successful at doing good analytics for those teams. I told them which players were doing well, and I could not do it myself.
I see.
Yes, you should definitely walk anyone. Yeah, who actually knows how to hit the ball.
I see. Sport. Okay, but the question is, can Spore actually? Well, no, Spore says he played catcher actually, right? So he's
Yeah, I
probably
think so.
if he played catcher, he's probably got an arm.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, I
yeah.
mean the only time I was ever any good was when I was really young because I had a sort of mostly repeatable delivery, and I actually throw the ball for strikes. But then once other people throw the ball for strikes, it was over because I had no stuff. I could throw the ball for strikes when I was 8.
I had a little league catcher that like actually was like framing and crap.
Uh,
It was hilarious because little league umps to begin with are like all over the place, and at some level, like pretty much if the catcher catches the ball, it's a strike.
yeah.
You know,
No,
but
at that age, actually,
I had a catcher that legitimately steal strikes, like in little league.
at that age, the catcher on that team wasn't even wearing a catcher's mitt. He was wearing like a regular mitt. It's
No,
just
no, no.
catching
This
a
was
mitt.
this
It was
was this was
hilarious.
a this was a guy that like really wanted to be a catcher. Like that was his thing.
I guess, yeah.
Um, yeah, Yankers in little league. Yeah.
Jonathan Lucroy is,
Look, if it works, it works, right?
yeah.
Just saying. Um,
I mean, it's a real skill. It's a real skill. It's just, you know, probably not a skill that should exist at the game.
I don't know. You don't think the umpire adds a little bit of charm to the game?
No, I'd rather just call the pitches properly. I mean, it's another one where like age, the highest relation to umpires calling balls and strikes properly is age.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Like they just see the ball better. They call it like that's it. It's so.
Well, do you think it's that they see the ball better, or do you think it's that when you get brought up in an era with, because there's a learning curve too, right? Like when you
Yeah, I
get
mean,
brought up with an automatic zone, you also train with an automatic zone, and that's
yeah,
that's
that's
how you
true. I mean, I'm sure
develop
that's some
all
of
of
it.
your reflexes and stuff.
Yeah, but no, I mean, it seems like to me that kind of the challenge system they have in AAA now, the one like where the umpire calls the pitches, but the batter and pitcher and catcher each get I forget how 3 or 5 challenges a game or something like that. That seems like a pretty good setup because like you know the umpire does get it right, whatever 85-90% of the time, and then the really bad ones someone will challenge it and it will be fixed.
Yeah,
I know it seems like a pretty clean solution to me.
I can see that. Um, that's right. Spore, you were saying you were just out and visited the Arizona Fall League, didn't you? Or am I remembering incorrectly? Um,
Yeah, I'd like to go at some point. Sounds interesting.
I mean, the other question is, do you actually trust the tracking enough to think it's... So I do think the tracking's probably better than a lot of the bad umpires.
Yeah, I mean there are issues with like this year. I think the average height in the minor leagues decreased by like an inch or 2 inches because everyone was just trying to get a lower height through the strike zone,
Yeah.
which is sort of funny. But yeah, I
I,
mean, there's
oh,
definitely issues
I
with
have a really
the.
low crouch. I mean, why not? You want the lower zone, and to begin with, like, I'm a ground ball and speed guy, right? I want a low pitch. I want to hit it on the ground. None of this launch angle crap.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. No, I mean, it's definitely the. I think the side to side is not like it's pretty accurate, and the top and bottom is a bit more questionable, is my understanding.
well, as Satchel Paige said, right? Whole plate don't move.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
but the height does apparently.
Yeah.
Uh,
So I will say it's always been a bit strange to me that the umpire grading systems are like binary: was the pitch a ball, was the pitch a strike? Because there's definitely some kind of like area where the ball is called a strike at some rate, and that's like fine. And
well,
it seems like
also, yeah, I
those
mean,
should be
also
graded on against that.
as both a
But
pitcher and a hitter, but especially as a pitcher, um, I I actually don't care so much exactly what the zone is, as long as it's consistent. Oh, hey, Spore, you're in the Tsukiji final?
oh, nice.
Nice.
I do not know that team off the top of my head, but let me see if I know the name. Maybe
I am not in the Tsukiji final.
San. No, I may have seen this team at some point. The name looks vaguely familiar, but I don't know anything about the manager. Oh, that's nice. 13 games in a row. Oh, that's why the draft. I forgot those things. I was like, these drafts have been so slow to fill the last week, and it's because everyone's put all their slots into those 256s.
Oh, we should do more of those.
Finally, it makes
So you can
sense.
get in the other drafts.
Finally, it makes sense. I mean, it's actually funny. Because of those missions, the one with the Chet Brewer and Shane Mack, the low diamond 4 to 6 are now worth more than the high diamond 4 to 6. So actually, choice packs, even though they have stopped tanking in the past, they have not stopped tanking in daily finals. It's actually better to tank in daily finals now.
Yeah, but what are you using the points for?
I don't know, nothing. But it is theoretically better.
I
Well,
guess.
it's for a short time. It's theoretically better. Eventually, they'll catch up, and the more no will be the valuable card. So it won't be for the long term. But
Yeah. Fair enough. Anyway.
oh yeah, we did the
Yeah.
hundreds. Uh, yeah, we graded fast, and then everything else was tremendously slow. Uh, I think what we
Oh, here you go. We can share the hundreds.
basically the three PTMS 100s are good. Cy Young is good. Everything else is what else good. Everything else is sort of mediocre. I think that was
And
kind of our conclusion.
what are we giving our PTMS draft? F or F minus?
F minus minus. No, it's been. We talk about the PTMS format. No, not really. It's gonna have a lot of home runs in it, and they're gonna have right-handed hitters. There you go. I know that's a
And the cap
big
number's
reveal there.
huge, I
Cat
guess.
number is very big. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah,
so we pulled a Cy Young on
I mean,
stream. That was kind of cool.
I will say this is not the year.
Isidafo found the Cy Young on the
That's
first
true. I did
shot.
want to say that. No, I think the only thing I thought of PTMS is, I mean, the cap number is bigger than I would have liked, but also this is not the year I would have picked because it ends up being a pretty one-dimensional year.
Yep.
So I would have gone with a different one. I like not having an open ceiling cap, though. Really happy about that. I do not like open ceiling caps. So that was a positive development. But yeah, not the year I would have chosen personally. But, oh well, that's what it is.
Yeah, I would have picked a higher skill format, but you know.
Well, as long as it's higher skill, it's that there's. I mean, the cap number I think is more to do with the low skill than the year, but the year is just. It's like not difficult to understand what's happening in that year. So everyone, you know, the profile of player is very clear. Like there's only one profile that functions.
Everyone's
So
going to run very similar cards.
yeah, you know, I do like that everyone can actually access all the cards. I like that. Like there's really no like cards that are hard to acquire that you want to play in this thing, other than like the new stuff, which makes sense. So that's good.
Yeah, I guess there
Um,
are a few cards from today that would, you know.
Diamond Ceiling actually becomes a problem because then Diamond Ceiling you want Arlette and you want Spalding and Slaughter and it gets actually Lindor. Like there's only going to be then probably 15 teams that have them all, and the other teams will just have no chance to win. At least this way, everyone does have a chance to win. So that's good.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Um,
I think
so
I
I
would
have
have
no problem.
designed a few things differently, but that's, you know,
Yeah, I
neither
don't have
here
a
nor there.
problem with the tiers that were selected. I don't love the year. Probably this would not be the park I pick either. But I'm just glad it's not an open ceiling cap again. I am not a fan of open ceiling caps. There's just nothing interesting with them. You just stick all the hundreds in, and that's the end of it.
No, the draft format was I think tougher to, yeah.
Yeah, the draft format. I mean, like I said, it's a perfecto with extra variants added into it. So perfectos already have a lot of variants. Really,
Well,
not
it
much
depends
need
what
to
you're
have more
going for,
variants.
but if you're going for something which is going to be primarily a test of skill, then you want to design something to be a skill heavy format.
Yeah, which I mean, drafts you have the sort of good thing that you don't have to worry about this problem with like, okay, some people have the LEs, some people don't. Like everyone has equal access to everything, so you can design anything you want, basically.
Yeah, so I
Um,
think, I think if I were designing a draft, I would design a draft with a more curated set of cards So the way I would have done the draft, I think would have been something like, each round maybe would contain cards released in the same month at about if you were going to do something of this
Right.
scale.
Right. Like, you have a round that, but then the all perfect, you have a round which has, Cy Young and Floyd Bannister in it. Right. And you have to kind of choose, am I spending my irons now or perfect? I mean, it's harder to code, I guess, but
Yeah.
it seems like it should be doable somehow. Um, maybe there's not a lot of incentive to do it at the end of the cycle, and at least something that we looked at for next year, which would be pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
It is tough when you have like you're just gambling on who gets the newer cards at some point, and that's not great.
yeah. I think the idea is, in general, for a skill format, the way it should work is there should be some strategies that are much better than others, and the strategic decisions should be much bigger than the luck decisions. That's what you're aiming for, right? So like one of the things about these perfectos is that it is actually a small enough card pool that it actually kind of ends up being a more skill heavy format than it could be because people make a lot of bad decisions.
Well, I mean, okay, so there are 386 perfects and 20 in eligible PTCS, 6 in eligible PTMS, so that's 360 in the end.
Yeah.
So over the course of the draft, you see, was it 78?
Yep.
So like a sixth or something? No, fifth.
Over 20%. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're pretty likely to see at least some cards in the meta.
Any lefties tomorrow? I forget who we drafted. No, we drafted a few, right? We drafted like Spawn, Waddell.
Drafted all of these actually.
Yeah, we drafted a bunch of lefties.
Yeah. But no, I mean, the thing is, I think basically anything with a not open ceiling cap is better than open ceiling caps. Open ceiling caps are just miserable because it's just everyone puts in the same hundreds. You can't split cards at all. You have to play the hundreds because the hundreds are really 115s. Everyone sticks in Acuna and Betts and Boudreaux or Jackie, whoever, whatever. Everyone's got all the same cards, Cole, Cy Young, and they just coin flip with everyone and see whose 40s randomly decide to hit that day. Like it's just stupid.
Okay, but actually, here's what I would do to make this a more skill format. I think even if you had an identical draft format, to make it higher skill, show everybody all 13 rounds before they have to pick.
As long as they're not the same for everyone, I agree. If they're the same for everyone, what's going to happen is, someone's going to look at it and tell everyone else, and that's going to, devolve.
Yeah, but because that will at least mean that some of the variance goes away.
Well, basically what you're doing is you're changing your draft mode to a sealed format.
Yeah.
Just steal Magic the Gathering terms, but
that's a higher skill format, which is what you're aiming for.
Yeah, I mean, I said this a couple times. I think Magic the Gathering style drafts would be really fun.
And PTC and the PTMS, there's another change I'd make, which is I would run things with shorter refresh time, and then I'd run like a best of 15 series if you're going to do it as a bracket format.
Yeah, I don't know that the game actually supports that, but if it did, then yeah. Yeah.
Well, what I would really do is I would use Mr. Audit's favorite words.
Yeah.
I'd make it a double round robin.
Yeah.
I don't mean in small pods. I actually mean you play 126 games.
Yes. I think another thing which actually was sort of lucky this time that it worked out was, first through 64th is the same, and 64th to 65th is very like a huge cutoff, right? Like and we're sort of lucky this time that actually there happened to be a point cutoff for both the draft and the tournament at 64 to 65. Like it didn't have to happen that way. It could have been a tie.
Right.
So that was somewhat lucky because losing by 1 point feels bad. Losing on a tiebreaker feels really bad, especially when the tiebreaker was who entered more.
I will say at least that tiebreaker is slightly more fair here because it's who qualified for more.
Yeah, that is true. It is better here than the other way.
The other way, it's really backward from what you want. Here, it's at least who qualified for more.
Yeah, the problem, Mr. Black, is how do you determine who enters the last chance tournaments? Like the last 8, last 16, you still have the hard cutoff someplace. So I don't think it actually helps that situation at all.
I mean, I think if you really want to do this, it should be smaller than 64 as well.
Well, I've said before, I think PTCSs should. I said 56 teams last cycle for PTCSs. You give the top 8 teams a bye in the first round.
I could see that. I mean, it's like, if I were doing league structure, I think we were discussing this before. The problem is that right now the diamond leagues are a little bit too big. But I think
too many diamond leagues. Not the leagues itself.
Too many, yeah. But I think what you could do is if you had half as many diamond leagues and you promoted the regular season winner and the playoff winner, and if they're the same, second place regular season or something.
Right.
What you would do is the playoffs are still meaningful. It still is the case that if you win a diamond league, you promote no matter how it happened, and so you have something to play for Sunday. But it would actually mean you're playing for something the other 6 days of the week. Because, even if, right now, if I'm in Diamond League, okay, I have a team that's going to win 110 games. So, if I manage it actively and add 3 wins, it's not really getting me anything. I'll just wait till Sunday. But
right.
If there were automatic promotion for getting the most wins, there are several teams in each of these leagues that are kind of good enough to challenge for that. Even if it turns out I have the best cards in my league that week, I probably don't have the best cards in the league by 5 games. So, so I kind of have to focus. Right?
Yes. I mean, I think there are 2 things that would do, which would be very good. The first is it would make diamond leagues a lot more difficult. Because right now the problem is that, there just aren't enough teams that can realistically compete. There are more than 40 teams that have the cards to compete in Perfect League, but way, way, way fewer than, what is it?
24,
720.
Right? So 720.
Yeah. 720 plus 760 is really teams that are in Diamond or Perfect. It's not even close to that. I think we had sort of tried to look at mission completion at some point and estimated it was between 150 and 200. I think was kind of what we had said. Yeah. So if you cut the diamond leagues in half, all of a sudden, now half the diamond leagues are basically full of teams that can realistically compete in Perfect League, right? It's a lot more difficult. You might actually miss the playoffs sometimes, which would be, is not a thing that you can do now if you have a perfectly caliber team in diamond, right?
Right.
Impossible.
Yeah, so I think, and it's coding that already exists because right now, when leagues promote more than one, that's how it's done, right?
Right. No, that's definitely
they do it based on the playoffs first, So I don't think it should be the World Series and runner-up. I think it should actually be you make the first 6 days mean something, and you make the playoffs mean something.
Yep. Yeah. Best regular season, and I guess if it's the same team, you do the second team with the second most wins.
Yeah.
Not the second place World Series team.
I think so. Yeah. So there's basically one based on league qualification, one based on playoffs.
Yeah. Actually, maybe that's a problem because it would. There's actually at some point there starts to be a bad incentive, or if I'm, let's say I think I have a really a strong team and I think I can win Perfect League next week and I lead my league in wins and I get to the playoffs and the team I'm facing in the World Series I think is not good. I might prefer to lose on purpose to let the team I think is not good make it to perfect instead of a team I think is actually decent.
But you'd be sacrificing thousands of perfect points.
Yes, I would be. I would be so sad about losing by 2,000 perfect. Oh no, it's not less. I don't PT plus anymore. 1,500 perfect points. Yeah, so sad.
Um,
Anyway, there's a lot of fixes to League. Like, clearly, as we sort of were hinting at, the rewards for winning League in the game are pretty minimal, which is one place where, there's been endless talk about the kind of whole idea of a tournament shop instead of the choice packs and whatnot. But that's actually a really easy way to give rewards for League, right? You just give some of this tournament currency out to League winners or League runners up or whatever. And then it gives a real incentive to play League that you can actually get things with that you wouldn't be able to get if you're a League-focused player who doesn't play tournaments.
well,
So-
I think for the League, I think the League doesn't need as much help in the sense that for the people that are interested in it, it's still seen as the core of the game. Like the way the game is presented, the League is the main goal, and the tournaments are secondary. But that's why then you want the League to be interesting 7 days a week, not 1 day a week.
And it isn't. This is really. I think Perfect League is interesting all the days.
Because
Generally.
it's hard.
Like I really enjoy playing in Perfect League. I really do not enjoy playing in Diamond League. So yeah, I agree that the lower levels league need help. I think Perfect League is, and actually, I will say I much prefer the 40 team schedule to the 36 team schedule. 36 team schedule was not great. It was so formulaic, and you couldn't do much. But now with these sort of giant homestands and road trips, you can actually like make interesting changes to your strategy and players or whatever based on that. Massive improvement to my mind.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind having that schedule, but the smaller league. I think the smaller league was the right number of teams because it was that much more cutthroat.
Yeah, I didn't love also that it made winning your division so important because the division placement is random and it's sometimes you just get a really weak division and you can end up doing well solely based on that. And those buys are like they matter so much. Like not only do you get the extra round, you get a ton of rest. So
I can see that. At least you feel like you've earned it, though.
well, but how do you haven't earned it, right? Because every week in Perfect League there are, 3 to 5 teams that kind of don't really have the cards to compete with the other 35. And if you get 2 or 3 of those in your division, you're going to win the division. You're going to have one of the best records in the league. So, I don't, I guess kind of what I'm saying that if there were seeding to the division somehow, like, maybe based on like Perfect League, like the Perfect League team, Perfect League player teams got split up evenly, and then the Diamond League teams got like split up based on how many wins they had in Diamond League the previous week, something like that. I don't know. Then it would be a lot more interesting to do something along those lines. Oh no, team score. Team score is the worst.
Team score. There you go. You'd have a reason to get a high team score. That's
The thing I'm most happy with the team score is we have finally identified the top area. We never knew prior to team score which the best area in this game was, and now we know. We know what the top area is. It's right here. It's right. That's it. We found it.
That's there you go. I was trying to figure out like the best note to end the stream on. I don't think we can top that.
Yeah.
So I guess the last thing we should address is whether we'll be back next week if there isn't new content. I think the answer is that we plan on doing something next week.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have, I guess, some new cards from the Tuesday streams. It sounds like it's theoretically possible we get cards randomly other than that, but not likely. Maybe we'll talk
Although
about
if anyone needs a new content set, I can think of a couple people that might be able to create one.
But yeah, I mean, I think
Tony
it'd be interesting to
Suck
talk
needs
about.
a card.
Yes, exactly. We need to suck. No, I mean, if people have other things which they're interested in us talking about, I know people suggested model streams. I sort of mentioned at the start of the thing today that I thought perfecto drafts might be an interesting one to look at in terms of modeling. If people have stuff like that they want us to look at, I don't know, we're open to suggestions, I guess.
Yeah.
Or we just come on and talk about asteroids for 6 hours. Also interesting.
We would never do that.
No, impossible.
Yeah.
We're gonna review every card of the beta. Yeah, no. I see. I had said on the last one, what we should do is we should have. I guess Kidneys can't do it now since he has, hung him up. But have, I guess, me and Charles and Snailman, sort of rotate. Like, we each do like an 8-hour shift. We go through a bunch of cards, and the next guy takes over.
How long do you think Kidneys is retired for?
We'll see. No, but I'm glad he's doing well. That was great to hear. So,
all right. Should we? Is there anyone for us to raid into at this point?
If we outlasted Dish, probably.
It's a little embarrassing to raid into Dish at this point, right?
Nope.
He's just finishing the stream.
No, they're done. Dish is done.
Is he actually done?
Yep. We're the only ones left.
Raided into us. If you
yeah,
raided
no
into us,
problem.
we would have stayed on and raided a card or something, right?
Yeah, they should. They could release a new card for us to grade.
Spore, if you made a card while we've been on long enough, do you have a new card for us?
No, Jimbo Dan, I think reason we do this is it's a lot of fun and glad people enjoy it. So yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. I guess it would be a lot less fun
where is Tony
anyone,
S? So. That is the best question we have heard all stream.
Tony S, I think we gave him a C or a D. Was it?
I think there's a different Tony S that was being asked about.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Well, I don't know. Is Spore still in the chat, or is he mysteriously silent right now?
Okay, I'm spamming reload cardless from server. We did give Ichiro an F. We said, I think we both said if he could play center field, we would have given not an F.
Yeah. But I think if you I think if you ask Spore, let me see. We can ping Spore. I think this is one we can allow Spore to answer. I'll just say there's definitely a community request that was put in for that card.
It wasn't me. Not my fault.
I know of at least one community request that was put in for an 1883 Tony Suck. I know of at least one community request that was put in for an 1884 Tony Suck.
No, I can't use that on Tony Suck because he has to be an organic construction. We need a.
All Tony Sucks are compostable.
Yes.
But we've done all the other community request cards, and no Tony Suck. So I think there's clearly a message here that we're supposed to take away from this.
I don't know. It could be like that Julio Urias card that just randomly showed up in PT23 and is unpullable. as far as I can tell. Tony Suck will just suddenly magically appear one day, and no one will actually be able to get him, but you can just look at him in the card shop. I think that seems reasonable.
Oh, that reminds me. Do you have a live Trevor story?
Probably. I think I have every live card, so I assume I have a live Trevor story.
So I was just looking at the card shop recently, and I discovered that there's no reason I would have bought the card because I didn't need him, I guess, to finish the live missions. But I
You didn't.
definitely would not have sold the card because I wouldn't have sold it unless it was a duplicate. I don't own the card. I have
Was he not needed?
somehow gone through the entire season without ending up with a Trevor story.
Yeah, no, I mean I agree. That suck is really bad. Yeah, I have every live. I don't. I think I honestly bought some at some point because I was missing one, and I was like, yeah, I just have every live. Why not? So I do have a
Well,
Trevor story.
I agree that it's possible that Tony Suck would be less than fully viable, you know, in the current meta.
No, I think probably what you'd
That is
have to
probably
do
true.
is like give Tony Suck something that's unique about him, like a card type or something, and then make a tournament where that card type is useful. So like he's kind of useful by being the only available option.
Okay, so I will say that I've been asking for Suck for at least a year and a half now, basically almost since I started playing the game. But the reason was because he played this unique combination of positions where he was, simultaneously. So he was simultaneously the worst catcher, worst shortstop, and worst center fielder in the history of baseball. But that's a tough enough combination of positions that, it's actually interesting,
Yeah.
right?
He did actually play. He played 20s at third base in his career.
But I think
So
the obvious way to do it would be if we get to do the definitely not an affiliate pop-up draft, and we do our pitchers and catchers pop-up draft, where we get to have a few cards that are on everybody's team. Well, I know the catcher.
okay, so here's actually I don't really answer this question. If you somehow force a bunch of players with the same name onto the roster, will the game kick them off or not? Because otherwise, you can give everyone 3 Tony Sucks or something.
They'd have
I
to
think
be different player IDs.
no, but it won't let you put like two guys with the same name and different IDs on, right? Like if you try to put both Monty Wards on or something, it won't let you.
No, it will, because there are some players that do have the same name from different. Like you can put both Billy Hamiltons on a roster.
Oh, I see what you mean. The player ID, not as in the card ID, like the actual.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the BREF ID or whatever. Yeah.
So there would have to be Tony Sucks in the database that are different people.
Oh, that's true. Okay, yeah, that won't work then.
Well, no,
That's very sad.
I mean, you could just go all Bobby V on it, draw a mustache on one.
I was saying, well, we could just do it perfect. Everyone gets 26 Tony Suck. Just everyone is Tony Suck. I have wanted for a long time to do an All Gym Unknown tournament. So, if we can convince enough people to waste 1,000 points, we could do one.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we've got 5 more if anyone wants to waste 10,000 points in an entry fee. All right, anyway, we were going to raid into Dish, and we failed to do that. So, is there anybody streaming out of the park that we can raid into?
Let's see.
I don't see any. All right, anyone have a
I'm not either.
suggestion? I don't suppose anyone's about to start up a stream we can raid into. Are there any other baseball streams we can raid?
The purpose of an All Gym Unknown tournament is to see if some Gym Unknowns are consistently better than other Gym Unknowns.
Oh no! Have you noticed that Gym Unknowns actually are copies of players?
Yes, no, I have noticed that. But I don't know if those ratings actually get used or not. That's why I wanted to do the tournament for all of them. because it may be the case that, in fact, some gym unknowns are better than other gym unknowns. And it in theory, for like drafts, you only have one catcher. Knowing how good your gym unknown is may be relevant.
What is? Oh, sport. You have it. You had a Scuffy McGee. Sure, we can raid Scuffy.
Yeah, MLB
All
The
right.
Show is close enough, right? It's pretty similar.
Scuffy McGee. All right. I think we got a plan. All right. Anyway, I think we got a plan. So we will be back next week with some kind of show, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, we can try it. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, and thanks for covering for me. When I had to run for a little bit. So.
Yes, if people want to hear a madman talk about I for 10 minutes, you can do that. So.
What do you mean? They get to do that for 6.5 hours.
Well, that's also true.
Oh, you meant you.
Yeah, right.
You meant you.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. See y'all next week.
Yeah.
Assuming I can get the raid to work. Yeah, exactly, Sport.
No, is it working? Sort of, maybe?
Here it is. All right. We're raiding. See y'all later.
All right, there we go.
We're